Nigel Adderley on the way to Bramall Lane for Sheffield United against Nottingham Forest. The Blades are already down, but Forest can move 3 points clear of the relegation zone with their first away victory since Boxing Day. It's live on talkSPORT 2 at 3 o'clock.
It's Alfie Reynolds here on the way to Brentford against Fulham, a West London derby with both sides able to cast an eye towards next season. Brentford are now officially safe from relegation, whilst Fulham sit 3 places and 8 points above them. The Bees won the reverse fixture 3-0 back in August. Marco Silva's side are looking for revenge and their first win at the G-Tech. 3 o'clock kickoff in Fulham.
Will follow us here on talkSPORT at 2:30. Adrian will be taking you around the grounds of the Premier League and EFL, while over on talkSPORT 2 we have live and exclusive commentary of Sheffield United against Nottingham Forest. And don't forget, you can tell us where you're going and where you're off to this weekend with whatever the mission with Enterprise Rent a Car. Get in touch on Twitter at talkSPORT, or you can text us on 81089.
Whatever the mission on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent a Car. Home or away, Enterprise helps over 120,000 people every day.
This is Game Day exclusive on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent a Car. Whatever the mission, home or away, Enterprise helps over 120,000 people every single day. Here in North London, we are gearing up to our 12:30 kickoff in the Premier League. Arsenal with a chance to set the tone in this Premier League title race. They're warming up on the pitch now to our left. Bournemouth are to our right. Kickoff is imminent. Coming up next, we'll be hearing more about Arsenal's man of the moment, Kai Havertz.
Game Day exclusive on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent a Car. Rent from the best lineup in the UK. Enterprise has 450 branches with all the vehicles your business needs.
There will be 14 minutes of extra time.
With Betfair's 90-minute payout, you don't have to wait for the final whistle to celebrate, because your winning bet will be paid out in full at 90 minutes. Betfair. Applies to match odds 90 market or markets with the 90 icon. Sportsbook exclusive. Terms and conditions apply. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
When the kids eat us out of house and home, we just eat groceries from Sainsbury's.
Yeah, shopping's there! Give me one! Little
When do they leave home?
Get Sainsbury's, Asda and Co-op delivered for free. For groceries and everything else.
Did somebody say just please?
Participating stores, minimum spend applies, other charges apply, subject to availability. See justeat.co.uk for details.
We all fantasize about our perfect home. Sipping a morning coffee out on the terrace. Good morning, Mr. Squirrel.
Morning.
The kids building a treehouse in the garden.
I'm living my perfect childhood.
But come on, this isn't real. Listen, if you're serious about making your fantasy a reality, find out what your home is worth instantly with a free online valuation estimate. Get real about moving. Get on the market. Most common time to obtain an online quote between 1st of June 2022 and 30th of September 2022 is under 3 minutes. Excludes an all-night.
Uno is now available in McDonald's Happy Meal. So let's see who can shout Uno first.
Bring it on.
Yes, yes, ooh, no, a wild card. Right, yes, back in the game. Yes, ooh, no, draw 1 card.
Uno. Better luck next time.
Have fun with your Uno cards. Does that one count?
Nope.
Oh, some fun, some food. It's all inside this Happy Meal. Until 7th of May from 11 AM. Includes one selected book or toy. Uno range comprises toys only, while stocks last.
Hope there won't be any VAR delays today. Heard that rumour about their strike. Can't wait to see what the pundits make of that booking. Looking forward to the match report on this one. When it comes to football, never miss a story. Get the best news, opinion, interviews and gossip at thesun.co.uk. For the football lowdown every day, it's thesun.co.uk.
The Screwfix Bank Holiday event is now on. Make the most of the extra day off with unmissable deals. Like £30 off the Mountfield self-propelled petrol lawnmower. Now just £249.99. And save £10 on the DeWalt T-Stack tool storage system. Now only £19.99. Shop Bank Holiday deals now. On the app at screwfix.com or in-store. Delivery fees may apply. Prices valid until May 6. Subject to availability. See screwfix.com for full T's and C's.
Game day exclusive on talkSPORT 2 with Now. Stream all the Sky Sports action like Man City versus Wolves live today, contract free with a Now Sports membership. Search Now Sports, 18 plus, stream via internet, terms apply.
On 1089 and 1053 medium wave, online, on your mobile and on your smart speaker. talkSPORT.
talkSPORT Sports Update with Trusted Trader. When you need a job doing brilliantly, that's a job for the Trusted Trader professionals. talkSPORT.
The midday headlines are Tom Clayton. Good afternoon. Frank Kirby has confirmed she'll leave Chelsea at the end of the season. She departs as the club's record goal scorer with 115 in 205 appearances. She says it's been a dream to play for the club. Lloyd Kelly's out of today's match with Arsenal due to an illness. Build-up to Arsenal v Bournemouth continues next on talkSPORT. Now, we understand that members of the West Ham hierarchy are still trying to convince David Sullivan to pursue Ruben Amorim. We reported that Sullivan's in advanced talks with Julian Lopetegui to succeed David Moyes. Amorim has a £10 million release clause at Sporting. And Kieran McKenna wants Ipswich to play just the same as they have all season in their potential season finale. A point against Huddersfield will seal their promotion to the Premier League. Hear the match and the final day of the Championship season as a whole over on talkSPORT 2.
This is a customer announcement. Put the shopper in the freezer are filling their entire trolley with McCain air-fried chips. Please control yourself. To the large crowd who have now gathered in the freezer are, please refrain from scrambling. There's plenty to go around. Last chance, people. Control yourselves, or I'll activate the sprinklers.
New McCain air fryer chips. Crispy, fluffy, tasty chips in just 5 minutes. But please, control yourselves.
A pitch-perfect delivery of Premier League football. Game day. The epicenter of world-class football coverage. Game day exclusive.
On talkSPORT.
Good afternoon, this is Game Day on talkSPORT. I'm Rashmin Chowdhury. We are just under half an hour away from kick-off at the Emirates. Let's get a recap of the lineup, shall we? All thanks to Super 6. Here's our match commentator, Sam Matterface.
Arsenal unchanged from the North London derby. David Raya is their goalkeeper. White, Saliba, Gabriel, Tomiyasu in the back four. Partey anchors the midfield with Rice and Erdegaard just pushing further on. Saka plays on the right-hand side. Trossard from the left. Havertz will attack through the middle. Bournemouth without Lloyd Kelly, he's ill, so they've got Mark Travers in goal, a back four of Smith, Senesi, Zabani and Ouattara. Semenyo's recovered from his ailments, saw him stretch it off at the end of last Sunday's game with Brighton. Christie joins the midfield with Cook and Scott. Clivert will play from the left, and Solanke will be looking to add to his 20 goals this season.
Thank you very much, Sam. Those lineups were brought to you by Super 6. You can simply download the app Super 6, get your entries in before 3 p.m. today, and you could win £250,000 without spending a penny. 18 plus, terms and conditions apply. Now, much of the season there have been questions about whether Arsenal need a new strike or over the £65 million signing of Kai Havertz. It took him a while, fair to say, but he's now racked up 7 goals, 5 assists in his last 9 games up top. So, question begs to be asked, was Havertz the long-term answer all along?
Havertz in on goal, lifted over Petrovic, it's beautiful from Arsenal!
And it's Kai Havertz with a bullet header from point-blank range.
Hello, I'm Adrian Clark, a former Arsenal midfielder turned tactics analyst. Kai Havertz is now fully in tune with his teammates. He's a player that has always been brilliant at identifying space and making runs into it. He's absolutely magnificent at it. He was at Chelsea. Now, it's taken a while for Arsenal's players to get used to him, to get used to the runs that he's made, but now that they have, he just fits in beautifully.
Here comes the Havertz, who arrows it into the corner, and past the goalkeeper!
What Kai Havertz does is he drags players out of position, takes centre-halves with him in order to either get on the end of chances himself or to then see up other players, and we've seen that of late lots and lots of times. He's created a lot of chances. 4 times now, Kai Havertz has scored and assisted in the same Premier League match. And you have to go all the way back to the days of Alexis Sanchez for the last time an Arsenal player could match that. So he's contributing in both ways at the moment.
What does Kai Havertz do? He scores goals, and he should play in a position where he can score a goal.
It's been a funny season for Kai Havertz because I do think that at the outset Mikel Arteta saw him as a Granit Xhaka replacement, someone that can link the midfield and the attack. I think Mikel Arteta's first choice 11 has evolved over the course of the campaign. Part of it is down to Gabriel Jesus and his lack of consistent form, and part of it is that Arsenal benefit from having a physical front player, someone that they can hit with longer passes and they can rely on him to hold them up. So many teams in the Premier League now want to press you, they want to get in your faces. When that happens, Arsenal sometimes have to miss out the press, they have to go a little bit longer. And in Kai Havertz, and he showed this against Spurs, they've got a player who can really look after the ball and hold it and bring others into play. So I just think from a tactical point of view, he brings the side a little bit more than Gabriel Jesus can.
Pulling it back into the area, Kai Havertz is there!
If you'd have asked me at Christmas to score Kai Havertz a transfer out of 10, you're probably putting it down as a 5 or a 6. He wasn't providing value for money in terms of the outlay. Right now, I'm saying it's an 8 out of 10 transfer with potential to get to 9 because he fits Arsenal. He fits Mikel Arteta's style of play. He knits together the midfield and the defence quite brilliantly. It's a success, and I love it when I hear the entire Emirates Stadium singing the Kai Havertz song. When that rings around the Emirates, it's glorious.
Yeah, the Kai Havertz song. You didn't think he'd have a song at the start of the season because he looked like a square peg in a round hole, but somehow Mikel Arteta has worked to get the best out of him, get him in the and then it looks like that position is in the centre forward. So have they solved all their problems in one?
I'm going to go against the grain a little bit here. I think he's done extremely well late in the season. I think he's done quite well later in the season. He offers them something. He's certainly improved drastically from the early Kai Havertz that arrived at Arsenal that struggled to fit in. If I was going into the transfer market, would I turn around if I was Arsenal and say all our problems are solved at the front and the point of the team with the 2 that we got there at the moment? I would be thinking to myself, you know what? Is there somebody else out there that will give us another option that sends a message out to the rest of this league, whether they win it or come second, that we have improved drastically next year? So I would still be looking for a centre forward that I thought could improve this team. That would be my opinion.
That's interesting because is it about that man who's going to give you all, 20 plus goals a season, which Kai Havertz hasn't been? He's in the terms of the top 10, he's number 11 actually, with 12 goals so far. Bukayo Saka is ahead of him in 10th with 15. So do you get the player who is going to be the all-out and out? Because they thought they had that in Gabriel Jesus potentially, but what they have got is a player who suits the style of play. So surely you bide your time and he gets better. I'm just asking a question.
Well, I'm not suggesting you sell him. I'm suggesting that you improve your squad and you bring another in that you think gives... I look at Liverpool, and at the start of the season, someone asked me who I thought would win the league, and I said Liverpool. The reason why...
I thought you said Newcastle.
Oh, I did, didn't I? You're right, sorry. My mistake. I did say Newcastle.
On that one.
No, you're right.
Sports famous prediction of the season.
No, you're absolutely bang on. I did say Newcastle.
The rest of his life.
But one of the reasons why I felt as though Liverpool would stage a major push is because they got basically 5/6 almost centre forwards, attacking players that you think can score goals. Jota and Nunes, Gakpo playing in advanced areas, Diaz, Salah, so many options. I think Arsenal's wouldn't go amiss by adding another one at the middle, at the point position in their team. That would be my opinion.
Who would you go for then?
I have no idea. I have no idea, to be honest with you. Listen, you've just asked me the question. You ain't asked me to do the recruitment for it. You know what I mean? But you're asking me whether at this stage of the season, if I was Arsenal Football Club and finished this season as runner-up, let's say, or even winners, because when you're in a position of strength, that's when you strike, that sent a message out to the rest of the league, more especially Manchester City, and said, right, we're coming for you again next year. We're not going to go away because we've won the league or because we pushed you hard this season. And I think another centre forward wouldn't go amiss here.
So you think they're probably just down that recruitment journey at the moment. You think they've probably got one more in them. Okay, well, interestingly, Kai Havertz's first goal came in this reverse fixture. Martin Odegaard gave him that penalty, didn't he, to give him a confidence boost because things were going so badly.
Yeah, so what we're saying is, when was that? Tell me the date of that.
What was the date of that? September, was it? October.
October. So we're saying since October he's done okay and improved. But prior to that, we have to...
If you're a front man, confidence is a big thing as well.
Of course it is. But if you want to win the league, you've got to have somebody that you're going to put in that team. So if someone is low on confidence, you've got someone who is high on confidence that's going to play.
Just very quickly, has his return, or his, not return, his introduction here, spelled the end almost of Gabriel Jesus being that top front man?
Well, that's the question again. I mean, he's had a good look at Jesus. He's had him here for a couple of years. If he thinks he's not the finished article, Sam might know a little bit more than I do. If he thinks that Jesus isn't the man, you're going to have to definitely bring another centre forward through the door.
The only thing I'd say about Jesus is he came here to play, and I mentioned earlier he hasn't played enough this season. I think that's a problem.
Yeah, okay. Gabriel Jesus starts on the bench, and Kai Havertz is up front for Arsenal today. We're edging ever closer to kick-off here at the Emirates Stadium. It is Arsenal against Bournemouth, and this is game day exclusive on talkSPORT. Now, don't forget that with Now you can stream all the Sky Sports action like Manchester City against Wolves live today. Contract free with Now membership. Search Now Sports. Kick-off in this intriguing title race is coming up next.
Game day exclusive on talkSPORT with Now. Stream all the Sky Sports action like Man City versus Wolves live today, contract free with a Now Sports membership. Search Now Sports, 18 plus, through our internet, terms apply.
The Screwfix Bank Holiday event is now on. Make the most of the extra day off with unmissable deals. Like £30 off the Mountfield self-propelled petrol lawnmower, now just £249.99. And save £10 on the DeWalt T-Stack tool storage system, now only £19.99. Shop bank holiday deals now, on the app at screwfix.com or in-store. Delivery fees may apply. Prices valid until May 6, subject to availability. See screwfix.com for full T's and C's.
We all fantasize about our perfect home. Watching the big game cozied up in the sun. Balmy summer nights with the kids playing on the lawn. But come on, this isn't real. Listen, if you're serious about making your fantasy a reality, find out what your home is worth instantly with a free online valuation estimate. Get real about moving. Get on the market. Most common time to obtain an online quote between 1st of June 2022 and 30th of September 2022 is under 3 minutes. Excludes Northern Ireland.
There will be 14 minutes of extra time.
With Betfair's 90-minute payout, you don't have to wait for the final whistle to celebrate. Because your winning bet will be paid out in full at
Betfair. Apply to match odds 90 market or markets with the 90 icon. Sportsbook exclusive. Terms and conditions apply. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org. Uno is now available in McDonald's Happy Meal. So let's see which are Uno first.
Bring it on.
Yes, yes. Ooh, no! A wild card. Right, yes, back in the game. Yes. Ooh, no! Draw one card.
Uno. Better luck next time.
Have fun with your Uno cards. Does that one count?
Nope.
Some fun, some food. It's all inside this Happy Meal. Until 7th of May from 11 a.m. Includes one perspective book or toy. Uno range comprises toys happy whilst on sale.
When it's lunch o'clock, I just eat a tortilla naked burrito bowl.
I didn't know you could get those.
There's a lot you don't know, dear.
Well, that shirt's not coming back into fashion anytime soon.
Touché.
Get tortilla, Subway, Pret, and more delivered. For lunch and everything else,
Did somebody say just please?
charges apply. Check available restaurants in your area and waiting times on justeat.co.uk for details.
Who are you going for in the racing today?
The favourite.
And tomorrow?
The favourite.
And the next day?
The favourite.
The Sun's horse racing pull-out. The favourite is now in the paper 7 days a week. Yes, that's right. Every single day. Bringing you even more top tips, more form guides, more race cards, and all the colours and silks. Get your favourite pull-out every day in the Sun. The home of racing.
Game day exclusive on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Whatever the mission, home or away, Enterprise helps over 120,000 people every day.
Game day. The goals are calling.
Today, exclusive kick-by-kick commentary of Sheffield United versus Nottingham Forest.
Coverage from 2:30, kick-off 3 p.m.
On talkSPORT 2.
Number 2
you, Arsenal. Manchester City rack up a 6th win in 8 Premier League games. The final battle once more. Over to you, Arsenal.
Huge effort to be as close to getting a result out of the Emirates as we were.
And it goes to the near post. It's in! It's 2-0! City! Oh my goodness! Arsenal's title challenge is suffering a huge blip here.
And then you have a mountain to climb. And then we started.
Across the facing goal, driven in by White. Did that go over the line? Yes, it did. It's 2-2.
And then it was down to moments that you have to produce in a game to win with 10 players behind the goal.
Headed out to the edge of the box. Nelson brings it down. Shoots goal. With the last kick of the game, 3-2.
I had a great memory because the game ended up in a really beautiful way, and it was one of the highlights of the season.
Incredible game! Incredible game!
It was an incredible game back in March where, as you heard, Bournemouth 2-0 up here at the Emirates. And Arsenal came back in the 97th minute. Absolute pandemonium in this ground. For Reece Nelson to come back and get the winner. I remember I was listening to that game. I was in a hotel in Manchester. I was doing the match on the Sunday, and I was thinking, oh, hold on, Bournemouth. And sorry, that's me being biased there. But it was incredible. The scenes were. I think Ian Dowdle was commentating. It was pretty fantastic. Now, Arsenal are a very different side to the one we saw last season. Last season, they were the side that were in front and then lost the battle. This time they're in front at the moment as well, only by a point. But of course, Manchester City have a game in hand. So, what lessons do you think they've learned from last season? And in terms of the challenge that they're navigating here, how different is it from last season?
I think you've got Arsenal. They look a little bit more hard-nosed. Obviously, recruitment of Declan Rice has played a massive part in that. I think he's come in and people are talking about him as a potential player of the season. So recruitment's been brilliant in that aspect. And they just look like a team that suffered last year, this time last year, learnt the lessons from that, recruited well, and have come back and said, look, we know what it's like now. We know the pressures of what 3 games to go, 2 games to go, 1 game to go.
Turn it up, please.
And I can see them winning all 3 games, and then, listen, the ball's in the court of another team as it stands at the moment, but Arsenal are doing everything they can to put pressure on Manchester City.
They absolutely are, aren't they? We're going to take a little gear change at the moment because there's a lovely moment here at the stadium at the moment, a tribute to the 14-year-old boy who was brutally murdered in a sword attack in Hainault earlier in the week. He was an Arsenal fan. Bukayo Saka was his favourite player, and it's definitely been news that has shocked everyone across the country just because of the heinous nature of the crime in itself. There's a tribute going on here at the Emirates now. His picture is on the screens, and everyone in the crowd is clapping as a tribute to him at the moment, a 1 minute's applause. For me personally, it's a little bit close to home, more close to home than I would want to geographically. Daniel Andrins live not too far from where I do, but also he is somebody who was known to me. His sister was in my daughter's class at primary school. I know his mum. I know his siblings. They've been to our birthday parties. They've been to my house. And it's been a very, very sad time for all of us, actually, this week. Never far from my mind. I can be doing anything. I can be laughing and joking, but they've been in our minds all week. It's been something that has torn most of us to pieces, actually. And even being on the periphery, I haven't seen him for a few years. But we're all connected because our children are connected. My daughter is still in touch with his younger sister, and it was a very sobering week. A really sort of, as I say, it's like another layer added to a already horrific story. It's so lovely that the club have paid tribute to someone who is one of their own. And I'm sure he will always be one of their own as we go forward. It is It was a young life that was lost far too soon, a family that's been irrevocably shattered forever. Their lives will never be the same again, but, you know, they'll never come to terms with it, but hopefully this love and support from Arsenal Football Club can give them a morsel of comfort. And I hope Daniel Andrew's light will continue to shine brightly. There will also be another tribute to Daniel Andrew in the 40th minute. Supporters from both sides of the divide have joined together, and there will be an applause for him because he was 14 years old, and that is when they will be supporting him and his family once again. I suppose football's scarcely important in a time like this, but I'm sure the family and the football family paying tribute to Daniel is huge. He would no doubt have been avidly watching to see if his beloved Gunners can take a step closer in this intriguing title races. Stuart, do they have a chance? Is it going to happen for Arsenal this season?
Well, put it this way, I think they'll do everything in their power, as in they'll get 9 points between now and the end of the season. Whether that's good enough, only Manchester City can tell and decide that. The bottom line is, it's been intriguing for all of us. The 3-horse race has turned into a 2-horse race. We're very close to the end of the season, and I've got to say, Arsenal or Manchester City, whoever win it, they'll deserve to win it. Arsenal have come on leaps and bounds from last year. There's no doubt, I think, within their team setup, they would have looked back on this season, whichever way it falls, whether they get silverware or not, and know what they've got to do to improve this to make sure that they do get their hands on silverware, because that's the dream of Arteta and this football club.
Bournemouth are home today, away at Manchester United next Sunday, and then at home to Everton on the final day of the season. And it's been announced that actually Arsenal will be inviting all the Invincibles, the squad and the staff, including Arsene Wenger, to attend that final home game of the season here against Everton as well. That would be a beautiful end if they can win the title, but of course Manchester City stand in their way. They're at home to Wolves today, Fulham away next. That's live on talkSPORT next week, and you and I and Sam will be there as well. Tottenham as well, and they're at home to West Ham on the final game of the season. Of all the 3 games that Arsenal have, though, is this a potential banana skin, do you think?
I think this is the toughest of the 3, and you might say, what are you talking about? They've got to go to Old Trafford. I don't see the Manchester United. I think if they get to that, they'll win that. This is the game where expectation is, yeah, the home games are comfortable. We'll always pick up 3 points at home. Bournemouth are on decent form, you know. So I think there is a potential here for an upset.
When you look at the teams that have taken the most points in their last 10 games, Manchester City at the top with 26 points, Arsenal second with 25, Bournemouth are third with 20 points. They are an in-form side right now.
That tells you everything, Gresh, I think, you know, and the bottom line is they're going to have to earn a victory today, it's fair to say. I don't think they can be half-cocked and come away from here with 3 points. They're going to have to roll Bournemouth, though. They'll be mindful of the counter-attack, and they're going to have to deserve a victory.
Okay, so the stakes couldn't be higher for Mikel Arteta's men at this lunchtime. The decibel levels here at the Emirates are pretty high as well. Home is most certainly where the heart is. The teams are making their way out, and they will stand across the Premier League hoarding, and the atmosphere is just stepped up a notch. Arsenal have won 6 of their 7 Premier League home matches this year in 2024. The only blip was, of course, that alarming loss to Aston Villa. But they have found the grit and the industry that was missing last season. The only thing is, it's not entirely in their own hands. They do need to win their last 3 games. Starting here today against Bournemouth, there is no room for error. As for Bournemouth, they're not in a relegation dogfight, but Mikel Arteta's compatriot and childhood friend Ndoni Areola has high ambitions. The European spot is mathematically at least still possible, and either way, he will want to finish his first season in the Premier League off in style. They're already on course for their highest points total ever. Who says 12:30s are criminal when high drama is pretty much always guaranteed? We're ready to go at the Emirates. Simon had your dark commentary today. Listen to this one in the company of the former Nottingham Forest, Manchester City and England defender and manager Stuart Pearce. But first, talkSPORT chief football commentator Sam Asprey.
Beautiful day in North London. And Arsenal will be hoping for a beautiful end to the season. And you know what? Last week we saw a 4-goal thriller in this time slot. The week before, a brilliant Leicester performance that almost secured them promotion. The week before that, a vibrant Newcastle thrashed Spurs. And the weekend before that, the same side, Newcastle United, scored 4 in a 7-goal thriller with West Ham United. If early kickoffs are a crime, we'll take the punishment. It would be a crime for Arsenal to end the season empty-handed now. Any judge knows that they've been brilliant. Best attack, best defence, most wins. And everyone has seen they don't cut corners, they score from them. But unless the Manchester City machine falters, their sentence will be second place again. And that is on the proviso that the Gunners keep winning. You can build a case for Bournemouth today, no doubt. Their manager has a history of winning against the odds in Spain. They are on for a record finish. The Cherries have only lost 2 of the last 10. If they are vulnerable, it's because their defence has too many holes in it. Only Forest, West Ham, Burnley, Luton and Sheffield United have conceded more. And all the encouragement that Arteta and his team need to triumph. Well, in order not to break the law today, the final championship games all kick off now, with Ipswich eyeing a return to the Premier League. Birmingham, Plymouth, Sheffield Wednesday and Blackburn hoping to avoid being sent down. talkSPORT 2 has all the action. We will keep you abreast of the main stories and the verdicts here. But we're concentrating on the title race in the Premier League, where Arsenal, in red with white sleeves and white shorts, are ready to kick off against Bournemouth in yellow and black. The stadium rises for North London forever, which is officially titled The Angel. But its chorus is catchy, and its tempo resonates around the Emirates Stadium on this sun-drenched lunchtime. Referee David Cook, VAR pleads about Stuart Pearce is here. Arsenal must keep winning. What should they be wary of with Bournemouth today?
Well, Solanke straight away. The stats bear it out that this fella has started to score and is a real threat. The wide areas, Semenya and Cliver have been a handful for both teams. That's the big problem for Arsenal.
Well, Cliver already a handful, gets fouled by Ben White down in the corner after a collision between him and Saka, squeezing him into the far left-hand side of the pitch that we look at, and across comes Lewis, the first set piece of the game, and Arsenal have been so good in scoring from set pieces, have to defend one, a dangerous one, inside the first minute here. They'll have to be wary.
Yeah, they certainly will. Good opportunity here to whip something in and around the goalkeeper. They need to miss the first man. Odegaard in that area at the moment. We have Odegaard just behind him.
It's Cook to take the set piece, deep towards the far post, headed away commandingly by Gabriel. Back in again, here comes, flicked on towards the far post. And it was Wataru who got up there, but it was cleared rather easily by Arsenal. And now Saka trying to go down the other way. Interesting duel between those two. Wataru playing at left back again today. His speed will be important on the counter-attack, which Arsenal love to exploit. Quick throw taken by White, down to Havertz, who's down in the right corner. It's on from Odegaard to Saka, but a little bit too heavy, and across comes Christie to shepherd the ball behind, and it goes out for a goal kick away to our right. Arsenal can set the tone for the weekend. City don't play until 5:30. Next week could be key. City go to Fulham on talkSPORT at this time, in this time slot. Then Arsenal to Manchester United on the Sunday session. And then comes City's game in hand against Spurs on talkSPORT Tuesday, May 14th. Could be a significant day for the diary. Travers plays out from the back to the left-hand side to Barney. Half clears it, comes back towards Havertz. It's in midfield where it's won by Solanke, who tries to find Cliver, who's challenged by White. It's going to be a free kick just short of the halfway line. 0-0, 2 minutes gone on talkSPORT.
Yeah, Bournemouth have settled into this game in a relaxed manner. They look like a team that have not lost for a while, and on a decent run, nice and composed in what they're doing.
There's two centre-halves going to be important tonight, Senesi and Zabani at the heart of the defence. Senesi scored last week. Zabani wasn't available because of illness, and Senesi's just put the ball rather simply out of play on this near touchline, giving Arsenal momentum back down the right side.
Yeah, they're almost playing out from the back and encouraging Arsenal to come and press, trying to seek that space in behind the press.
Ødegaard in possession on the right side of the penalty area, flicked by White into the box. Havertz back to Saka, went to pull the trigger. Cook came across and blocked it. Tomiyasu trying to win it back. Partey does. Ødegaard in the thick of the action pushes the ball through to Saka. Goes left via Trossard to Rice. Rice edge of the area. Cuts past Semenyo. Then gives it back to Gabriel. Quick shot passing from Arsenal as they move up to the edge of the box again with Tomiyasu. Down the left-hand side. 0-0 the score. Out to Ødegaard. Ødegaard looks up. Back to him from Trossard, who fouled on the edge of the area. Referee's playing on here, despite the fact that Arsenal, I think, wanted the free kick. Back on his feet now, Trossard. Rice has it, gives it to Trossard, who's still limping a little bit over on the far side. Goes down the left, Tomiyasu chasing, so is Semenyo, who's recovered from the knee injury sustained last week. Poor clearance straight to Partey. They're keeping them hemmed inside their final third at this moment in time. But now a chance to break maybe as they lose the ball, Arsenal. It goes up to halfway. Tomiyasu wins it back in a tussle with Solanke. And Arsenal got it back again. They can't and won't give Bournemouth a chance to breathe at this moment in time.
Yeah, Bournemouth on the turnover, you can see they don't go long directly, it's short passes, they'll play through the thirds, but they do it quickly, so that makes them a real threat in that respect.
Trossard going to the byline, trying to get the cross in, just overran it slightly, goes behind the way for a goal kick. talkSPORT 2 has all the details of the final day of the Championship. Download our app, you can flick between the two stations. We will give you the as-it-stands situation here on talkSPORT. As it stands right now, Ipswich are going to be promoted to the Premier League. That's as it is at this moment in time. We haven't had a goal so far in any of the games that have started on talkSPORT 2. And I can tell you that Birmingham, Huddersfield and Rotherham at this moment still occupy those bottom three places in the Championship. They'll be heading to League One if things stay as they are, but I don't think there's ever been a day in league football where all of the results have stayed as they are when they kick off.
We do love a twist and turn, Samuel, as you well know. I covered well, I saw the game against Chelsea here, and there was a lot of talk about how well Havertz done. I'll tell you what, Ødegaard's performance that day against Chelsea, I think was the best individual performance I've seen by any player this season in the Premier League, Sam.
One by Havertz on halfway. It's 4 against 3 in Arsenal's favour. Rice leads the charge. He goes galloping through the middle of the pitch, gets to the edge of the penalty area. He's got Saka to his right. He feeds him. It's a little bit short, but Saka takes it on, gets to the byline, wriggles, plays it across the face of goal. It takes a deflection, goes out for a corner. And Kai Havertz there showing his strength on halfway, bumping the defender off the ball, winning it, turning it over, and immediately they go on the counter-attack, and boy, didn't they.
Yeah, this is where I think Declan Rice can go to another level. He's won the ball, he drove with it from the halfway line, he had players left and right, but he's looking for the pass. So I think he should be looking for the shot, and if the shot don't come, play the pass.
Corners we taken, near touchline from Arsenal, the most prolific corner takers in the league, the scorers of the most goals from set pieces and from corners. They can break a record today if they deliver this in towards the far post. Punched away by Travers. Back to Trossard, who missed kicks in front of the Bournemouth fans. They enjoyed that over in the sunshine far side. And then he turns the ball back into midfield, and it will be picked up by his captain, Martin Ødegaard. Everton 2, Tottenham Hotspur winning 0. The ball goes into the box, and it's picked up by Trossard again, who shoots. Comes back to Ødegaard. Lovely touch. Shot. And the deflection takes the ball high and over and out for another Arsenal corner.
I tell you what, 2 sensational blocks there by both central defenders. Shots that were destined for the corner of the net. They've done brilliantly. The art of good play as well.
Arsenal need one more goal from a corner to have scored the most goals in a season from corners in Premier League history. They currently hold the record jointly with Oldham and West Brom on 16. Here is Saka from the right side into Ødegaard, trickling up towards the edge of the penalty area, and then giving it to Rice, edge of the box. He quickly turns it back to Saka. Saka, right angle of the penalty area, right side, feeds his captain once more. Bournemouth backing off. Ødegaard looking for space, produces a cross, left-footed deep towards the far post, headed away. It'll be Trossard who picks it up 10 yards short of the area, and then he'll recycle it by getting it back to Rice in the centre circle. Chest puffed out, hair slicked back. He sweeps the ball to the near touchline. It's collected by Saka, moves towards the edge of the box, and he, in turn, finds the well-groomed Ødegaard down the right to White, back into Saka. Saka to shoot. The deflection was always going to stop that from going towards goal. He just probably didn't look set. That was a left-footed shot that was on, and he tried to take it with his right.
Yeah, he should have got his shot away slightly earlier there. They've had 3 shots now blocked, so the stats will say nothing on target, but I tell you what, they have been 3 very, very good opportunities, Sam.
Still 0-0 on talkSPORT. We played 8 minutes. It feels like we've only been here for 2. Here is Ødegaard down the right. It's been constant Arsenal attack. The whistle blew. Here is Havertz back to White again. Saka steps in, but it's away by Senesi. Up to Solanke trying to turn. He does manage to turn. He looks to release Semenyo, but that will be swept up rather easily by Gabriel. And Arsenal have possession back again. They will go 4 points clear with a win temporarily. Bournemouth up to 9th if they get a victory today. And Tony Iraola knows they can't realistically reach Europe, but more points, more prize money. Here's Saka on the right side, left-footed, drills the ball infield, blocked by Senesi again. Centre field is Ødegaard. Again, they are swarming forward, Arsenal. There's loads of space on the far side for Tomiyasu, whose cross is deep. Havertz is going to meet this, right side of the area. Again, he faces up the defender, Ouattara. Ouattara backs off. Again, Havertz continues to hold on to it. Then a little backfield round the corner for White, who sends it back. And the effort from Trossard is blocked again by another great bit of defensive play. This time I think it was Ryan Christie who got back there. It might have been Senesi. And it goes out and away for a throw on this near side.
Sam, I can't remember ever shots on target, so many in such a short space of time being blocked by last-ditch defending.
It was Senesi who got there. Ball played forward by Arsenal. On the right side.
And then Gabriel with a short back pass to Raya, who comes out quickly ahead of Solanke and manages to clear.
And that's the danger, isn't it, on the counter-attack, with so many bodies in opposition territory. If it breaks down and they get it up front to Solanke quickly, there could be a problem.
Yeah, they squeeze on Arsenal, and what makes them very effective as an attacking outfit, if shots get blocked or there's half clearances, there's almost a dome around, isn't there, from 30 yards out where they sustain the attacks. But the other side of that is if you squeeze bodies on, Solanke, Semenyo have got a little bit of room on the counter.
Is that Star Wars reference, a defensive shield? I know it's May the 4th.
Star Trek, actually.
No. It's May the 4th. It's Star Wars Day.
Okay. Oh, is it?
Yes. Did you not know that?
No, I didn't.
No. Here is Arsenal's Jedi, Ødegaard on this near side, trying to weave a bit of magic, turns the ball around. There's a clash of head, actually. Wait, don't think it's a clash of heads. I think there is a clash of some sort. It may well be that it's a clash of heads. Saka is down on the halfway line. The play continued. And 2 players on halfway, Saka needing some treatment. And the other one on the floor on this near side, I think, is Cook on this near side who's gone down. I'm not entirely sure who's gone down. I think it is. It's Lewis Cook on this near side. Both of them collided. I'm not necessarily sure that there was a head injury to Cook, but
there was 2 independent injuries there. Both players have gone down, so you think that they collided with each other. They actually haven't. Cook's gone down, and his head was so loose, he's banged his head right on the turf as he's gone down. And then obviously an independent sort of clash as well for Saka afterwards.
Yeah, and both teams have stopped and taken on fluids and had a little bit of instruction from their managers. Both managers who know each other very well, actually. They played in the same team when they were kids because they come from the same area of the Basque region. They were born 3 months apart in 1982, and they dress the same. If you look at them, they're wearing the same clothes today, all in black. And
maybe there's a tailor in the Basque region that fits them out.
Yes, their team was called Antihuaco.
What was it called?
Antihuaco. They played together in San Sebastian when they were children. Xabi Alonso actually played for them as well.
He must have had a fair old side then.
Yeah, not too bad. These two actually play together in the Spanish under-21 side as well. They're back on their feet again, Saka and Cook, and about to come on, and we're about to get an uncontested drop ball. Saka is actually upset. He thinks he was fouled by Cook, and he is actually giving him a little bit of a dressing down as a result of that. He's saying he got a kick on the leg. He's pulled his left stocking down towards his ankle. His right one is pulled up right across his knee. So he's cutting an odd fashion statement. And we're back underway. These two players are still off, though, watching from the sidelines. As Partey picks it right side of the centre circle into White, and then Havertz, who gets it back to Gabriel, is about 5 yards in front of the centre circle. He pushes it wide. Tomiyasu takes it on. Tight to the touchline far side is Leandro Trossard, who's got 15 goals this season for Arsenal. Flip forward for Havertz. Down the left channel, first time hit. Saved by the goalkeeper, comes back to right. It's blocked once again by Zabani this time, and cleared out from the box by the Bournemouth defence. But Arsenal peppering that goal away to our right-hand side. Still not made a breakthrough. 0-0, 13 minutes gone. Solanke trying to escape on the halfway line. He left a little bit on Trossard, who pinched the ball and runs out to the far side and does a brilliant job in getting Arsenal back on the front foot and curtailing the threat of any Bournemouth counter-attack.
It's absolutely vital there by Trossard. Solanke was in the process of getting his head up and trying to find Kluivert, I think.
Justin Kluivert, who I read actually this week, has now scored more goals in the Premier League than his dad. Although his dad was only around for a little while. Another clash, this time involving Ryan Christie and Kai Havertz. We're just getting a replay of the Havertz effort, which came over his shoulder on the left-hand side of the area, and he wrapped his foot around it beautifully to get a volley towards goal, and it was saved. But we played 14 minutes, and everybody inside the Emirates Stadium is standing to pay tribute to Daniel Anjorin. It's a tribute inspired by the fans to recognise the passing of the 14-year-old who was killed in a samurai sword attack in Hainault last week. An incredibly poignant moment. There is a banner which has been raised by the front to stand away to our right-hand side. That end of the ground is now called the clock end. R.I.P. Daniel. And I noticed that the family were considered when they were talking about making this tribute, and that they put a GoFundMe page together, and they've already raised over £115,000 for the family. But nothing will soothe their pain at this time, and we send them all the very best. Daniel Anjorin's team Arsenal looking to try and win the title for the first time in 20 years. Ball out of play on the near side, right? White to take it, throws it into Saliba, and it's collected by Partey, and then on the halfway line Arsenal try to come forward. Havertz back to Saliba once again, straight into the challenge was Cook in midfield for Bournemouth. He's had a very good season as Lewis Cook this campaign. Played in Bournemouth's only ever win against Arsenal. It's his 36th appearance of the season. He's been touted for big things again, Lewis Cook. He is an England international. He played for Gareth Southgate against Italy in 2018. This is Partey, out towards the near side, collected by Ødegaard. When you think that England have got so many problems in that midfield area, you wonder whether or not it's a surprise that Gareth hasn't looked at him again.
Well, listen, I'm sure, especially with Bournemouth's form being so good at the moment, you'll have people everywhere looking.
Here is Saliba, out to Ødegaard on the near side. Arsenal keeping possession and moving up to the halfway line. It's played forward towards the left and then out towards the far side, where it's collected by Trossard. Space for Tomiyasu, left edge of the area, into the box now, trying to feed Havertz. Oh, his final pass just wasn't good. And again, Cook was there, right place, right time, to nab the ball and then start a Bournemouth counter-attack. And Solanke has got the better of Gabriel, who did have control of it. Now he's trying to cut in field. Saliba has stopped him in his tracks. Well, it looked like Gabriel initially dealt with the threat of Dominic Solanke, but then he just took his eye off the ball. Solanke nabbed it, and there was a real problem for the Arsenal defence. Saliba came to the rescue.
Yeah, I've got to say, I've been a little bit disappointed with Solanke. He's had a couple of moments where he could have linked attacks and whatever, and players have come and taken it off him, Trossard being one of those. And that was a one-on-one scenario. He should be at least getting a finish away, I believe. Admittedly, you've got to beat Gabriel and Saliba, which is no easy task.
Saka, near side for Arsenal. 0-0 the score. They've had lots of opportunities so far, Arsenal, but not made the breakthrough. There has been the brief encounter, the threat going the other way. Here's Saliba, played in by Saka. Twist, turn, shoot. Saved by the goalkeeper, Travers. Comes back to Trossard. His volley's over the bar. Well, Saliba found himself in the unfamiliar position of right wing on the underlap. Played in by Saka. Saka's ball was beautiful through the legs of Ouattara. And then Saliba chopped back in on his left foot to strike the ball straight to the legs of Travers, who made a save.
I'll tell you what, Arsenal are getting in behind Bournemouth in these wide areas far too easily. I think we've had 2 saves by the goalkeeper now and 6 blocks by defenders, and you can't sustain the stats like that without conceding eventually.
In the Championship, no goals in any of the major games that matter. Birmingham 0, Norwich 0, Ipswich 0, Huddersfield 0, Leeds 0, Southampton 0, Leicester 0, Blackburn, who have got only an outside chance of relegation 0, Plymouth trying to stay up 0, Hull trying to get into the playoffs 0, Sunderland safe 0, Sheffield Wednesday want to be safe 0, West Brom 0, Preston 0, West Brom trying to get into the playoffs. Maybe it'd be a problem for Leeds in just a few moments. I'm getting an indication that Southampton may have got in front there. Saka down the right side, moving into the box, goes on the outside, looks to twist turn, left-footed driving to the near post, saved by the goalkeeper again. How haven't Arsenal broken the deadlock here?
Yeah, as I say, the efforts at the goalkeeper that have got beyond the defenders have been pretty standard and straight at him, but the blocks have been the one that's been so impressive at the moment. But Arsenal find it so easy to get beyond on a one-on-one situation or beyond by just running.
That means that Birmingham, Huddersfield, Rotherham relegated, and good news for Ipswich because Southampton has scored away at Leeds, the only team that can catch them. So it's Southampton 1, Leeds 0 at Elland Road. Ipswich, as it stands, promoted to the Premier League. Here is Saka, deep to the far post with the corner. Header from Rice off the line again, this time by Travers. How have they not scored, Arsenal? 20 minutes in, they've had so many efforts on the Bournemouth goal, but the Cherries will not be crushed.
Well, these games are horrible because I know if you're in a red shirt playing out there at the moment, you're thinking, how haven't we scored? And the longer the game goes on, listen, they can't sustain this and not score a goal, that is for sure. It takes my mind back. I was Manchester City manager taking on Sam Allardyce's Bolton team at the City of Manchester. We hit the woodwork 6 times, lost 1-0.
How did that make you feel?
Brilliant, really good. And unemployed.
21 gone, 79% possession, 9 attempts on goal. Only 2 on target, allegedly, but I'm a little bit sceptical about that. A foul on Erdegaard, just short of the centre, the D, and that's going to be a yellow card for Alex Scott, who perpetrated the foul.
Yeah, Trossard sort of rode the first, well, I think it was the one for the booking, carried on with a heavy limp, and then another one coming, just to make sure he was going to be grounded.
Yep. That's the first booking of the game for Alex Scott.
But how would you say, if you're Arteta now, you've been delighted with the way your team have played? They've been, the bulk of it, in and around Bournemouth's penalty box, but there's been 1 or 2 scenarios where Bournemouth have got the ball and have broken that you think, there's a warning sign there.
Yeah. To be honest, at this moment in time, I'd be so confident that Arsenal were going to get in front. I'd be more worried about them just sustaining this pressure. But there's always a threat.
Yeah.
Bournemouth has scored in almost every single game this calendar year, so you would expect them to get on the score sheet. They have done in 13 consecutive away games in the Premier League, and that's a record that they've broken for the first time. This is the Arsenal free kick, though, and Erdegaard is going to drip it over the top towards Tomiyasu, who sends it back, and Partey skies it. Didn't get over it inside the 18-yard box. It was good work by Tomiyasu, actually, because he had to really stretch to get that header back across the face of goal from Erdogan's delivery. He did brilliantly to find Partey, and Partey just smashed it.
Yeah, it was absolutely certain what Odegaard done. Shaped his body to potentially threaten the goalkeeper up and down over the wall, but you knew that he was just going to stand one up at the far post. 3 big uns for Arsenal coming in at the far post against 3 little uns for Bournemouth.
Bournemouth playing out from the back, trying to get up the field. 0-0 is the score. They'll be scratching their heads as to how that is the case, as well as Arsenal. Saka wins it halfway. Erdegaard takes over. Back into the middle of the park, and now Partey forward. Out towards the right-hand side. He's got Saka going on a run. It's lifted over to him. He's timed his run perfectly. He's in behind the defence. He gets the byline and then plays it against Ouattara. And then I think maybe the offside flag had gone up anyway, just prior to that. And it's going to be a free kick to Bournemouth. Developments in the Championship where Leeds have equalised. That goal for Leeds means that as it stands, still Ipswich will be promoted. That's not going to be enough for Leeds. They need to win their game. The way things are shaping up in the Championship, Leeds will only be promoted if they win and Ipswich lose tonight. Southampton, who are experiencing their first season outside the Premier League since 2011-12, are already in the playoffs. They will be in the playoffs. Ipswich want to be promoted. They haven't been in the top flight since 2002, but they've spent 192 days in the top 2 this season. So Kieran McKenna's team will feel as if they deserve to get promoted, but they may have to make sure they don't lose today. Here is Erdegaard, poking the ball to Havertz, bit of space inside the penalty area. He's nudged off the ball. Referee gives a free kick against him for an over-aggressive nudge on Zabani.
Yeah, correct decision, referee. Well done. Havertz sort of left the ball and just barged into the defender in the hope that I think the referee would have given a penalty or just free up a bit of space, but I think it was a correct decision.
He did use his arm, it wasn't just a shoulder barge. He sort of levered him off the ball, didn't he? Kai Havertz. David Coombe very quick to give the free kick in the direction of Bournemouth. 25 gone, 0-0. talkSPORT live at the Emirates Stadium. talkSPORT 2 comes from Portman Road this lunchtime, where they are expecting a celebratory atmosphere at full time. Ian Danter and Dean Ash. I wonder if Dean Ash is going to get involved in that. He'll get his hood up and get out of there quickly, I think. As a former Norwich player, they expect to be in the playoffs. Although I did bump into a Norwich fan before the game. He was pretty comfortable about it. I said, well, you never know, it could be a 7-goal swing. Don't talk it up, they said. Don't talk it up. It could happen. I think they'll be all right. Ball down the right side. West Brom, the others, trying to make sure they remain in the playoff places in the Championship today. It's been already a thrilling season. Looks like a thrilling conclusion. The playoff semi-finals and final live on talkSPORT, only on talkSPORT. Next Sunday we've got a mammoth show, including 2 semi-finals from the EFL playoffs, which I must admit I'm very much looking forward to. Here's Cook, back to the centre, and Zabani via Senesi. They come forward here, Bournemouth, up into the middle of their own half. Arsenal, who have had several opportunities to open the scoring here, block shots and saves by Travers, which have ultimately not gone in, and that's why we're still goalless. Here's Rice, though. Another swashbuckling run by the England man. Again, his arms by his side, his chest puffed out as he strides towards the edge of the box. He feeds Trossard, whose ball is inaccurate to Erdegaard, but Bournemouth conspire to give it back to him anyway. Partey takes over, quick feet. Rice again. And Arsenal keep the pressure on inside opposition territory. 27 gone, Erdegaard manipulates the ball out to his near side, and outside of the left foot ball that finds Saka. Saka infield to Partey, bit of room to get the shot away, takes a step, then does shoot, saved down low by Travers and put behind by Adam Smith, and it's out for a corner.
I find it really difficult to quantify Bournemouth's performance, really. They've been absolutely battered, and the stats are so against them. It's quite incredible when they just seem to be rolling along and rolling their luck. It's one of those games, Sam, that if Arsenal get one, you can see them getting 5. But they've got to get one first.
Well, Arsenal often fast starters, and they've certainly made a fast start here. They get on top of you quickly, they want to set their stall out. They will want to, they have seen actually crisper passing, cleaner passing than last week's North London derby already in this game. But their weapon across North London was from set pieces, and Declan Rice is preparing this corner from the far side, the left, in towards the near post. It's away by Christie, loops on the edge of the penalty area but comes back to Erdegaard. Gabriel is in an advanced position on this right side. Christie is tenaciously chasing him, and then he wants a free kick there, Gabriel. The linesman on this near side did not give it, but Gabriel stopped as if he should just have one, and David Coote gave him it.
Well, modern day football, that is, you know, I'll referee the game. That is the mentality of players. Yes, there was a slight tug on him, but well, there you go. Technically, it was a foul, probably.
But what happened to play to the whistle?
He's got his own.
That'll be the next thing, you know. Hang on. Saka to take the free kick from the right-hand side. Bournemouth have won their last 2 games to 0. And they were a real handful in the first half against Brighton, but then Brighton had a lot of the possession in the second half. It's been all Arsenal in this first 29 minutes here. Saka to take the free kick down the right side of the area, left-footed ball deep towards the far post, which is over the top of Travers' head. He'll allow that to go beyond him, and it's out for a goal kick away to our right-hand side. The clouds come over as we go into the second quarter of the game. And 1 or 2 of the restless Arsenal fans decide that now's the time to go in search of some refreshment from the concession stands behind us here in the lower tier of the Emirates Stadium. Erdegaard, he's all over Senesi like a rash and almost emerged with the ball. Senesi struggling to get it clear, kicks it against David Coote. And the referee has to blow the whistle and give an uncontested drop ball. And Senesi, I think, is delighted with that because he was being hounded by the Norwegian.
Yeah, he certainly was. I mean, Bournemouth are playing out from the back with a real air of composure about them. But I'm not convinced at the moment by what they're doing, I've got to say.
Ball cleared by Bournemouth up towards Cliver, who hasn't got into the game since the early part of the match. In fact, none of their forwards have really. And Saka is putting pressure on Ouattara, who's going back to his own goal in the left full-back position. Goal for Stoke. Stoke 1, Bristol City 0. Inconsequential, really, as is the goal at the New York Stadium in Rotherham, where Rotherham have taken the lead against Cardiff. This is not inconsequential, though. Wes Burns for Ipswich Town has scored for Kieran McKenna's team. The Tractor Boys 1-0 up against Huddersfield, and that will mean a return, if it stays like that, to the Premier League for the first time since 2002. Here is Cliver on this near side, on to Ouattara, who shrugs off White, twists him, then goes back the other way, moves to the edge of the box. Solanke with clean feet, back to Ouattara. Plays the ball out to Adam Smith, far side the right, and now a chance for Semenyo to attack. He tries to fend off the advances of Trossard, comes centrally, but Arsenal defend really well, get them behind the ball, get into their shape, and that stops really any progression from Bournemouth and any threat to the Arsenal goal.
Yeah, Bournemouth just playing like a team that have got nothing to win, nothing to lose, really, aren't they? Just out there enjoying their football.
It's kind of true, really, isn't it?
Well, that's exactly where they're at.
Yeah. I don't think they're going to get European football, mainly because Chelsea play West Ham and Manchester United play Newcastle. That's one of the reasons. There are only a couple of games left for Bournemouth after today. Saliba steps in front of Cliver. A chance to counter-attack now. Saka plays it against Alex Scott, who wants to stop that from going out for a throw-in and does successfully do that. Andoni Iraola just trying to calm him down on the near touchline. Goes back to Senesi. And Arsenal, who have had so many opportunities, will keep looking up at that scoreboard and hope that they can get back on the front foot again. Arsenal just having to defend for the first time in the game, really, and are spending a small period without possession of the football for the first time in the game.
Yeah, it's almost as though they've not actually had to defend, they just haven't got the ball. Because I don't really think that Bournemouth are looking to go anywhere, just running the clock down, almost how it looks.
Well, Gabriel's won it back on. He had more time than he realised there, and he turned and just swiped it out towards the near side, and that was a little bit ungainly. And as a result, there was a few groans and grisly moments from some of the fans down in front of us. I was speaking to an Arsenal fan who came up to me a little bit earlier, wanted to chat about their season, and he actually was sort of being quite positive about it, really. And I said to him, when I was asked who I would vote for Manager of the Year, and I said probably Arteta, because I think the achievement of bringing the team back and being better this year, despite the setback they had last year, I think it's pretty impressive. Bearing in mind last season, they were only expected to get into the top 4 and took Manchester City to task, and now they've done it again. I think that's impressive, really.
Well, what if I said to you that Pep's going to win the double this year, having won all 3 last year? That's just as impressive when you've won everything. To go again and win everything again.
I think the difference is one you expect, one you don't. But you are right. I will bow to the fact that being a champion for the 4th time in 4 seasons would be not only historic, but an incredible thing to do.
It will be amazing. It really would. But listen, what do we know? We've just got opinions.
We don't listen. That's okay. We can discuss it. That's what we're here for. That's what we're here for. 12 minutes ago before half-time, and it's still 0-0. And it's talkSPORT with Super 6 to predict 6 correct scores from this weekend's action. You could win £250,000 without spending a penny. 18 plus terms and conditions apply. One back by White, right side of the Arsenal half. Havertz pushes it forward to Ødegaard, who gets away from Scott, pokes it into the left channel inside the box now. Arsenal on the attack here with Declan Rice, and now Tomiyasu. Declan Rice has got it back again, and Bournemouth now sprung into a shape, trying to repel this Arsenal attack, and they've defended really well here. Andoni Iraola's side, who have kept a couple of clean sheets recently. And they're always quite willing to surrender a bit of possession, Bournemouth. They did that last week, then they try and hit you on the counter-attack every now and again. They haven't done that with any success so far, but they have managed to keep Arsenal somehow at bay. 34 minutes on the clock. Trossard picks it up, goes backwards, then forwards, then swirls away from Solanke's pressure. Partey takes it in the middle of the Bournemouth half, and now Saliba comes forward. He, in turn, fends the ball out to the right-hand side, just feeds Saka. Saka gets it from White after giving it to him briefly. Runs towards the edge of the 18-yard box, left by Trossard. The return from Ødegaard didn't quite come through. Saka's effort then balloons into the air, and it'll be caught by Travers.
And once again, Arsenal just having all the ball in and around the box. We're looking for that little threaded pass, bisecting the back line. On that occasion, Bournemouth shut all the doors available to Arsenal.
Goal for Middlesbrough, Borough 1, Watford 0. Goal for Sheffield Wednesday, which is massive, massive news for Wednesday. Liam Palmer has scored the goal. As a result of that, Wednesday will be staying in the Championship. Promoted by the playoffs last year, they will be staying in the Championship. Ipswich promoted as it stands, 5 points clear of Leeds at this moment in time. Leeds, Southampton, Norwich and West Brom in the playoffs in the Championship, and Birmingham, Huddersfield and Rotherham will be going down. Goal for QPR in their game today. Not that it actually really matters in the context of the ups and downs, but they are in front. Here is Gabriel over on the left-hand side. 0-0 the score in the Premier League as Arsenal look to take a 4-point lead over Manchester City. But in order to do that, they have to win here. They've had the chances to have won 2 games, Stuart Pearce, already, and we've only played 35 minutes.
I've got to say, Sam, I've been a little bit disappointed with Bournemouth. I thought they were going to come out the blocks and be a real threat and whatever. And I don't know, they're almost playing in second gear. And Arsenal have absolutely dominated the game, dominated the stats. But Bournemouth have managed to get blocks and dealt with any dangers, really.
Saliba feeds Ødegaard. In turn, he nudges the ball out wide right towards Bukayo Saka. Then on to Ødegaard inside the area. Saka back to Ødegaard. Lovely little flick round the corner. Gets to the byline, faced up by Ouattara. And then back to Ben White, who timed his run well into Saka. Fends it through the box and it comes off somehow. It hit his standing foot, goes behind. Eventually, the linesman has put his flag up on his near side, which I think we all thought was probably coming after Ben White made that dart towards the byline. But it just took a little bit of time.
This is the most obvious offside I think I've ever seen, and the linesman, everyone was sat there going, well, come on, put your flag up, for goodness sake. I think even the Arsenal players stopped playing.
I think they might have used slightly more colourful language, Stuart, than that. Away by Travers from the goal kick. Bournemouth, who had a really tough start to the season, and a lot was made of Irola's record against the big teams when he was in Spain. Bournemouth actually have only taken 1 point from their 9 top-flight fixtures against teams in the top 5 this season. That came in a 2-2 draw against Aston Villa. Here's Ødegaard, ball delivered to Havertz, back post, heads it down, here's Rice! Oh, he's missed the target. Well, it was almost a little bit like a classic centre-forward play from Havertz. He won the header, nodded it down, and Rice, like a well-timed number 8 running into the box, got on the end of it, but he flashed his shot beyond the far post, missing the target. It's a great opportunity, and it's only just a millimetre or so away from the left-hand upright from Declan Rice.
Well, all I can say, Sam, is you don't get much for 105 million these days. I cannot believe he's missed the target there. That's incredible. Great setup.
Here's Ødegaard, played over the top after they've given the ball away. Bournemouth playing out from the back, but he couldn't turn away from Ouattara, who gets something on the ball and then manages to clear the halfway. Solanke loses out to Partey. The ball's loose inside the Bournemouth half. Ødegaard's got it back and so have Arsenal. 7 minutes to go before half-time. Oh, Deck was your mate.
Exactly, that's why I have to give him pointers like that, sharpen his focus. Push the bar up.
Partey, bit of space, decided to work it wide towards Tomiyasu, out to the left-hand edge of the penalty area, collected by Gabriel, then Saliba via Partey, out wide to Ødegaard, right side for Arsenal, on the attack, a left-footed ball, Rice is coming underneath it, Travers does brilliantly, comes out, and with the inside of his right forearm, manages just to get there ahead of Declan Rice, and push the ball away to safety. Rice clatters into him, free kick to Bournemouth, away to our right-hand side. Arsenal 0, Bournemouth 0. talkSPORT with Now. Don't forget that with Now you can stream all the Sky Sports action like Manchester City versus Wolves live today, no contract, with a Now membership. Search Now Sports. Goal for Southampton, Leeds 1, Southampton 2. Will Smallbone with the goal. Homegrown Southampton talent. It means that Leeds falling further off the pace. Ipswich are going to be promoted.
Yeah, it's a great ball in just sent by Ødegaard, I've got to say. And Declan coming in, Travers has come out full stretch, Superman-esque, and got a really good punch on it.
Everton 2, Tottenham 2 in the WSL, a battle of the mid-table games today in the WSL. The action happens tomorrow live on talkSPORT 2. We've got a great coverage of the WSL tomorrow in key games. Here the ball is on the edge of the penalty area. 2 key games actually. Saka out towards the right. Havertz takes it on into the area. Sets it back for Ødegaard. Poor ball. Cut out by Lewis Cook, who was there to help defend. Kluivert wriggling out of a tight gap. Cook now back into Kluivert, who moves up the pitch for Bournemouth, skips away from Partey with ease, plays it infield, can't quite get it into Solanke. It was pulled back for a foul there. I'm entirely sure there was a foul there, and they were coming forward, but anyway, the free kick has been given to Bournemouth.
I've got to say, Sam, I'm finding this game really difficult to quantify on who's doing well and who isn't, because Bournemouth are nice and relaxed and composed, and, you know, it's, oh, we've got nothing on the game, and, you know, if we concede, that sort of blasé mentality. And Arsenal have almost dropped to their level slightly because they haven't scored.
Ødegaard taking it down and feeding Partey, who was adjudged to have made a foul there. I just didn't think it was. I just thought he got away from him, and once he got away from him, that was it. Play on. The referee played the advantage. Just get on with it. And stop the game. And now Ødegaard is spearheaded of Havertz. Havertz round the goalkeeper. The goalkeeper's brought him down. Penalty. Well, Arsenal may well have needed a helping hand to breach the target. They may well have just got it from Mark Travers, who's pleading his innocence. Havertz was fed by Ødegaard. He went round the goalkeeper. The goalkeeper came out. There was some sort of contact, according to David Coote, and the penalty was given. Havertz got first contact, went round the goalkeeper. His trailing foot catches the leg of Travers. What will the VAR make of that? Stuart Pearce.
Well, you know and I know that Havertz has left his trailing foot there and probably more so skimmed it over the goalkeeper. In all honesty, if you're going to outlaw players going down cheaply, you don't give this as a penalty. But they will. They'll say that there was contact. Who initiated the contact, you tell me.
Well, Peter Banks is the VAR official who is looking at it, and it has gone to a check to see whether or not it is a penalty. Having gone past the goalkeeper there, Havertz, if he stays on his feet,
I wouldn't give that if I was a referee.
Can put the ball in the net. Why has he felt the necessity to go down in that circumstance?
Because he wanted a penalty. End of.
But he could have scored a goal.
Maybe. He's going wide of the target, recovering defender just behind the goalie. He would have done well to finish that off. You know and I know, as soon as he flicked it past the goalie, he's looking to go down cheaply, and that's exactly what he did.
Well, there was contact. So, I think...
By who? Where is the statement?
Yeah, that's the big question. It's who engenders the contact. And we've seen that. I mean, there was a Jota penalty a bit like that. There was a Salah penalty a bit like that earlier in the season, where there's a confusion over who the contact was engendered by. But I think they're going to give it here.
Yeah, I do as well. They'll hide behind that clear and obvious scenario, you know. Personally, if I
don't think it's a penalty. I actually don't think it's a penalty, but I think they are going to give it as a penalty.
If I was in the VAR booth, I'd say to the referee, go and have a look for yourself.
Well, Havertz just thinks that the penalty's been ruled out. It hasn't. He's just gone crackers. Can't believe that it hasn't been given. It has now definitely been given. And Bukayo Saka, who has taken 9 penalties this season and scored 8 of them, is going to have the opportunity to get his 20th goal of the season and put Arsenal into a lead here. He's placed it down on the penalty spot. Mark Travers, who was adjudged to have fouled Kai Havertz after a lengthy VAR review, stands in the goal at the clock end. It's Saka to take it against Travers for 1-0 to the Arsenal. He takes 3 strides back, looks up, waits, takes a deep breath. This could be crucial for Arsenal and their continuing title hopes. Now he stutters, he runs up and slips it into the far corner, beautifully, elegantly, and with calmness and composure. And Bukayo Saka, Arsenal's star boy, hits his 20th goal of the season, and Arsenal hit the front. It's Arsenal 1, Bournemouth 0.
Yeah, I think at this stage you would probably turn around and say, with Arsenal's pressure, efforts at goal, all of those type of things, they deserve the lead. It could be one of those games where the floodgates could open now. I think Bournemouth have only been in second gear, composed, and they've been fortunate not to concede earlier than this. Just some good defending, but as it stands at the moment, crucial time to score.
Yeah, just before half-time, Arsenal lead by 1-0. Bukayo Saka with his 20th goal of the campaign. The score is Arsenal 1, Bournemouth 0. On talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Enterprise has 450 branches with all the vehicles your business needs. In the Championship, Wednesday, double their lead. Sunderland 0, Sheffield Wednesday 2. They're going to stay up Sheffield Wednesday under Brighton right now. Goal for Cardiff. Rotherham 1, Danny Roll, sorry, I've got the Huddersfield who've got Brighton right here, isn't it? Goal for Cardiff, Rotherham 1, Cardiff 1. Goal for Plymouth, Joe Edwards with the goal. Plymouth 1, Hull 0. Bad news for Hull, trying to sneak into the playoffs on the final day. And Coventry 0, QPR 1, that's the latest scoreline. You're up to date in the Championship. At the moment, Ipswich are going up, 5 points clear of Leeds, Southampton, Norwich and West Brom in the playoffs, and Birmingham, Huddersfield and Rotherham all going down to League 1. Arsenal going 4 points clear at the top of the table. 4 minutes of added time at the end of the first half. It's 1-0 to the Arsenal.
Yeah, it is, and that would put the Arsenal minds at rest slightly. As I say, they've had all the play, all the efforts, but not really threatened to sort of score as such, I don't think. But they've got...
Well, the goalkeeper's had to make a couple of saves, hasn't he?
Yeah, pretty straightforward. But they've got in behind the Bournemouth back line too easily, haven't they, Sam? Probably 3 or 4 times at least, and one of those was for the penalty.
I think they deserve their lead. I don't think there's much doubt about that. But I think that first 25 minutes was like blitzkrieg, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
And then, obviously, you're not going to be able to sustain that for 45 minutes. Bournemouth came into it for about 2 or 3 minutes where they dominated possession for a little while. And then Arsenal found a way through, and that's where they are now. They're in command of the game, and they know that if it stays like this, the pressure goes on Manchester City at 5:30 when they take on Wolverhampton Wanderers. It the temerity to beat Manchester City earlier in the season. Ball down the right-hand side. Driver is fouled. It's going to be a free kick to Bournemouth. All of a sudden the noise levels inside the Emirates Stadium go up. There's a bit more of a party atmosphere. Scarves being twirled above heads. And I think the Arsenal fans are certainly enjoying their season, aren't they? I mean, quite rightly too.
I think you've got, oh, the brand of football's been good, the results have been good, why wouldn't you?
All sent back by Tabani with a degree of keenness that I'm not sure that Mark Travers was particularly fond of. He dealt with it, the Bournemouth goalkeeper, and then cleared it to the halfway line. This is talkSPORT. Here on the left-hand side is Ouattara. Ouattara trying to nudge it forward. And it's cut out by Partey and put towards his near side. 1 minute still to go of added time at the end of the first half. Saliba takes it down and then tries to turn it back infield. Gives it to Gabriel. They'll build from the back here. I think Mikel Arteta will be pretty pleased with the way they stuck at their task here. And Havertz again involved in the goal. And, you know, a lot of people were talking about him today in the build-up to the game. And he certainly proved his worth over the course of the last few months of the season.
Well, it's really good movement to induce a penalty from the goalkeeper, there's no doubt about that, and there was one just before that, wasn't there, when he got his shot away. Yes. So great movement in behind, into that sort of inside left channel.
Yeah, whether you think it was a penalty or not is a different matter, but his movement in the build-up to it was very good. 1-0 to Arsenal. Cook's got the ball back after Odegaard couldn't escape from the midpoint of his own half. It goes wide to Adam Smith, right side, and then Semenyo takes it on. He's an inch or so in from the left touchline, and now it's with Adam Smith once again, and that's the end of the first 45 minutes, and the goal coming just before the break from Bukayo Saka, his 20th of the season, yet another penalty for him, and it was very well taken. Mark Travers, the judge, to have brought down Kai Havertz, and after a VAR review, which divided opinion, it must be said, Arsenal have the front. They are going for the title, and even if they don't win it, they would have given it absolutely everything. They're heading 4 points clear for now, thanks to Saka's goal. At the break, Arsenal lead by 0-0.
Stan Musgrave, thank you very much indeed. Yes, it was a dominant display from Arsenal. The majority of the possession, majority of the shots, on target as well. Bournemouth really failed to lay a glove, but Arsenal failed to take the early advantage at Stewart. It's a good job they got the penalty, but should it have been one?
For me, no. I think if you're going to outlaw sort of diving of players, which obviously has gone out the window now since the first month of the season, clever forward play, he's gone past the goalkeeper, he's left his trailing leg and induced some contact. For me, it wouldn't be a penalty. I would have probably sent the goalkeeper, the referee over at the screen to have another look at it, but
by the letter of the law...
What is the letter of the law?
What is the letter of the law?
Who kicked who? I just don't know who kicked who.
Yeah.
So, the bottom line is, you've seen them given. Was it a clear and obvious error? Probably not. They can hide behind the wording of that. It's a penalty. The amount of pressure that he had that's built up and built up and built up, that you could see a goal coming in the second half. It's one of those games, could end up 4 or 5-0.
Yeah. Why do you think Arsenal couldn't make the most of the early dominance? Do you think, was it nerves? Do you think that's coming into it now?
Well, listen, what more could they do, we would say? They missed some chances, and when I say they missed some chances, it was really good defending and blocking. Last gasp, full stretch, defenders getting legs in the way and stuff like that. If one of those skims off someone and goes in early doors, you know, the scoreline could be a little bit heavier against Bournemouth.
Bukayo Saka now with 16 Premier League goals. He's joined 7th in the stats alongside Jarrod Bowen, Phil Foden and Heung-min Son. Not bad company to keep, but it is the star boy Bukayo Saka who has given Arsenal the lead here at half-time at the Emirates against Bournemouth. They are 4 points clear at the top of the Premier League as things stand, so it's a huge 45 minutes coming up because they will want to keep that lead. But Bournemouth might have a say. One of the teams has been in form so far this season. That's coming up after this.
Game day exclusive on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Enterprise has vans of all shapes and sizes. So if you've got a plan, we've got a van.
Uno is now available in McDonald's Happy Meal. So let's see who can shout Uno first.
Bring it on.
Yes, Uno. No, a wild card. Right, yes, back in the game. Yes, draw one card. Ah!
Uno. Better luck next time.
Have fun with your Uno cards. Does that one count?
Nope.
Oh. Some fun, some food. It's all inside this Happy Meal. Until 7th of May, 7 a.m. Includes one selected book or toy. Uno range comprises toys only, while stocks last.
We all fantasize about our perfect home. Sipping a morning coffee out on the terrace. Good morning, Mr. Squirrel.
Morning.
The kids building a treehouse in the garden.
I'm living my perfect childhood.
But come on, this isn't real. Listen, if you're serious about making your fantasy a reality, find out what your home is worth instantly with a free online valuation estimate. Get real about moving. Get on the market. Most common time to obtain an online quote between 1st of June 2022 and 30th of September 2022 is under 3 minutes. Excludes Northern Ireland.
There will be 14 minutes of extra time.
With Betfair's 90-minute payout, you don't have to wait for the final whistle to celebrate, because your winning bet will be paid out in full at 90 minutes. Betfair.
Applies to match odds 90 market or markets with a 90 icon. Sportsbook exclusive. Terms and conditions apply. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
When the kids eat us out of house and home, we just eat groceries from Sainsbury's.
Yeah, shopping's here. Give me on.
When do they leave home?
Get Sainsbury's, Asda and Co-op delivered for free. For groceries and everything else.
Did somebody say just please?
Participating stores, a minimum spend applies. Other charges apply. Subject to availability. See justeat.co.uk for details.
Hope there won't be any VAR delays today. Heard that rumour about their striker. Can't wait to see what the pundits make of that booking. Looking forward to the match report on this one. When it comes to football, never miss a story. Get the best news, opinion, interviews and gossip at thesun.co.uk. For the football lowdown every day, it's thesun.co.uk.
The Screwfix Bank Holiday event is now on. Make the most of the extra day off with unmissable deals. Like £30 off the Mountfield self-propelled petrol lawnmower. Now just £249.99. And save £10 on the DeWalt T-Stack tool storage system. Now only £19.99. Shop Bank Holiday deals now. On the app at screwfix.com or in-store. Delivery fees may apply. Prices valid until May 6. Subject to availability. See screwfix.com for full season season.
Game day exclusive on talkSPORT 2 with Now. Stream all the Sky Sports action like Man City vs Wolves live today, contract free with a Now Sports membership. Search Now Sports, 18 plus, stream our internet, terms apply.
It's football to the max.
Game day exclusive
On talkSPORT.
You are listening to Game Day Exclusive with me, Reshman Chowdhury, on talkSPORT live from the Emirates. It's currently half-time here. It is Arsenal 1, Bournemouth 0 as it stands. Arsenal 4 points clear at the top of the Premier League. Bukayo Saka with a penalty. Over on talkSPORT 2, you will know that things are hotting up in the Sky Bet Championship, where it's also half-time. As it stands, Ipswich are going up. They'll be in the Premier League next season. As things stand, for the first time since 2002, they currently lead Huddersfield by a 0-0 at Portman Road. Leeds, as it stands, are finishing third because they're trailing at Southampton by 2-1 at home at Ellen Road. West Brom currently goalless with Preston. Norwich goalless against Birmingham as well. So as it stands, they are also joining Leeds and Southampton in the playoff spots. Birmingham, meanwhile, though, will be going down as things stand. Plymouth lead Hull by a 0-0. Sheffield Wednesday are leading 2-0 at Sunderland. Blackburn are currently goalless at champions Leicester. The point will also be enough to keep them safe. Elsewhere in the Sky Bet Championship, it's Coventry 0, QPR 2, Middlesbrough 1, Watford 0, Stoke 3, Bristol City 0, Rotherham 2, Cardiff 1, Swansea 0, Millwall 0. So plenty going on in the Championship. It is, of course, the last day of the season, so go straight over to talkSPORT 2 if you want to keep up with all the goings on there, and there are plenty. But stay with us here on talkSPORT if you want to know all that's going on in the Premier League. And at Turf Moor for Game Day Live for us today is Adrian Durham. It's Burnley against Newcastle United. Adrian, this is an interesting one. Burnley, you know, you've always talked about how they've sort of hit a bit of form towards the end, or they've, you know, strung some good results together. Too little, too late with Newcastle in town, or not?
No, I don't think so. And given Newcastle's away record, they've lost 10 away games. That's as many as Burnley. So their away record is shocking. Burnley are in a bit of form. 1 defeat in 8. They probably should have won at Man United last weekend. They got a draw. And I think this game is crucial in terms of mentality. If they can beat Newcastle, it'll give them the strength to go on. They could possibly be out of the bottom 3 as well, depending on what happens with Forest. So I think it's a big afternoon for Burnley. But they're playing some really good stuff. If they cut out stupid mistakes like Sander Berge giving the ball away for goal last weekend, then they've got every chance of winning this, given Newcastle's shocking away record. But yeah, I think this is a big one. Yeah, there's not many 3 o'clock kickoffs this afternoon, but this is huge for Burnley. I think this is, they want to make a statement this afternoon by winning this and saying, yeah, we are serious about getting out of trouble.
Yeah, and that's the thing, isn't it? It really could go down to the wire. And with Luton not winning yesterday, Nottingham Forest have the advantage now.
Yeah, they do, and it's up to them to take that advantage. However, their form isn't good. It's a weird one, Forest, because I think they've got some really good players. I don't think they should be in the position they're in. I know there's been the points deductions, but I just think that they should be safe by now with the players that they've got. But they may well make it. Luton keep on battling, keep on scoring goals as well. So I think it's a fascinating battle down at the bottom. We know the Blades have gone and they're Nottingham Forest opponents today, so we'll see what happens. I must say something about the penalty, though. Honestly, I think Stuart Pearce has absolutely nailed it. Forget the letter of the law. What's common sense say? That's all we have to do. What does common sense say? And here's the thing. Fans don't like VAR. So what can VAR do? Something to help the game? Yes, we'll try to eradicate diving. That was a simple decision. Use your brains, use your eyes, use your common sense. And that is not a penalty. But Arsenal deserve to be in front, though. They've dominated.
They deserve to be in front, but I echo that because we were watching the replays over and over on the screens, and it doesn't make any sense. It's pretty obvious that he's left his leg trailing, and
he slides his foot along the ground to make sure there's contact. I mean, anybody, I haven't played the football to any level, but I've watched a lot of football, and anybody who's just watched, taken an interest in the game can see that's a dive. So I don't get what VAR sees that we're not seeing.
Yeah, but as you say, Arsenal, with or without the penalty, they do deserve the lead. They didn't get it without the penalty, but they do certainly deserve the lead. And the last one you're watching at 3 o'clock, Brentford against Fulham. And Brentford, you know, were in danger of being pulled into this relegation battle. They are safe now. And Fulham, with this indifferent form, it's hard to know which Fulham are going to turn up.
Isn't it? Yeah, 1 win in 6 for them. And you're absolutely spot on with them. They are some way above Brentford, who've had, by their standards, a disappointing season. Obviously, they'll look at Ivan Toney being out for half the season as a reason why they were so far down, and they're 16th in the table at the moment. But we forget as well that this is a local derby, just 4.5 miles between the two clubs. And I know that Thomas Frank took great joy and pleasure in beating Fulham last season. I can remember his press conference afterwards. So I think that in itself, there's nothing riding on it other than local pride, but that in itself will make it a fantastic and competitive game, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. I've just got to update here. There's been a late goal at the end of the first half in the Championship. West Brom lead Preston by a goal to nil, so they're comfortably going to be making the playoffs as it stands, especially because Hull City are losing at Plymouth. How good is this Championship race, Adrian?
Oh, it's brilliant.
It's just unreal, isn't it?
And even when this end of a regular season is done, you've got the playoffs as well. I think as it stands, it's going to be West Brom, Southampton and Norwich Leeds in the playoffs as things stand, but another 45 minutes to go. But that Ipswich story is something else. They'll make a film about that one day.
They really should. They need Amazon Prime on that, don't they? Out of the 4 that go on to the playoffs, or the ones that are looking like going through to the playoffs, who's your pick?
Southampton. I think that he's meticulous, Russell Martin, and he will plan for opposition and games and situations in games to the very finest detail. And I think they'll ease it off a little bit. It'll get them back intense, ready for the playoffs. And I do fancy Southampton to win the playoffs, but listen, my history with playoffs supporting my club tells you.
We don't want to go there, Adrian. Anything can happen. That is absolutely the case. Adrian, great to talk to you as always. Thank you. Enjoy Game Day Live. Adrian's going to be here from 2:30 or following the conclusion of this game at the Emirates. But before the second half, we're going to continue to look ahead to today's Premier League action with Super 6.
The talkSPORT Match Predictor with Super 6. Play for free. Predict 6 correct scores for the chance to win £250,000. Get your entries in by 3 p.m. today with Super 6. 18 plus terms and conditions apply.
Yeah, we're going to discuss the games featured within Super 6. It's a free-to-play football game. You can win huge jackpots for your own knowledge. You just simply predict 6 correct scores to win. Yeah, it sounds simple. This week their jackpot is £250,000, and if you don't manage to get 6 correct scores, there are more ways to win. A guaranteed 5k is up for grabs every single round. Stu, we're going to quickly run through the final 3 games on our list. We're going to start where Adrian is, actually, Turf Moor. Burnley hosting Newcastle United at 3 p.m. today. He's fancying Burnley to turn it on at home. What do you think?
Well, it's one of these games they need to win, and I honestly think they probably won't. I'm going for a 1-1.
Going for a 1-1. Okay, over 700,000 Super 6 players are backing Newcastle to claim all 3 points at Turf Moor. Meanwhile, at 3 o'clock today, Brentford against Fulham. The West London derby. What's your Super 6 prediction for that one?
Another one here. Both teams not on great form, but I think there'll be goals in it, and I've gone for a 2-2, Resh.
A 2-2, okay. Brentford were unbeaten in 5 before defeat to Everton last weekend, but over 450,000 Super 6 players are expecting them to bounce back with a win over Fulham. So that's going against your prediction. Finally, though, at 5:30 this evening, your old club, Manchester City, up against Wolves. Really vital one for Manchester City, of course. They need to win all their 4 remaining games. Do they?
I think so. I think they'll keep a clean sheet and win the game, do enough to win the game. So I've gone for a 2-0.
A 2-0 in this one. Okay, well, over 900,000 Super 6 players are expecting no slip-ups from Manchester City as they welcome Wolves to the Etihad. That's all thanks to Super 6. Thank you, Stu. Don't forget, Super 6 has set up its very own talkSPORT League. You can sign up on the Super 6 website or app using the code TALKS6. That is TALKS6. And you can also win £100 for topping the league every single round. Remember, to get your predictions in, you've got about an hour and a half. You've got to get them in by 3 p.m. today. 18+ terms and conditions apply.
The talkSPORT Match Predictor with Super 6. Play for free. Predict 6 correct scores for the chance to win £250,000. Get your entries in by 3 p.m. today with Super 6. 18+ terms and conditions apply.
Well, here at the Emirates, we're getting ready for the second half. Mikel Arteta is taking a seat. Arsenal were out on the pitch very, very early. They're all currently in a huddle. The subs are also warming up, and the pitch inspections have gone on a little bit longer. They're only just coming off the pitch as Bournemouth come on for this second half. They've switched ends, of course. Bournemouth now to our left, Arsenal directly in front of us to the right of the halfway line. And as we gear up for this second half, I'm going to hand you back to your commentary team, because it's a big second half for Arsenal. They're going to have to hold their nerve and see if Bournemouth can come back and do something in the second half. Produce a little bit more from them that we were expecting. We thought this game might be a banana skin. Let's see if it lives up to that. 45 minutes to go, and a huge 45 minutes for Mikel Arteta and this Arsenal side, who are chasing that Premier League title. Time to hand you back to the commentary team as they almost kick off the second half. Stuart Pearce, but first, Matterface.
Well, at half-time, I was investigating the incident with Bukayo Saka and why he was so upset during that collision on halfway. Having reviewed the footage and looked at some of the images, Stuart Pearce, I can understand why he was so upset. VAR did check Brian Christie's challenge on halfway on Bukayo Saka, which does appear to see him leave a straight foot with studs on the shin of the Arsenal man who scored the opening goal. But the challenge was reckless but not dangerous, and therefore not a red card.
Well, as I say, the still that we looked at certainly at half-time looked pretty bad, and obviously left a fair scar on Saka's shin. So it wasn't the prettiest of challenges, that is for sure.
Not the prettiest of challenges, that must be said. We'll see what happens in the aftermath of that, whether or not there's any PGMOL discussion. I know that Arsenal contacted the PGMOL earlier in the season to sort of ask about protection for some of their players and why they felt that they weren't getting enough of it. I think that would have been enhanced by Bukayo Saka's leg. He has got like a cut on his shin as a result of that. Anyway, we're underway at the start of the second half. Bournemouth shooting from left to right towards the clock end in those black and yellow half jerseys, attacking the goal away to our right. Might be navy, actually. Semenyo has got hold of it. Christie bends it into the box. It's over the top of the onrushing Kluivert, and will scoop behind and away for a goal kick away to our right-hand side. And it remains 1-0 to the Arsenal. And Arsenal, who've got Raya in goal, White, Saliba, Gabriel, Tomiyasu as the back four, Ødegaard, Partey and Rice in midfield, Saka, Havertz and Trossard going forward. And then Bournemouth, who have Travers in goal, Smith, Senesi, Zabarnyi and Ouattara, Semenyo, Christie, Cook and Cliver, with Scott playing just behind Solanke in attack. And Raya will kick under pressure from Solanke, high upfield, trying to beat the press and look for Havertz. Havertz, who won the penalty. I think if you're a neutral, there was a little bit of discussion about whether or not it might have been a little bit soft. But if you are an Arsenal fan, and Perry Groves is an Arsenal fan, he came bounding up to me at half-time and said, "Can't believe there's any discussion about it. It's definitely a penalty," he said.
Definitely a penalty, and someone should have got sent off in a Bournemouth shirt.
He actually said that as well.
Yeah, he did, didn't he?
Yeah, obviously. But you know, he's not known for being massively into Arsenal, Perry Groves. He'll join us on the Sunday session tomorrow. We've got we give him a bit of a telling off actually tomorrow. More details on that tomorrow, I think. Arsenal's record against Bournemouth pretty dominant. They've won 11 of their last 14 encounters. But they usually score at high-scoring affairs. Arsenal are beaten in 7 of the most recent Premier League meetings as Ipswich go 2-0 in front. And Amari Hutchinson, on loan from Chelsea, and former Arsenal player, has scored the goal, which surely now will seal promotion to the Premier League. They'll be back in the big time, the Tractor Boys, ploughing a furrow to Old Trafford, to the Emirates, to Stamford Bridge, the Etihad Stadium, St James's Park, and it's been a long road back, hasn't it, for Ipswich Town? But good luck to them. They're about to be promoted. 1-0 here to Arsenal. Hope to take a further lead in the Premier League ahead of the 5:30 kickoff. And Rice has won the ball in front of Christie, edge of the area. Havertz gets away. A chance for Saka to shoot. And he had a lot of time, more time than he thought. He hit it first time, it was saved by Travers down low to his left. Maybe he should have done better with that, Bukayo Saka.
Yeah, no, maybe he's about it. He swept his foot at it, where you really got to take a touch and unload more power, or get more power and placement in it. Havertz has gone in the box. I think he's waiting for more contact. Oh, and I tell you what, the room that he had there, he really could have put this game to bed.
He did have a lot of space, didn't he? Semenyo into the penalty area, cleared away by Thomas Partey. And up towards this near touchline. Oh, brilliant from Declan Rice, wrestling for the ball and almost won it back. It spills to Scott, who comes forward, runs into his own teammate Christie. Christie gets it back to Lewis Cook. It could have been 2-0 to Arsenal there. Bukayo Saka had a great chance.
He certainly did. You just look at Declan Rice, when he chases you down, you spend too long on the ball, he hunts you down so quickly.
Here is Senesi winning it back off Havertz into the box, trying to chip the ball towards the goal. Well, almost near side and cleared away. Have a look at that Saka chance again. It was a really good opportunity, and he had so much room inside the box there. It was well won by Rice, given to Havertz. Havertz gave it to Saka. He sort of rushed it. I mean, I'm not going to say the old cliche, acres of space, because I was listening to a podcast this week with Alistair Campbell, and he was saying it's one of the cliches that really irritates him more than anything else, because you can never have acres of space, only a couple of metres, which is true. So we'll get rid of that out of the lexicon. But he did have a lot of space and time.
If you're living sort of agricultural Ipswich and you actually have acres of space.
But it never happens on a football pitch, which is his point.
No.
You know, but listen, we can still use it if you want, if you like it. Okay. You know, we don't have to do as he says. Ball picked up by Ødegaard onto Havertz and then swept out to the near side, and it's collected by Ødegaard again, who turns in field, goes one way, then the other, then pokes it to the left. It's given to Rice. Rice now with a chance to get into the penalty area. Doesn't do so. Tomiyasu gives it back to him. And back down the left side of the area, he looks for more space. And Bournemouth have flexed back into shape without the ball, trying to ensure that Arsenal don't have an easy route to their goal. Here's Thomas Partey, forward to Havertz. Havertz trying to turn, lovely turn, and shoots to the far corner. It's a fingertip saved by Travers, who turns it round the post, and Ouattara stops it from going out for a corner. And then Cook trying to clear, but they're putting the squeeze on them again, Arsenal. And Solanke is fouled eventually by Saliba, and a free kick is given as a respite for Bournemouth away to our left. Good chance.
I think Saliba's inherited bold stroke, Keown stroke, Adams' shirt from him, because you don't see this from centre-halves anymore. Ball played up to the centre-forwards, they normally give him a yard of space. Not him. He gets touch tight, and he is an irritation to play against, I'm sure.
Well, I was with Martin Keown at Stamford Bridge on Thursday for talkSPORT, and we were talking about his career, and he was talking about that, you know, how centre-half, he was a rash. He would not leave you alone. He was all over you. He was horrible to play against. And that was his job. He felt that that was his job. He doesn't think that they do that as much anymore. But certainly Saliba,
he is a throwback. And that's how you should defend. That is the yardstick for good defensive play.
White back to Tomiyasu. Tomiyasu to Gabriel. Flipping it forward up towards Havertz. Havertz takes it beautifully out of the sky. Infield it goes to Trossard. He's firmly a fan favourite now, I think, Kai Havertz. Partey getting away. Erdogan thought he was fouled. Referee has allowed play on. Scott has fed Solanke. Solanke into the area. Saved down low by David Raya, the Golden Glove winner. And he stops a chance for Solanke. They're very unhappy, the Arsenal fans, about the referee not giving a foul on Saka. They've already seen on Odegaard, sorry. They've already seen Saka fouled in the first half, and they thought they should have seen a free kick there.
Yeah, there's a little bit of pirouette in there by Odegaard, and we just saw an example there of what happens if you don't get tight on the centre forward.
Solanke, bit of room inside the area. Partey coming back and making sure that he got something on the ball. You were saying about the defending of Havertz.
Yeah, just saying, there was a great example when you don't get tight to a centre forward, how they bring players into the game.
Odegaard has released the German again. Saka coming into the ball. The challenge comes in from behind. And the referee says that Cook's challenge was a clean one. And they rescue the ball inside their own 18-yard area. Bournemouth have managed to keep Arsenal at bay again. It's only 1-0. It feels like a performance that probably warrants more goals than this for Arsenal.
Well, and the fans around us are desperate for this second goal because it's on a knife edge and they know they can't drop points today.
Well, Bournemouth's only winning the last 15 matches against Arsenal in all competitions. Came at home in January 2018. Callum Wilson and Jordan Ibe turned the game on its head 4 minutes after Hector Bellerin put Arsenal in front. The first meeting of the two came in the League Cup in October 1987. They avoided each other for a very long time. Weird that their first ever meeting was 1987. Arsenal won 3-0 at Highbury. Sir Peregrine Groves was in the team that day. Kevin Richardson, Alan Smith, Michael Thomas, who got the goals. Who were the managers? Do you remember? 1987?
George Graham.
Correct.
Ooh. Here.
Bournemouth.
Yeah. Harry Redknapp.
Correct.
Oh, I've come good.
Well done.
It took all season, but I've come good.
What was the #1 album on that day in October
87. Kylie. Best of.
Fleetwood Mac, Tango in the Night. Here is Alex Scott down the left. It's a very good album, actually. Big Love, Everywhere, Little Lies. Here is Senesi into the area, joining the attack. Now Partey picks it up, sends it forward. It's come out, turned over by Zavagni. Bournemouth have it back down the left-hand side, approaching the area. Cliver goes on the outside of Ben White, then stops the ball, turns it back, decent cross, flicked away from Gabriel, comes to Alex Scott, hits into the ground, bounces up into the arms of David Raya. And there's a gentleman there in a waterproof grey jacket. He's been an Arsenal fan for a while by the looks of the grey hair on his head. Gets up, tries to get the team to calm down, knowing that they're having to ride a little bit of pressure in the last few moments here.
They won't be able to calm down. White stays 1-0, Sam, that is for sure.
Well, they deserve more than that. They haven't got more than that, and that is the source of any anxiety that is inside the stadium. But they're playing well enough to expect to earn a greater victory as the game goes on. Ipswich coming up to join the Premier League as it stands in the Championship on the final day on talkSPORT 2. Here's Rice, edge of the Bournemouth penalty area, sprays it to Erdogan. There's more space on the right for Saka. Saka gets hold of it now. He faces up Ouattara, produces a cross, deep to the far post. Tomiyasu keeps it alive, put behind us away for a corner.
Yeah, I Arsenal just building up. It's a real strange game. I'm just pleased I'm here as a commentator and not as someone who's trying to do a match report to play Bournemouth next week. So I find it really difficult to quantify how good, bad or average they've been today.
By that, you're saying if you were scouting for, I don't know, West Ham, and you're saying this is what we're going to come up against, it will be hard for you to quantify what it is you're going to face.
Exactly that. They look like a team to me that are playing in second gear and playing with, you know, no pressure of a defeat on their shoulders in any way, shape or form. Yeah, it's an interesting one.
Rice to take the corner from the near side, the Arsenal left. It'll be a right-footed ball in towards the near post. It's globbed towards goal. It's headed away, comes back off Gabriel and goes behind and away for a goal kick. There's a series of ricochets there. Gabriel got the final touch. Tomiyasu, I think, got the initial header at the near post, flicked it on. It then went straight off of the head of Gabriel and goes behind and away for a goal kick to Bournemouth away to our left. We're approaching the hour mark. This is talkSPORT. We're around the grounds with Adrian Durham from 2:30 this afternoon. The handful of games in the Premier League. Oh, play on to the referee, and Saka's got it back right side. He's fed Erdegaard into the area. Oh, he's dug it out over the bar.
What exactly went on there? It looked as though Otari just stopped and gave the ball away, didn't it?
Yeah, I think there was a problem over on the far side. He thought the ball had gone out, or they'd stopped the game. He gave it to Saka, and Saka then fed Erdegaard. Erdegaard should have done more with it.
Yeah. Ariola certainly not too happy about it. They look as though they might give the ball away, gift Arsenal a goal by playing out of the back, but they seem comfortable in what they're doing. And Partey's just induced a booking.
Yes, he has. Big goal at St Andrews. Birmingham lead Norwich by a goal to 0. Birmingham 1, Norwich City 0. Now, Birmingham need to win today in order to have any chance of staying in the league. Back to that in just a second. Here's Cliver with an effort into the box, and he has hit that with some venom. It's well wide a goal. But I tell you what, there were a few in this stand that had a little bit of a shake.
You're exactly right there. He's opened his body up to sort of fade it to the far corner, then shut his foot and hits it with venom and pace. But I've got to say, he's missed the near post by a country mile. Is country mile all right? Is that fair? Is that like acres of space, country mile, or no?
We'll have to send him a letter and ask him. Birmingham need to win and hope that Blackburn and Sheffield Wednesday lose, or Plymouth fail to win. But they have got a bit of a tough scenario on their hands because Birmingham are leading, but so are Plymouth at this moment in time. I'm not saying it doesn't help them, but it's going to be more and more difficult for them to stay in the division, even with a victory as a result of that. Blackburn now in a little bit of danger. Should they concede a goal now, there could be a scenario where Birmingham go above them on goal difference. So Birmingham, at this moment in time, are giving themselves a chance, and Blackburn are in danger. They're away at Leicester. They've played an hour. It's 0-0 there, but they have become the most likely to drop into the bottom three at the expense of Birmingham if Birmingham continue to lead in their game against Norwich City. So it's on a knife edge at the bottom of the Championship. Plymouth, too, at this moment in time, are leading by a goal to 0, so things are going well for them against Hull, but there's still half an hour to go in that match as well. I think there's going to be a few changes in that bottom three over the course of the next half an hour. In the playoff positions, Norwich, West Brom, Southampton and Leeds at this moment in time, and Ipswich promoted alongside Leicester City as it stands. Here on talkSPORT, we're concentrating on the Premier League and the title race and hunting down Manchester City's Premier League title, which they won for a third time last year. Arsenal want to grab it, but they need a slip from the citizens, and they can't afford any slips themselves, which is why there is a degree of anxiety because of the scoreline. Ouattara picking it up for Bournemouth, moving to the edge of the Arsenal penalty area. Solanke was manhandled there by Gabriel, who does have a sort of rush of blood to the head every now and again. He made a mistake in the first half, actually, and I think that was an unnecessary sort of grappling and kick out at Solanke, which has gifted them a free kick.
Yeah, it was clumsy more than anything. You've got to inspire him to want to get tight with forwards, which is a good trait, but you've got to make sure he does give free kicks away. It's a good opportunity, and Bournemouth have got literally 9 players around the ball. It's down to 8 now. It'll be interesting to see who takes this.
Oh, I think it'll be Cliver who takes it.
Yeah, looks that way.
But Ouattara has now come across as well, and he's in conversation with Cliver to tell him to go away, so he's walking off again. I don't think that's going to work for him. Cliver lining the ball up about 10 yards outside the penalty area. And there is Ødegaard's acting as the draft excluder behind the 4-man Arsenal wall. It's 5 if you include Partey, who's about half a step to their left-hand side. I think he's going to go for goal here, Cliver. And remember, it's only 1-0 to Arsenal, and a Bournemouth goal would be bad news for the Gunners. A right-footed shot in towards the near post. He hits the stanchion at the back of the goal.
Yeah, probably Cliver suggesting it was closer than it actually was. I think Graham. Yeah, too much loft on that. Not enough dip.
Well, the Arsenal fans want their team to lift it again. And it's jam-packed inside this stadium, dappled with red and white everywhere. A crowd that have been very much behind their team this season, knowing they can continue to push Manchester City just with victory after victory after victory. Occasionally it might feel a little bit tentative because of the lack of goals at one end, which they think they should probably have more of, Arsenal. But they have at this moment in time the advantage. They lead by a goal to 0. Remember, Bournemouth actually always score. Always score. They've scored so often this campaign, not many people stop them from scoring. Only one of their top flight games away from home. In the last 17 have they failed to score, and that was at Everton in October. So there'll always be a threat. Arsenal go to Manchester United. We'll be with them on the Sunday session. It will come from Manchester United next Sunday, as Arsenal look to try and continue their charge towards top spot. We'll also be next Saturday with Manchester City as they go to Fulham, and we'll be at their game away at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Ball over the top, Cliver trying to chase. He had the better of Saliba for a second, and he held up because the ball held up. He's cut back in field, tries to get the shot away, blocked by Partey. Big strong block, and now Arsenal encouraged to come forward. Ødegaard, Christie has a swipe at him. He plays the ball forward looking for Havertz, and despite the proximity of 3 defenders, he still emerges with the ball, Havertz. The German prods it out wide. It's on to Saka, slows the play up and gives it to Ødegaard, who after having rid that challenge has still found Rice. Through the 6-yard box it goes, no one to poke it home. And it trickled almost along the goal line there from Declan Rice's centre. Tomiyasu back to the edge of the area. Gabriel back wide onto Trossard. 65 gone. Ødegaard through the 6-yard box. Savani away. And it's out for this near touchline. And Trossard's going to stop him from going for a throw in. He's going to get a free kick. Because Adam Smith decided that whilst he was trying to stop him from going for a throw in, instead of just letting him have the ball, he decided to bring him down, wrestle him around the neck and drag him to the floor. And then they've taken it quick and it's been put out for a corner.
Yeah, and as I say, the nerves around us are absolutely tangible because Bournemouth have had the odd attack there. Cliver had a good opportunity, got a little bit selfish, I've got to say. 3 runners around him, ignored all of them and tried to get a shot away when it clearly was not.
Arsenal 1, Bournemouth 0, live on talkSPORT in the Premier League this lunchtime. And a corner away to our left-hand side gives Arsenal a chance to cultivate another opportunity. It's Declan Rice, right-footed, delivers the ball. It's in towards the near post. It's not a great delivery, actually, and he's been very good at that over the course of the season. It's easily prodded away. And Bukayo Saka, who scored the only goal of the game so far at the age of 22 years and 242 days, the youngest player to reach 20 goals in a season for Arsenal in all competitions since who in 1986-87.
Wow, 86-87, a youngster you're looking at.
Yeah, under the youngest player to reach 20 goals since 1986-87. So he's going to be younger than 22. This guy was 21 years and 30 days old when he did it.
Just trying to go back.
I always remember him wearing a long sleeve shirt for some reason. I've got him in my mind as a long sleeve shirt.
Out and out centre forward?
Not really, no. Ash brown, floppy hair. Oh, Martin Hayes.
Martin Hayes? I would never have guessed that.
Remember that?
Yeah, I
remember Martin?
Scored that many.
Ball played down the left end for Bournemouth. Good ball by Cook this to send Semenyo down the left-hand side. His ball into the box is cut out by Saliba. Brilliant defending by Saliba, and then he whacks it clear. Excellent work by him. Not controlled well by Zabani. He then gets a second bite at it. But the Cherries unfortunately have lost the ball here, and now Rice has picked it up and gone through the centre circle. Unfortunate for Zabani, not for Declan Rice, and for Tomiyasu who's coming forward. 1-0 to Arsenal. Back when Martin Hayes was playing for the team, 1-0 to the Arsenal was a familiar chant around Highbury.
It certainly was. That was a big scoreline in these parts of the world. You don't feel so comfortable with a 1-0 scoreline nowadays, do they?
You don't feel comfortable with a 3-0 scoreline.
That's a good point. I'll tell you what, the front three for Bournemouth disappointed me a little bit today. They've had a couple of opportunities, not created a great deal for their team, I don't think.
Philip Billing, I think, is about to come on for Bournemouth in just a second to try and spice up that attack, add a little bit more height to proceedings, especially. And Arsenal trying to build another attack down the right-hand side. Dango Ouattara gets the better of Saka, then Saka gets the better of him. It goes out for a throw-in over on the far side. 68 gone, nearly 69, and it's talkSPORT, Saturday afternoon, the home of live football, more football than anybody else. Over the course of the next few hours, we will keep you up to date with everything that happens in the Premier League and beyond. Adrian's very much looking forward to it this afternoon, and we've got all our reporters at the games up and down the country. Havertz picks it up in the middle of the park, pokes it out towards White. White out towards the far side. Sent forward towards Saka. Saka onto Havertz, midway inside Arsenal territory. Ødegaard trying to push it into right edge of the area, takes a touch, gets beyond Smith, gives it to Trossard! There's the second goal, there's the clinching goal. What a ball by Declan Rice into the path of Leandro Trossard, who caresses the ball into the corner, beyond Travers. Arsenal celebrate. David Raya turns and runs to the clock end. He knows that's crucial. That's the clincher. It's 2-0 Arsenal. And Bournemouth, who have never kept a clean sheet against Arsenal, have been punished twice. And the Premier League top scorers in top form today, I think, have finished off the Cherries. It's 2-0.
Yeah, Rice was on to it straight away, and he set up Trossard. Trossard had the simplest of tasks, just to come onto it and guide it into the far corner beyond Travers, and that certainly, there's a few people shooting off to the toilet now, the fans, the Arsenal fans around us, they've been holding it in at 1-0, at 2-0 they can let it all hang out.
Well, there's an image for you. Well, maybe it's because they were crossing everything. That was what it was all about.
That was definitely it. But you could feel the tension around us lift now from these, from everybody. And it's a second goal that Arsenal needed.
Yeah, Arsenal lead by 2-0. The second goal coming from Leandro Trossard. His 16th goal of the season. A couple of changes here, which we'll clarify in just a second. Scott, I think, has gone off to be replaced by Billing. For Bournemouth, who are now 2-0 behind, and Arsenal going 4 points clear at the top of the Premier League. At the bottom of the Premier League, Burnley desperately trying to stay in it. They welcome Newcastle United today, and Matt Jones is there with the team news.
Just the one change for Burnley from their 1-1 draw at Manchester United, but it is a big call from Vincent Kompany as Josh Brownhill starts in favour of David Fofana. Meanwhile, Callum Wilson starts for Newcastle, as does Emil Kraft. Elliot Anderson and the injured Fabian Schär are the players to drop out. It's Burnley against Newcastle from 3.
Sheffield United take on Nottingham Forest at Bramall Lane. Sheffield United are only 3 goals away from conceding 100 over the course of the Premier League season. It's live on talkSPORT 2, and your commentator is Nigel Adley.
So maybe it's not too much of a surprise they've made a defensive change today. Mason Holgate drops to the bench. Jack Robinson comes into the back 3. 2 changes for Forest. Nico Williams and Moussa Diakate drop out. Gonzalo Montiel and Ryan Yates come in. Full commentary over on talkSPORT 2 alongside Mickey Gray at 3 o'clock.
Looking forward to that. talkSPORT 2, which currently is keeping an eye on the Championship. I'll give you a quick rundown of what's happening there in just a second. But nothing but local pride to play for at the G-Tech this afternoon for Alfie Reynolds.
And both sides make 2 changes here. For Brentford, Wieser and Jensen are replaced by Damsgaard and Lewis Potter, whilst Fulham welcome the return of Willian, and Lukic also comes in. De Cordova Reed and Harrison Reed, the players dropping out. It's Brentford versus Fulham.
Big goal at the bottom of the Championship. Leicester 0, Blackburn Rovers 1. Sammy Smodics with his 26th goal of the season. It could be huge for Blackburn Rovers. It might keep them in the lead. Raya punches the ball away. Back in towards the edge of the box, and then it's turned inside the 6-yard box. Offside flag is up. Well, Iraola is saying there was a pull inside the box beforehand, and there should be a penalty to Bournemouth. But Bournemouth have got the ball in the net, and it has been chalked out. The ball went into the box, it was cleared into the air, Raya came out and punched it. Was there a pull on Billing? It came out to the edge of the area, and Christie sent it goalwards. It went into the net. The referee had called offside at that point. Or was it a foul on David Raya? I think he's saying that Solanke fouled Raya, but there was a pull on, I think that's, is it Philip Billing inside the penalty area? He certainly went down. He was pulled by Saliba. Now they're checking whether or not there was a foul on David Raya by Solanke. It certainly looked soft. It came out the edge of the area and it was volleyed in by Ryan Christie. Ooh, I think this might be given, you know.
Well, I don't know whether they're looking for offsides, whether they're looking for nudges, what. No, it could be a multitude of it. It's very, very soft.
It can't be offside. It can't be offside because everybody is, actually saying that. No, he's not interfering with play. No, I don't think there can be an offside there because there's a player getting back towards the goal line. The first thing is, was there a foul on David Raya? That's what it's been disallowed for. So that's the first question. If that has been deemed too soft, then they will give the goal. There was a pull on Philip Billing, but that happened at the same time as the foul. So I think the penalty thing is almost spurious, really, because it will either be a goal or it won't be. The rest of it is the penalty is not going to come into it.
That narrows it down nicely.
It takes out one of the possibilities.
It certainly does.
They're still discussing it.
Yeah, I'm not seeing a penalty here. I, like you, it will either be a goal or it won't be. They'll set the scenario to whatever narrative they want as per normal, I think.
Does Solanke foul David Raya, or is it just a nudge? That's the question.
The goalkeeper's reaction to going on the floor and jumping straight up suggests to me he didn't think he was fouled. This is where your luck's in on certain days because
it's in because
Havertz is taking a penalty and then this one being disallowed. You would say, well,
that's not true either, is it? He's not been disallowed the goal. The goal was not given because they gave the free kick. But the referee has consulted the VAR, who hasn't overturned it. Yeah. So I wonder whether or not, had that been allowed, VAR would have got involved. I don't think they would have done. It's not a clear and obvious error.
Yeah, and I've just looked on a different angle of what we've seen. It was Ben White, I think, pulling back Billy, and that looked a tug to me. Well, at what time that happened?
But it happened as the foul was taken place, so therefore they can't then give that. Here's Trossard at the other end, who scored what looked like being the clinching goal. 14 minutes to go, and it's Arsenal 2, Bournemouth 0. And David Raya just a little bit jittery there as he came to try and fist the ball away. You're listening to talkSPORT live on a Saturday lunchtime with Now, and don't forget that with Now you can get a ability to stream all the Sky Sports action with a Now membership. Just search Now Sports. 2 West Brom goals, West Brom 3, Preston 0, they're going in the playoffs. Birmingham City are in the lead against Norwich, but Blackburn are leading. That's bad news for Birmingham City. Sammy Smollett with a goal, it's all happening. Here come Arsenal, into the penalty area, fired wide on the edge of the 6-yard box by Ødegaard. There was a couple that thought that that was going in. It went wide of the left-hand upright.
Yeah, I think it should have gone in as well. As I say, they've set it up, good running behind Ouattara down. And Ødegaard's run straight onto it, opened his body up to slot it in the corner of the net. They've got too much on it and pulled it into the side netting.
All happening over on talkSPORT 2 in the EFL Championship as it comes to its conclusion down at the bottom of the table. We think the top is probably sorted out now with Ipswich winning as they are by 2 goals to 0. The playoff places taking care of themselves. But what does it mean for the bottom at this moment in time? Plymouth now the only team really that Birmingham can catch, but both Plymouth, Sheffield, in fact all of Sheffield Wednesday, Blackburn, Plymouth, they're all winning at this moment in time. It's bad news for Birmingham City, who changed their manager John Eustace when they were on the verge of looking like mounting a playoff promotion campaign. Appointed Wayne Rooney, and then things have gone from bad to worse since then. Tony Mowbray came in, he got ill, best wishes to him. Gary Rowett had to come in right at the very end of the season to try and help, but they just haven't been able to get enough points on the board. The damage is already done, and Birmingham at this moment in time, unless someone can help them out elsewhere, and they'll be looking at Plymouth and Hull for that, and then they're going to go into League One for the first time since Barry Fry was in charge 30 years ago. Here is Ødegaard inside the centre circle, across to Rice. Rice further out towards this left-hand side. Trossard can't reach it, goes out of play, and it's away for a throw. This is talkSPORT, and it's 2-0 to Arsenal. Here's a change, Bournemouth making one, and on comes Enis Unal for Marcus Senesi. And that is definitely not what you would call a straight change, is it?
Certainly not. As I say, they need to go after Arsenal a little bit, make a game of it. I think if they did get a goal, make it interesting. It might be a nervous occasion here then.
I think that means that they're going to a back 3 of Lewis Cook, who's a defensive midfield player, and he is not as tall as I am, which is a concern. Dango Ouattara and Zabarnyi. Or maybe Cook's going into the back 4 and Smithy's going to stay at right back. So it could be a back 4, but Cook is definitely going into the centre-half position here.
Yeah, there'll be a few more spaces available now.
Well, he's done well in midfield actually at times today. Ødegaard to Havertz. White trying to poke it down to Saka. Saka looking to get round the back of Dango Ouattara. He turns it back to Havertz. Martinelli is about to come on for Arsenal, who lead by 2 goals to 0. It's clipped forward into the penalty area, half cleared by Christie. It might come to Havertz, he's hit the bar! Offside flag was up anyway. Interestingly, the referee lifted his hand and gave offside before the linesman raised his flag.
Telepathic.
It's probably the telecommunications device actually that they've got. Off comes Trossard, on comes Martinelli. Yes, Arsenal's first sub of the afternoon, Martinelli. Coming in with 10 minutes to go. You can understand why he hasn't changed it. They've been on top, wouldn't want to affect the balance. They needed to get the second goal. Once they did get the second goal, I think that's probably the moment they started to relax. Then you had the confusion over the Raya foul. Was there a goal for Ryan Christie? Referee ruled it out. Be interesting when we look at that on Money in Black tomorrow. But they certainly are in the ascendancy, and Martinelli's his first touch. He's in behind, he's into the penalty area. Can he go past the goalkeeper? Might not need to, because he looks like he's been fouled from behind by Cook. He wanted a penalty. He took too long actually to pull the shot away. He then got what he felt was fouled from behind. The referee David Coote said no. Was he?
No. He just lost his footing. He just literally overrun the ball become a little bit top heavy.
He didn't get touched by Cook or Adam Smith.
No.
He just stumbled, didn't he?
He did, yeah. He was running too fast for himself.
He probably should have.
I don't think I've ever done that, but...
He probably should have maybe pulled the trigger a little bit earlier.
Definitely, without a doubt.
2-0 to Arsenal, 8 minutes to go. And maybe there's a sting in the tail from Bournemouth here as Solanke comes forward. Remember, Manchester City don't play till 5:30. Havertz trying to win the ball back, almost inadvertently gave it to Enes Ünal. He goes back and wins it again for Arsenal. Excellent work by him, Havertz, who, remember, won the penalty. Second goal from Trossard, though, when we see it again, there's this beautiful touch just beforehand from Declan Rice, which is exquisite, just so neat and tidy. And that goal, I think, probably seals the deal for Arsenal. Semenyo on the far side, Cliver trying to probe the Arsenal defence. Delivered by Ouattara, good defending inside the box by Parker, just bumped Ünal away from the ball, and it's cleared by the Arsenal defence to the far side, and it goes out for a throw-in. Ouattara has it.
Bournemouth just building up a little bit of pressure here. Arsenal happy to seek the ball, seek ground, just keep the play in front of them.
Well, Arsenal pinching it again on this near side. Martinelli, Havertz, and then strong challenge by Smith, and he's going to get a yellow card as a result of that. Havertz went in quite hard on that as well, actually. They both did.
Well, I think there's a tough booking on Adam Smith, I really do.
You would have played on, wouldn't you? Get on with it, lads.
You had to be fair. You've got to.
It's the yellow card for Smith. The Havertz song goes around the Emirates Stadium. And Arsenal take their free kick. talkSPORT 2, the place for Sheffield United. And Nottingham Forest a little bit later on. What a big game that is for Nottingham Forest, especially after last night's result. Luton 1, Everton 1 on talkSPORT. It's an opportunity that was not grabbed by Luton Town. They'll be kicking themselves when they look back at that. They could end up falling into the Championship as a result. Games are running out now for them. They know that even 2 wins might not be enough for them at this stage of the season. Burnley, the final opponent for Nottingham Forest as well, who played well actually in the game against Man City last Sunday. Going to be a change here for Arsenal. Gabriel Jesus is coming on, and off comes Bukayo Saka, who scored the opening goal from the penalty spot just before half-time. Bukayo Saka, 20 goals for the season. Gets a standing ovation, turns to all 4 sides of the ground, looks to the north bank, gives them a clap, looks to the clock end, gives them a clap, walks over to this east stand, and knows that Arsenal are going further clear at the top of the table for now. David Raya is up on the halfway line, just taking some instructions and having a word with Bukayo Saka. Now he's slapping hands with Jesus. And now he runs back into the middle of the centre circle as Arsenal prepare to take a free kick from this near side. Ødegaard is presiding over it with 4.5 minutes to go. At the end of the game here at the Emirates, down to Martinelli, who had a chance to score with his first attack after coming off the bench. Gets it back from Ødegaard. Back in from Ødegaard, left footed, deep towards the far post. Headed down by Havertz, comes towards the defender. Gabriel, who turns, swivels, hits it. Got an offside flag, he's up. He celebrates, runs away to grab the ball, and then collapses with his head in his hand. He can't believe the flag has gone up.
Yeah, as I say, looking like a potential Havertz header that set up the strike. I don't think it was Gabriel, he took it fantastically well.
It's tight, it's really tight.
Great finish though.
Such a good finish. He hit that, and it was unreachable as well, went straight into the corner of the net. They will just check it quickly on VAR. I think that he just gone just a slight bit earlier. VAR is checking it. Gabriel's annoyed because he's sitting there going, come on, it must be close. And it is close but not close enough. And VAR have said that the on-field call was correct. Havertz was offside.
See, when you don't score a lot of goals,
that hurts.
What should happen is cancel our penalty and put that one in. The score still stays 2-0, but we've got a better goal for our end of season montage.
Yeah, we liked it, that's why. Yeah, it was nice, it was good fun. One to look at. That would be a good compilation. Goals that never existed. Great goals that never existed. Yeah. Go back to the other week when you and I were at Wembley for Coventry City's goal. One of the worst, I was doing it for TV that day, one of the worst moments ever because it brought so much joy to the Coventry fans, and then the tiniest little infraction and it just completely killed it, and that goal, which was a really good goal and a massive moment, will never count.
No, and it'll be forgotten when it, well, not in Coventry.
Just United fans will be delighted that it happened, but, you know, it was just one of those great moments that never exists.
Yeah.
2 minutes before the end of the game, Romain Favre coming off the bench and Max Aarons coming off the bench for Bournemouth as well. As we get to the final few moments of the season, their European hopes will be falling away here. Bournemouth, not that they had that many anyway. And Arsenal's hopes of the title will live on. Mikel Arteta, who has always been concerned and motivated to ensure that his team keep their performance levels high in critical stages of the season. The game has certainly done that. You know, this is one of those games, you know, they had knocked on the door, knocked on the door, knocked on the door. They had that moment where Saka felt he was badly treated. Brian Christie was not sent off. It was all seemingly going against them. Then they got the penalty. Then they went further in front when it was still narrowly in the margins in the second half. And now they're going to win, put 3 points on the board and keep putting pressure on Manchester City, who have to win every game. Look, they're top, Arsenal. It's Manchester City who've got to do their job as well. And that mustn't be forgotten.
Yeah, it's been a workmanlike performance by Arsenal. Not one of their better performances this year, but they've certainly gone about their business, been comfortable victors within the game, and had the lion's share of efforts at goal, that is for sure.
Yeah, they will equal a club record of 26 wins in a 38-game Premier League season. And they are one shy now of a club record 88 goals in a season, which was set last year. So they've got 2 games to eclipse that. So they are moving forward, Arsenal. And Mikel Arteta must be credited, I think, with doing a very good job. He's had the backing of the board, of Edu, the technical director. They've allowed him to flex his muscles, but he has flexed his muscles. He has come up with the right tactical plans in the right moments as Favre goes down the right-hand side. There's a lovely little bit of skill, then runs into Declan Rice and gives away a foul on this near side. I think that was probably about right.
Well, it's very difficult to tell, isn't it? You know, he's done brilliantly well. Little nutmeg and went on a driving run.
And somebody has to got the...
yeah, maybe a little touch on the outside of the foot.
Nicolas Jorver, the set-piece coach, is out on the edge of the technical area, just organising the Arsenal response here as the set-piece from Christie, the Scotland international, is about to be dripped into the box. He does deliver it in towards the far post. It's headed away by Ben White. And this now will see it out for a corner. He scored from a corner last week, didn't he? So he'll be happy with that. Christie, who will come up against Kai Havertz in the European Championships on opening night, when we bring you all of the games from Euro 2024. Germany against Scotland starts us off on the Friday night on the 14th of June. And those two will be involved in that. Ball in towards the near post, flicked towards goal by Emerson now, but it's Saliba who will tidy it up. You know, there's a problem inside the penalty area. Referee has said play on. Tomiyasu thinks he's got something in the face here. Here is Ødegaard, who sends it into Havertz. Havertz down the right side. 91 minutes. It's going to be 8 minutes of added time at the end of the game.
Well, it must be for all the VAR stoppages. There's been too many on the injury front.
Odegaard takes it on, runs towards the right. He's got some support from Gabriel Jesus, who jinks into the box and runs into traffic, overran the ball and was dispossessed by Lewis Cook, who again puts in a very good tackle. It's poked to the far side. 92 minutes on the clock. It's Arsenal 2, Bournemouth 0. Job done here. So a quick look at what's going on over on talkSPORT 2 at this moment in time. Because at the moment Ipswich Town are going to secure promotion at the bottom of the table. It's all going off. Blackburn have scored a second goal against Leicester. They lead by 2 goals to 0. Bad news for Birmingham City that Plymouth still 1-0 up at this moment in time against Hull going into the 89th minute. Means that Birmingham are going to join Huddersfield and Rotherham in League One next season. It's really bad news for Birmingham City, for Tom Brady, for Gary Cook and the ownership group that took over last year. They're going to find themselves with a big rebuilding job to do in Birmingham. Not been in the third tier for 30 years, but they're going to slip at St Andrews. I imagine that Ian Danter is not revelling in the Ipswich celebrations at this moment in time, but he is slightly concerned about what's going to happen to his beloved Blues. Blackburn's second goal certainly now just edging Birmingham closer and closer to the third tier. Full time at Portman Road. Congratulations to Kieran McKenna and Ipswich. They are promoted to the Premier League. Those scenes now unfolding of unbound joy. It's been a long time since they were relegated. They had playoff campaigns under Jim Magilton. Joe Royal trying to get back into the top flight in the early 2000s. It never quite happened for them, but they are back in the big time now, Ipswich, after winning their game by 2 goals to 0. It's a result which also relegates Huddersfield Town. They are down. Here, Arsenal 2, Bournemouth 0 on talkSPORT with Super 6. Predict 6 correct scores from this weekend's football action. You can win £250,000 without spending a penny. 18 plus. Terms and conditions apply. 94 minutes on the clock, and just playing out time now inside this stadium. Can you see Manchester City slipping at any juncture?
I think that certainly not today. I think their games programme isn't bad at all, but you just never know when the pressure comes on. It's a strange one. Bournemouth 2-0 down, and look as though, if you didn't know better, you would say the score's 0-0 and they're ticking along nicely and not too fussed about getting a goal back, you know, in their demeanour, which is really strange.
Raya comes out and clatters into Enisu now, loses the ball. There's a foul on Odegaard in the centre circle. It's going to be a free kick. 4 points will be the lead at full time for Arsenal. But what about at the end of the day when Manchester City have played Wolves? What will it be there? They wilted last season under the heat of City's chase. This season they've kept going, head down, even when setbacks have come. They have noted on Arsenal and deserve credit for that. We are top of the league, seeing the Arsenal fans. How long will that last now? They need Tottenham to do them a favour, or maybe Fulham next week live on talkSPORT. That Tottenham game, that Fulham game, both on talkSPORT. Yellow card for Christie for the foul on Odegaard. There'll be some that say he should be on the pitch anyway, after his challenge on Saka earlier in the game.
I think the one thing that might count against City, Sam, on the run-in is they've got that extra game, haven't they, you know?
Yeah, they've got Fulham to play on talkSPORT, then that a game in hand against Tottenham at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you never know.
No, that won't be easy down at Tottenham. I think City's slow, patient build-up might just suit Tottenham a little bit.
Well, Tottenham have got a good record against them, haven't they? I mean, it was the first time that they won at the new Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, I think, when they did so in the Cup earlier in the season. They've struggled there a little bit. Arsenal fans will be hoping that Tottenham do well that night. Be a sort of conflict of emotions for them. They'll be glued to talkSPORT for it. Here is Fab on this near side, looking to poke the ball down into the path of Aarons. It's won though by Arsenal, who look to counter-attack with Odegaard. He's got Havertz to his left-hand side. He wanted the ball. It was steered to Jesus, who was a little bit further wide than he needed to be. Jesus cuts back in, plays a reverse ball into Rice, takes it down well, gets into the box.
throws it into the corner. Declan Rice finishes off Bournemouth. Sends Arsenal to the top of the table with a 4-point cushion. And sends a message to everyone that they mean business. They are determined to stick around and stay the course this time. He created the second goal, Declan Rice. He scored the third. Excellent feat from the Arsenal man. What does 105 million quid get you? It gets you a very influential midfield player who is having his most prolific season in front of goal. 3-0 to Arsenal.
Yeah, as I say, that's a much better finish by him. As I say, took an extra touch. I thought the opportunity had gone from a really tight angle. Maybe the goalkeeper could have looked at himself a little bit there. He's almost dived past the ball, if you like, and ceded too much of the goal on the open side. But let's not take it away. The good finish by Declan.
Arsenal 3, Bournemouth 0. Declan Rice with the goal. And that goal means that they equal their record of goals in a Premier League season for 88 over the course of this campaign. The most wins in the Premier League, the fewest defeats, the best defence, the best attack. Here comes Partey through the middle of the park, out towards the right side, and it's pitched in front of Ødegaard, and Ouattara steams clear up towards the halfway line. And then it'll be pitched by Tomiyasu, but can't get it any further clear than Solanke. And Arsenal now having to defend in the final few seconds. We've played out 8 minutes of added time. It's 3-0 against Bournemouth with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Whatever the mission, home or away, Enterprise helps over 120,000 people every day. Full-time whistle. Arsenal forge out in front again. Chest puffed out, pride intact, gauntlet laid down. If you beat us, you beat us. But we're not handing it to you. That is the message. Mikel Arteta refuses to make it easy for his former employer. City will have to win, will have to respond, because Arsenal aren't being pushed around this year. Saka, Trossard and Rice with the goals. Bournemouth beaten again. A game in which they dominated from the start. Were frustrated they weren't further ahead before half-time, but eventually killed off Bournemouth towards the end of the game. Means it's all 3 points for Mikel Arteta. And 4 points clear at the top of the Premier League, ahead of Manchester City against Wolves later in the day. It's finished here. Arsenal 3, Bournemouth 0.
Dan Musgrave, thank you very much indeed. ABBA is ringing out around the Emirates Stadium. Voulez-vous? I thought they'd go for something in Spanish if it's Arteta against Pep Guardiola, because you know what? Arsenal have done their job today. It wasn't the prettiest of football that we've seen from Arsenal all season, that free-flowing attacking style that they've been accustomed to and their fans have been accustomed to all season, but this is an Arsenal that have got the job done. That's exactly what they needed to do today. So it is over to you, Pep Guardiola and Manchester City. Today, though, the party is firmly in North London. Arsenal have got the win, and the players are all still on the pitch. The fans are on their feet, clapping their team. They know this is a big, big day. It could have been a potential banana skin against the Bournemouth side, who are outside the top 4, the most informed side in the Premier League. It wasn't meant to be. They did not lay a glove. The day belongs to Arsenal. They deserved it, Stuart Pearce.
Yeah, they certainly did. It was comfortable. I don't think Bournemouth were out of second gear, if I'm being honest with you. It looked like an end-of-season game for them. Arsenal swamped them in the first half, couldn't score probably, and Bournemouth managed to get some decent blocks in, but it looked like a game as soon as Arsenal scored that I said that it probably could go on to be a 4-0 or something, you know what I mean? They had a good go at that. They done what they had to do, Arsenal, and they'll be delighted with the 3 points.
Under pressure, Ice Baby, you know, the little riff. Under pressure is playing in the stadium. They don't look under pressure, do they? They look like they are thriving under the pressure.
The players don't, which is a really good thing. The crowd do. 0-0 at 1-0. You can feel the tensions in and around us, you know, with the Arsenal fans. They know what's at stake. But listen, the team went out, comfortable victory for them. 3-0, clean sheet. Very few chances on their goal, and the odd decision went their way, all thrown in the mix. Good day for Arsenal.
Yep, ice baby. They had ice in their veins. They kept their cool and they've got the victory. You mentioned those decisions, 2 VAR decisions. Havertz potentially left his leg trailing in a penalty decision that was given and then converted by Bukayo Saka. And a foul on David Raya, apparently by Solanke. And Bournemouth's sole goal was then disallowed. What did you make of VAR today, Stu?
I thought both decisions were wrong decisions, personally. If professional football wants to outlaw diving, then the Havertz one you would chalk off. I could sit with the referee now, the officials that have given that decision, and they would talk around the subject and whatever, but they wouldn't convince me, to be honest with you. I've played the game too long to realise that the player's gone past the goalkeeper and trailed his leg and induced the contact. The other one, I'm not seeing a great deal of contact on the goalkeeper, if that's what it was ruled out for. But listen, that's the nature of the game nowadays.
That is the nature of the game. Declan Rice is out on the pitch at the moment. Everyone else is back in the dressing room. Declan's out there doing the TV interviews. 105 million. Created 1 goal spectacularly. Scored 1 goal brilliantly. Has he been the difference maker this season? Is he the man who can, barring any slip-ups elsewhere, is he the man who can at least get Arsenal as close to the line as possible?
100%. Listen, this time last year, Arsenal floundered. This time round, the team that were here last year are more composed, and they've signed a fella that's worth over 100 million, and price tag going up and up at this moment in time with the goals and the assists that he's getting. So, you know, without a doubt he's contributed, and Arsenal are going to be even closer to the title this year.
A lot of people questioned it, didn't they? Was he worth 100 million?
Well, listen, I think we knew, working with him at West Ham, what a talent this boy was, and he was only ever going to get better. So what you were signing was a player that would improve, which is not a bad thing.
And what he's given Arsenal as well is those leadership qualities that he had at West Ham as well. And they needed leaders on the pitch. They needed a way to get over the line in tough situations. And in Declan, they've got a player like that.
Of course, I mean, he's grown his self-esteem unquestionably, both for club and country. And he's an absolute, I mean, the way he conducts himself as well, while on the subject, is an absolute credit to football.
Absolutely is. Ice Baby still ringing around here, and some of the fans are starting to leave very slowly. A few of them are still there. I think they're watching Declan. I think they're waiting for some of the players to maybe come back out, maybe give them their shirts. There was a sign for Bukayo Saka's shirt, but so that is the Premier League, and the title race goes on. But I tell you what a final day it's been in the Sky Bet Championship regular season. Over on talkSPORT 2, we brought you all the action. Cheers here for Declan Rice, but cheers at Portman Road for Ipswich Town. What a season they've had, what a day it's been for their fans, because Ipswich Town, Kieran McKenna's men, are promoted back to the Premier League. They beat Huddersfield Town by 2-0. All they needed was a point today. They did the job in some style, and this is how it sounded live on talkSPORT 2.
And there it goes! Ipswich Town are back in the Premier League after a generation away. The Suffolk side have made it. 22 years away from England's top flight, but they secure automatic promotion by beating Huddersfield 2-0 at Portman Road.
Amazing for Kieran McKenna. Back-to-back promotions then for Ipswich Town. First time back in the Premier League since 2002, but there was heartbreak for Birmingham City. It's been a difficult season. They have been relegated to Sky Bet League One. They beat Norwich City at St Andrews by 1-0. We'll be there in a second. But they did what they needed to do, but it didn't matter because Plymouth Argyle put in a great performance to beat Hull City, and watching at home park for talkSPORT with John Roden.
Yes, the celebrations on the pitch at the moment. Plymouth Argyle winning by 1-0. Joe Edwards with a header just before half-time. Hull pressed in the second half, but with West Bromwich Albion winning, Hull's chances of a playoff place had basically vanished, and Plymouth hung on, and they hung on right until the end. Desperately tense afternoon at home park, but Plymouth Argyle, who came up as League One champions last season, will remain in the Championship for a second successive campaign. Plymouth 1, Hull 0.
John Roden, thank you very much. Let's hear then how it all sounded at St Andrews there for talkSPORT with Alvin Martin and Ollie Clay.
Yeah, it's finished here, Respin. Birmingham City 1, Norwich 0, but the result was in vain. Birmingham are down. Their relegation to League One is confirmed. They battled to preserve their status, but they couldn't pull off that escape that they needed. Paik Sung-ho scored what could have been a crucial goal, but other results haven't gone their way, and this turbulent, tense and chaotic season, which has seen new owners, 4 managers, poor appointments, poor performances, ends in Birmingham City dropping down to the 3rd tier of English football for the first time in 30 years. Norwich have got their job done. They'll enter the playoffs. They will battle for promotion to the Premier League. But Alvin Martin for Birmingham City, and a sorry St Andrews here. It's a stark contrast.
Well, a packed ground, Ollie, a fabulous atmosphere, and a game of football that Birmingham really did do well in today. But it wasn't just about today, it was about the games that went before that, the decisions that have been made higher up in the club that they obviously got wrong, and it's about the future and getting them right from this moment on. What they have got is a lot of good things going for it here. They've got investment that's ready, they've got a great ground, they've got an absolutely wonderful following, and the crowd played a part today. But it's all about doing it week in and week out. They haven't done that. It's not about today, like I say, it's about what went on before. But look here, looking at this ground and looking at the future, the owners have said they're in for the long haul. We'll find out.
Yeah, we will indeed. It's finished here at St Andrews. Birmingham 1, Norwich 0. Norwich head into the playoffs. Birmingham City are relegated to League One.
Thank you, Ollie and Alvin. Yeah, dark day for Birmingham City. Let's round up all the scores in the Championship then on this final day. Ipswich 2, Huddersfield 0, which we know means that Ipswich are promoted automatically. Leeds 1, Southampton 2. Leeds then finished 3rd, Southampton are 4th. Both of them will be in the playoffs, as will West Brom, who beat Preston by 3-0. They finished 5th and they'll play Southampton in the playoffs. Birmingham 1, Norwich 0 was the final score at St Andrews. As we said, Birmingham are down. Norwich finished 6th, so they will play Leeds in those playoff places. Leicester 0, the champions 0. Blackburn 2, so Leicester already of course confirmed as champions, but Blackburn do stay up with that result. Sunderland 0, Sheffield Wednesday 2, Sheffield Wednesday stay up as well. Plymouth 1 and Hull 0. As we say, Plymouth with that victory mean that they stay up. Hull miss out on the playoffs. Elsewhere it finished Coventry 1 at QPR 2, Middlesbrough 3, Watford 1, Rotherham 5, Cardiff 2, Stoke City 4, Bristol City 0, Swansea 0 and Millwall 1. We'll bring you more reaction from the Sky Bet Championship from the promotion party at Portman Road. Pop those champagne corks, it's going to be quite a night in Ipswich. All of that will be on Game Day Live with Adrian Durham. Now though, we're returning back to matters at the Emirates, where Arsenal beat Bournemouth by 3-0, and it's time for us to pick our man of the match with Enterprise Rent-A-Car.
Man of the match on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Whatever the mission, home or away, Enterprise helps over 120,000 people every day.
Stuart Pearce is still alongside me. Stuart, I feel like I know who your man of the match is going to be.
I wish I did.
Oh, really?
Yeah, indeed. It's got to be someone in a red shirt. There is no doubt about that. I think I'm going Declan Rice.
I knew you were going to go Declan Rice. We've talked about him already, but just because we did distract slightly to the Championship, just to reiterate the performance that he put in today. Arsenal beat Bournemouth by 3-0. A lot of people thought that Bournemouth would have a bit more to give in this game, but Declan, in that midfield, he's just a midfield marshal, isn't he? But he does create opportunities. Gets criticised for not scoring enough goals, but he created one today for Leandro Trossard. Fabulous. I mean, it was all about him, and he scored a fantastic one as well. In 7 minutes of added time.
Encourage him to get forward, he'll score goals. He's got a great strike on him. Probably should have had one in the first half, potentially, but listen, the goals and the assists are coming to his break-up play and his build-up play, so he's a complete player.
He is, absolutely. So that was our man of the match from today's game. Declan Rice was our man of the match with Enterprise Rent-A-Car.
Man of the match on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Enterprise has vans of all shapes and sizes. So if you've got a plan, we've got a van.
So Arsenal go 4 points clear of Manchester City at the top of the Premier League table with that 3-0 victory over Bournemouth, but they will be keeping a keen eye on City's match against Wolves. That's at 5:30 this evening. Do stay tuned with us as Declan McCarthy, our producer, is heading downstairs to speak to both Mikel Arteta and Andoni Iraola, and you can hear both their reactions very shortly on talkSPORT, as well as all the fallout from that final day, a breathless final day of the Championship season. That's over on talkSPORT with Adrian. Over on talkSPORT 2, don't forget we'll be bringing you live commentary of Sheffield United against Nottingham Forest, while here on talkSPORT, Adrian Durham will be taking you around the grounds with all the goals as they go in the Premier League. That's up next.
Game day exclusive on talkSPORT with Now. Stream all the Sky Sports action like Man City versus Wolves live today, contract free with a Now Sports membership. Search Now Sports, 18 plus, stream via internet, terms apply.
1-1. 3-2. Oh, that's got goalless draw written all over it. Get your Super 6 predictions in before 3 p.m. today for the chance to win £250,000. It's free to play. There are more prizes than ever before and huge jackpots every week. There's even more to play for and more ways to win with Super 6. Download the app and enter for free by 3 p.m. Saturday. 18 plus, T's and C's apply.
Game day exclusive on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Rent from the best lineup in the UK. Enterprise has 450 branches with all the vehicles your business needs.
Leave behind the workday blues. Every emotion and total devotion to the beautiful game. Game day.
Turbocharge your Saturday with Game Day.
What a goal! Game day live on talkSPORT.
3 Premier League games kicking off at 3, and we focus on the bottom 3. 2 teams fighting for survival are in action this afternoon. It could be a big day in the relegation picture. This is Game Day live on talkSPORT.
And a huge moment for Burnley, who are trying to cut the gap to safety. Andoni on his right foot against Onana and sends him the wrong way. They are back level in this game and they are fighting for survival at Old Trafford. Manchester United won, Burnley won.
Every minute offers an opportunity to have a moment that will remain in the club's history.
Check it out, and finds the bottom corner. Alexander Isak.
So rare in life that you get opportunities to have a significant moment like this. These guys will have the opportunity now in the next few games.
Sheffield United's brief visit to the Premier League. The first team relegated.
Goes back to Gibbsway, goes down, no! Morrison turning around. That could be one of the most important goals at the City ground all season.
I'm sure that the way we do things is the way forward. So we must believe in ourselves, knowing that as long as we keep this football, we're going to do better.
Cross it to the box. Rodrigo! Rodrigo Muniz with a brilliant header at the near post. Touched away by Visser. Staggering comeback from the beam.
We always want more. I said that a few times, but this league is brutal. It's the best league in the world.
Good afternoon, I'm Adrian Durham. It's Game Day live on talkSPORT as ever on a Saturday afternoon. Let's bring in our guys. First of all, Ray Parlour is at Brentford versus Fulham. The game we've just heard on talkSPORT, Ray. Arsenal, a little bit of help from VAR, but they deserve to win the game overall, and they're 4 points clear at the top. All they can do, keep putting the pressure on City.
Absolutely, that's what it's all about now. Just keep winning football matches and just hope someone can do you a favour. But yeah, they battered them the first 20 minutes, couldn't get that early goal. But in the end, it was very, very comfortable. Look, there was a little bit of luck along the way, I'm sure. VAR did play a bit of a part in it, but certainly Arsenal, that's all they can do at the moment, is keep winning games of football and hope that City slip up and they can take advantage of that.
And final day of the regular Championship season. Let me round it all up very quickly in case you missed it. Ipswich were promoted with Leicester. Playoffs will see Norwich face Leeds. League boss Daniel Farke took Norwich into the Premier League twice, and West Brom take on Southampton. Huddersfield's relegation was confirmed, and Birmingham City also relegated. They won their game, but the other 3 above them, Plymouth, Sheffield Wednesday and Blackburn, also won on an extraordinary final day towards the bottom of the table. Chris Wellermo's with me here at Burnley, Newcastle. Birmingham City relegated after 30 years out of the third tier. They're back in there. It's quite hard to believe, really.
Yeah, it is. You know, it's a surprise the way that they started under different stewardship. Obviously, I think mistakes have been made from the top down. I think it can be a positive for the football club. You know, I think there's investment. They're talking about this sporting quarter in Birmingham, which is going to be fantastic for the community of the area. Go down, rebuild, start again, win games, bring that feel-good factor back to the club, and it can only be positives, albeit the League One is very, very competitive. We talk about the Championship. League One is just as hard to get out of if you've got the facilities, the infrastructure, the fan base. Nothing's guaranteed. So I just think, you know, go down with the management, the structure in place, and then build and move forward from there.
Well, the last time Birmingham went down, they came back out, won the title, won the EFL trophy as well. They did a double with Barry Ferrey in charge, and they had one of the best seasons that they can remember. Neil Redfern's at Sheffield United Forest for us this afternoon. Another great story, Neil, is Ipswich Town. Successive back-to-back promotions for them, sealed today with a comfortable win over Huddersfield.
Yeah, afternoon, Adrian. Absolutely fantastic achievement by Kieran McKenna. You know, they deserved it, to be fair. Ipswich have played a really good brand of football. They've been pushed all the way, to be fair, by Leeds United. It wasn't happening for them this afternoon. But I just think it's a really good story. Fantastic young manager on the circuit, and it can only be good for football, be good for the Premier League.
Again, Neil Redfern's at Sheffield United Forest. We will get reaction from the Championship games and from Arsenal's victory over Bournemouth as well. That's to come on this show on Game Day Live on talkSPORT. But let's go around the grounds with less than 15 minutes to kick off here at Turf Moor. Burnley looked doomed 2 months ago, but they've given themselves a chance. They host Newcastle. Alongside me for talkSPORT, Matt Jones.
Yeah, it's 1 defeat in 8 for Burnley, and with Nottingham Forest to play here at Turf Moor on the final day of the season, staying up is very much within their own hands. The problem for Vincent Kompany's side is they simply haven't been winning enough. 5 of those 8 matches have been drawn, including a 1-1 stalemate at Manchester United last week. So can they pick up 3 points today? Well, they make 1 change from Old Trafford. Josh Brownhill replaces David Fofana. That means Muric is in goal with Assignon, O'Shea, Esteve and Coutinho across the back. Cullen, Berg and Brownhill will be the central midfielders, with Larson and Odegaard out wide and Foster up top. They take on a Newcastle side who are still pushing hard for European football but do struggle on their travels. The Magpies have the worst away record in the top half of the Premier League, winning just 4 times all season. Eddie Howe makes 2 changes from the 5-1 battering of Sheffield United last week. Callum Wilson, who netted the goals that relegated Burnley in 2022, replaces Elliot Anderson, while Emil Kraft comes in for the injured Fabian Schär. That means it's Dubravka in goal with a back 4 of Livramento, Kraft, Byrne and Hall. Murphy drops back into midfield where he joins Bruno and Longstaff, and then Wilson has Isak and Gordon for Kompany in attack. It's Burnley against Newcastle from 3 p.m.
And Burnley's last game of the season is here at Turf Moor against Nottingham Forest, who they're trying to catch. Forest are relegated Sheffield United. They're for talkSPORT, Alan Beaks.
Yeah, big chance for Forest, a game they should win, but also big danger, I think, partly for that very reason, also because there's some recent history between these clubs. Playoff opponents in the Championship just 2 seasons ago when Forest won. You could throw in as well that Sheffield United will have a belligerent Chris Wilder to answer to if they don't turn up today. The Blades 10 without a win. Forest just 1 win in their last 10. 2 Forest changes. Montiel and Yates come in. Sells in goal. Montiel, Bolly, Murillo and Aina across the back. Yates and Danilo in front of them. Alanga, Gibbs, White and Hudson-Odoi supporting Wood up front. Sheffield United single change. Brings back skipper Jack Robinson, Fotheringham in goal, Bogle, Ahmed Hodzic, Robinson and Trusty at the back, Osborne, Harmer, Arblaster and Brooks in midfield, Archer and Brereton, Diaz up front. Sheffield United versus Nottingham Forest.
And just 4.5 miles between Brentford and Fulham, and they meet at the G-Tech. Watching for talkSPORT, Alfie Reynolds.
With 3 games to go, Brentford are safe, 10 points above the relegation zone. This afternoon, it's about doing the league double over their near neighbours. 2 changes for Thomas Frank. Jensen has a minor injury, and Wieser is on the bench. Damsgaard and Lewis Potter coming in. Flecken in goal, an unchanged back 4. Ayer, Collins, Pinnock and Reguilon. Damsgaard joins Norgard and Janelt in midfield, and Bumo, Tony and Lewis Potter ahead ahead of them. Fulham also make a double change. Harrison Reed and Decordova-Reid, the players to make way. Willian and Lukic coming in. Leno is in goal. Castagna, Diop, Bassi and Robinson in defence. Lukic and Palhinha in central midfield with Willian and Iwobi wide. Pereira plays behind Muniz up top. It's Brentford against Fulham.
Well, let's get the latest from Betfair, the official betting partner of talkSPORT's Premier League coverage.
Game day on talkSPORT with Betfair. We're paying out winning bets at 90 minutes with 90-minute payouts. Applies to match odds, 90 markets or markets with the 90 icon. Sportsbook exclusive. T's and C's apply. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
So Sam Rosbottom from Betfair is with us, and each week we place a bet on the Betfair Sportsbook with all the winnings going to the Bobby Moore Fund, raising funds for life-saving bowel cancer research. For our charity bet this week, we're placing a treble on Newcastle to beat Burnley here at Turf Moor, Forest to win away at Sheffield United, and Brentford Fulham to be a draw. Sam, what do you make of that?
Yeah, it should be a cracking afternoon of football once again, Adrian. I tell you what, at Turf Moor, massive game for both sides, really, isn't it? A win could potentially take Burnley out of the relegation zone. They're 21 to 10 to do that, but a win equally for Newcastle will keep them in the hunt for European football. They are fancied at 5 to 6. We're going to go with that one in our treble. We're also going to throw in there Forest to beat Sheffield United. Absolutely must win for them, and Forest are the favourites at 8 to 13 to beat Sheffield United. The home side already down 100 to 30 for the win, 23 to 10 the draw in that one. And then Brentford v Fulham, as we've just heard, Brentford looking to do the double over their nearby London rivals this season. They are 10 to 11 to get all 3 points, Brentford. Fulham are 9 to 4 away from home, but we're going with the draw in this one. That's 21 to 10. So combining all 3 of those picks, Brentford and Fulham to be a draw, Newcastle to beat Burnley, and Forest to beat Sheffield United. We back that at just over 17 to 2. So Adrian, our £50 charity stake will return 478 quid if all 3 land, and that would take us well over £3 grand raised for the season so far. So fingers crossed that one comes in. And don't forget as well, we have backed those selections with match odds 90 markets, so if they are winning on 90 minutes, then they'll be settled as winners regardless of what happens in added on time. Fingers crossed, Adrian, for another winner today.
Yeah, quite the total. Sam, thanks very much. That's all thanks to Betfair. 18 plus, BeGambleAware.org.
Game day on talkSPORT with Betfair. We're paying out winning bets at 90 minutes with 90-minute payouts. Applies to match odds, 90 markets or markets with the 90 icon. Sportsbook exclusive. T's and C's apply. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
Let's head back to Bramall Lane. Sheffield United, Nottingham Forest. Neil Redfern is there for talkSPORT for Game Day Live this afternoon. What do you think Forest will have made of Luton 1, Everton 1 last night, Neil?
Well, it's another point on the board for Luton, to be honest, Adrian. Obviously, again, they would have liked to have won, but again, they keep the points ticking over, keeps them close to Forest, makes Forest, honest in this game today. They've got to get 3 points if they can, realistically. I mean, this is a game that Sheffield United have got to look at and think, even though it's a Premier League game and they've struggled, that they can win as well. So, Somerset have got to give in this game this afternoon. I think that, to be fair to Forest, they had played really well against Man City at home, missed their chances, which is crucial in the Premier League. They can't afford to do that again this afternoon against Sheffield United. They've got to try and put the Blades to bed if they can.
All the referee stuff, Neil, and Clattenburg resigning his position at Forest this week, and the big bold statement that came out a couple of weeks ago. Has that affected the players, do you think? Should they just not have done that?
Yeah, I don't think it's helped. It's just added more confusion to something, that's a grey area for supporters anyway, and players and managers alike. It's not gone down well, VAR. I think people have made the right noises about it just to stay on side. But to be honest with you, for me, it's ruining the game. And I think it's important that, they get these decisions right.
Neil, let's head off to Ellen Road because Southampton won 2-1 at Leeds at lunchtime, the final day of the regular season. And the Saints boss, Russell Martin, is with Mark Wilson.
Cheers, Adrian. Russell, congratulations on the win. How important was it you come here and ended the season on a high?
Well, I think it was an important performance as well, and put a performance that we felt proud of and positive about, and we did that, and thankfully we got the result as well. Yeah, I'm pleased we're finishing that way. I think the players deserve that, and the supporters deserve that, and the staff deserve that for how brave they've been in embarking on the journey we wanted to embark on. And yeah, 87 points has been frustration in there as well, a few drop points along the way, and we played against teams today who finished 3 points above us, who are very, very good. So it's a brilliant performance, and only lost once all season, so it's a brilliant performance and a great result.
It is a good way to end the season, a very impressive performance, could maybe have had a couple more goals as well.
Yeah, I think being really picky, there's lots of stuff we can take out today, definitely that, a bit more, a bit calmer in the final third and really make the most of them openings, but we've had a tough week the week before, so there's a little bit of tension in the lads, and they grew out of that and got better as the game went on, and then we had to soak up some pressure in the last 15, 20 minutes, which we did brilliantly, so we showed both sides of the game today, and we're going to need that moving forward.
It was, you were on such a great run, and then obviously that blip that ended the automatic chances. How pleased are you with the mental response to the players?
Yeah, genuinely, like last week, when you put it into context, it was difficult because it was at the end of a 6-week schedule, 11 games in 32 days, because we had 2 games postponed, so we had to fill them. So we didn't have time to work on the training pitch. It was train, recover, play, recover, play again, and the energy just slowly faded in all of us, myself included. So I have to be conscious of that. And then this week it's been a lightness, it's been energy back, and they played with that today. And that's what we asked for. So we need to continue that.
There was a bit of spice in the game. There were a few tackles flying, and you could yet meet again in the playoffs.
Yeah, I think you have to expect that from 2 teams with really good players on the pitch and desperate to win. And probably a bit of frustration at not being in the automatic places as well. So, yeah, if we meet again in 3 weeks' time, it will be. I thought it was a really top quality game today. I think it'll be a game to look forward to, and it'll be a tough one, that's for sure.
So all in good spirits then going into the playoffs?
Yeah, I think we're looking forward to it. We have a tough 2 games now against a really good team, and now it's all about getting ready for that. And the minute we get on the bus, we start preparing.
Well, good luck for the playoffs.
Cheers.
Well, there you go. That's Russell Martin, the Southampton manager, live at Ellen Road with talkSPORT's Mark Wilson. Southampton winning 2-1 at Ellen Road earlier. Who are you fancying for the playoffs, Chris?
Well, that's a big statement, isn't it? I think it's a massive result for Southampton, that. And then it's just like Neil said, that could be the possible playoff final. So straight away, you're sitting there saying, oh, we missed quite a few chances, but they'll take a lot of confidence from that result.
Oh, they will. Leeds, by the way, have had 5 playoff campaigns, not won one of them. And they've actually lost every final they've been in the last 52 years.
Yeah, it does play a part. I think as players have been in that position, the unlucky dressing room at the Millennium Stadium and at Wembley with the Celtics, those records are there to be broken, and that's an incentive for any manager or staff to say to the players, look, we've never won a final. Go out and put yourself down in history to the players, and that should be an incentive. But if you look at it, what is it, 4 losses in the last 6 for Leeds. We talk about bringing confidence and momentum and that mentality of showing all season, and the wheels have fallen off at the business end. That is a massive concern. Now they have to go again. They've got to nurse this hangover and do whatever it takes to galvanise the group. And Daniel Barker, he's a class act. If there's anyone that can do it, he can do it.
Yeah, they didn't just lose at QPR a couple of weeks ago, they got annihilated by Queen's Park Rangers. It could be a dress rehearsal today for the playoff final. We'll wait and see. Leeds 1, Southampton 2, both go into the playoffs. Southampton certainly in good form. It'll be Norwich against Leeds, it'll be West Brom against Southampton. We're about to observe a minute's applause here for the former Burnley legend, Leighton James, who died recently. James, only 71, Welsh international, who so well loved here at Burnley Football Club. He had 3 spells at Turf Moor, started his career here, ended his playing career here, a couple of years as well at the end of the 70s. He tried management, also did radio shows, was very opinionated, but a terrific player in his day and a character who will be missed. Leighton James, the former Burnley and Wales winger. And we're about to get underway in a big game for Burnley. They've been in form. Can they top it off with a win that might just take them out of the bottom 3 this afternoon? And who thought that was possible? They were looking doomed just a couple of months ago. And here they are. Vincent Kompany said they're going to get better. They have got better, but they left it too little too late as Burnley kick us off and send it straight back to the keeper who launches it upfield. We know the playoffs in the Championship, we know all the EFL playoffs now. They're probably the greatest invention in football ever, and that's from someone who supports a club that's suffered the lows as well as enjoyed the highs of the playoffs. We're doing it all again this season. Bolton won 3-1 at Burnley at Barnsley last night in the League One playoffs, and it's Oxford Peterborough tonight on talkSPORT 2.
Touched in by Clark Harris, right on the line. 2 in 2 minutes for the Posh. Brilliant goal! Magnificent goal from Oxford United. Everybody loves the playoffs, don't they?
But we've obviously got to concentrate on ourselves and manage to get to Wembley, hopefully.
Come back out to that far side. The right and swung in by Burrows again. Rabbit's only on shot and it's in. Burrows has done it again. This is extraordinary.
Yeah. Incredible stuff for playoffs. You've got to love them. Even though they don't always go your way, you have got to love them. And that League One playoff semi-final first leg of the Kazam Oxford Peterborough is live tonight on talkSPORT 2. We'll have all the playoff semi-finals and the Wembley finals, of course, live on the talkSPORT network. And of course, the talkSPORT network has been all season the only place where you could hear EFL commentaries. We're so committed to the EFL and the quality of it that this is the only place all season where you could have heard EFL live commentaries and all the playoffs to come as well. Let me quickly tell you that the latest episode of the Sportsbook Club podcast out now, show where we discuss a new sports book that's a contender for the Sportsbook of the Year award. The latest episode is focused on a brilliant book on boxing called Death of a Boxer. The author Pete Carville, myself and the champ Spencer Oliver go into good detail about the book, and Spencer gives us a really special, emotional, brilliant insight from someone who's been in the ring and suffered a life-threatening injury in the ring as well. It's a brilliant listen, painful listen at times from Spencer Oliver. Available as a podcast on Acast and Spotify. Available in the podcast section of the talkSPORT app as well. Just head to the Outspoken section. That's the William Hill Sportsbook Club podcast, this latest edition discussing the book Death of a Boxer. It's Game Day Live on talkSPORT. Let's hear from Daniel Barker, the Leeds manager, beaten by Southampton today. He's with Mark Wilson.
Cheers, Adrian. Daniel, not the result you wanted. What were your thoughts on the performance today? Yes, it was a bit wide game today, but we had to take the risk, first of all, because we played without several key players today, but a draw was also not an option. Normally you don't play that open and that wide against such a counter-attacking side like Southampton. You are a bit more structured against the ball, but yeah, we wanted to take the risk today to play man against man, to open really the center, to press them really early and intense, to make sure that they can't play their possession football, and also perhaps to score an early goal to impress Ipswich a little bit. And we need to take the risk today. Even with the win, the outcome would have been the same. We finished the season on position 3, so for that, yes, lots of understanding. That was perhaps not our normal, natural way of football. Even although we were 2-1 down against a really good counter-setting side, I was pleased that we didn't concede more out of a counter-attack. We went for it till the last second, and also supporters appreciate what we were doing. With a big applause after the final whistle, so I'm grateful for this. Right now, a new competition starts. I think today we had no other option instead of playing this risky kind of football in the playoffs, and also in normal games of the league you wouldn't play like this, but today we had no other choice for that. I don't overrate the performance or the way we played today. There always was a chance, obviously, if Ipswich had a loss, but psychologically, I resign yourself to the fact you were going to win the playoffs.
Yes, it was difficult. Obviously, we tried during the week also to lift the mood of the players, to make sure that we are on it again, and I think they were. So obviously we're struggling with a few injuries at the moment, and yes, also a few of my younger players have lost a bit their confidence. You could feel it, and for that we wanted to win this back with a good performance, with a good result. Obviously, I would have preferred to win today, but overall, I'm also far away from exaggerating and overrating this game today, because again, we had no other choice in order to go for it, and they tried everything. The players were really completely different type of games, and right now we draw a line on this game and also on the season, to make sure that we are as good as possible in the upcoming competition.
If we'd have offered you 90 points at the start, would you have taken that? Yes, definitely. So because normally in each and every other season, normally it's enough to be there to automatic promotion, and it just says that what a good season we have played overall when you see the whole picture. But I also think we fully deserve to be exactly where we are. So congratulations to Les and Ipswich. They were over the course of the season the two best sides in this league. They deserve to be there with automatic promotion. We were the third best side. It's a really good position. Yeah, 1-2% less than perhaps in order to be there in the top two. But this is also what we are. We're not the finished end product. But we just want to make sure right now that we, if anyhow possible, provide ourselves and for a really good season overall. Also with the best possible outcome, and obviously the best possible outcome would be promotion to the Holy Land.
You go up against one of your former clubs in Norwich. What are your thoughts about going there next weekend?
Yeah, it's always a bit special game of me. Great memories over there. We'll be always grateful to this club and also the people there for amazing times that we had together. But yeah, the first visit back at Carrow Road was quite emotional. Yes, right now it's more like part of the job. It would be good to see some really nice and friendly people, but my focus is just on being there with the best possible result for us, for Leeds United, because our big aim is we want to be successful with this team.
Thank you, Daniel. Good luck in the playoffs.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hey, Daniel Farber, the Leeds manager with talkSPORT's Mark Wilson, and it is Norwich at home to Leeds in that playoff semi-final first leg, and I think Norwich will be pleased with that because their away record is shocking. They've lost 10 away. That's more than relegated Huddersfield in this season. But they go to Leeds away, and they'll hope to have a big lead from that first leg. Let's go back to the Emirates. Arsenal won today. The 4 points clear. Mikel Arteta is with talkSPORT's Declan McCarthy.
Yes, thank you, Mikel, for joining us. A real battle out there, but you continue to put the pressure on, and it felt like three huge points today.
Yes, big points. Every win now, it's huge. Really pleased, especially the way we played the first half, the fluidity, the determination, the quality, the way the team flowed, the dynamics that we generated, the amount of chances and goals that we should have scored to get the game done in that first half. And then the second half, then with 1-0, this is a Premier League great to Bournemouth as well. They are a really good side, and we have to navigate some tough, difficult moments. But then, we were very effective as well when we managed to get in the corner box, and 3 goals and a clean sheet in a day where you have to maintain the hope and the vision to win the Premier League. We have to be really happy.
You mentioned the chances in the first half, 16. It was an amazing performance, but one man in particular, Bukayo Saka, scoring his 20th goal, and a massive milestone for him in the club.
Absolutely, but we need that. We need some exceptional individual performances and consistency to maintain the level and the rhythm that this league and our rivals demand, and the boys great to them, they are doing that.
Goal and assist for Declan Rice. It seemed like he was everywhere today, Mikel. We saw him leave the pitch with a huge smile on his face. Is that something you wanted to see more from him?
The smile?
The goals and the assists?
Both, to be fair. But that means that a player is enjoying the journey with us. Big credit to him because we played him in 2 very different positions. He has adapted to both of them in an unbelievable way, and his contribution to the team is really big.
4 points clear at the top of the Premier League. It's over to Manchester City now. Unlike last year, this team continued to compete at the top. Is that the motivation for the group?
Yeah, well, motivation is here, the opportunity is right there, and we want to get it done. And to do that, we have to do our bit and then wait and pray.
Thank you, Mikel. Congratulations. Back to you, Adrian.
Dec, thanks very much. Mikel Arteta in a good mood, and why not? 3-0 winners over Bournemouth, 4 points clear, and it's over to Manchester City to take on Wolves at 5:30. And I'll keep you in touch with that during the game day phone-in on talkSPORT from 5:30 this evening. It's game day live on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Whatever the mission, home or away, Enterprise helps over 120,000 people every day. It's all been going on here at Turf Moor, apart from goals. Chris Ewellama, Matt Jones.
It certainly has. 9.5 minutes gone. It's Burnley 0, Newcastle 0. Burnley started like an absolute house on fire for the first 5 minutes. Newcastle just could not keep with them, and Burnley kept breaking into the box. They had numerous crosses. They had a chance for Larson, which was saved by Dubravka, and then just a few moments ago, a huge penalty appeal. Asignon broke into the box. It looked to me like he was tripped by Bruno. We've seen the replay on a couple of occasions. He wasn't sent over to VAR, the referee, who is today Anthony Taylor. He wasn't asked to have another look at it, and Chris Iwelumo is absolutely mystified.
It's a penalty kick. Now, there's no other way that you've got to look at it. I've got to say Anthony Taylor's positioning was excellent. I don't understand why he can't give it. Then there's another human, was it John Brooks? John Brooks in VAR. How can he look at that and then not give Anthony Taylor the option to go to the screen to reassess it? It's so poor. Not only was there a slight contact, Assingham was already going to go, but if Gimenez, two hands don't go in the back, he's getting a shot away. So he's at a disadvantage. I don't understand why that cannot be given. It's been an excellent start from Burnley. The Brun Larsen attempt, he's got in behind the Bradford come out, made it very making himself big, excellent save, but it's been all Burnley being very much on top.
It really has. Vincent Kompany will be absolutely delighted with how his side have started. They just haven't put the ball in the back of the net as of yet. It's Burnley 0, Newcastle 0.
For what it's worth, I thought it was definitely a penalty as well. I can't understand how Anthony Taylor couldn't see it in real time. Extraordinary. Goal in Scotland. Celtic lead Hearts 1-0. Kyogo with his 12th league goal of the season. Hearts have beaten Celtic home and away already this campaign. And if Rangers do want to have a chance of winning the title, they'll probably need Hearts to get something at Celtic Park this afternoon. Remember, the Old Firm game is next Saturday, 12:30, the last one of the season. Let's head off to Bramall Lane on talkSPORT with Neil Redfern and Alan Biggs.
Well, I predict this is the way it's not going to finish. Sheffield United 0, Nottingham Forest 0. This has been a really lively start. Both teams making inroads in the attacking sector. In particular, Morgan Gibbs-White for Nottingham Forest. Sheffield United fans remembering well a couple of years ago, he was outstanding in their runs to the playoffs, but predictably that counted for nothing. He was booed in possession as he ran from halfway. What a great run it was, what a superb cross, what a great chance Chris Wood at the far post. He'd have backed him to score. First time side foot, just wide against that. A couple of great runs from the back by Anel Ahmedhodzic for Sheffield United. Neil, it's not going to be 0-0 this, is it?
It doesn't look like it, Alan. Both sides are going for it, to be honest with you. I really like the look of the three midfield for Sheffield United. Hamer, Arblaster and Brooks. They've been really industrious. They've got about Forest. They've dominated in that area in these early exchanges. But it's Forest that had the best chance of these opening exchanges as well. It's a great ball in, like you said, from Gibbs-White, and he's got to score from there. But you know, he missed 2 or 3 chances against Man City in the previous game last week, and they just can't afford to miss chances like that, Forest, if they're going to stay up. But there's nothing in this game. It's a cracking game of football.
Yeah, 14 goals this season. Chris Wood, great opportunity for 15 there. Bramall Lane, it's a good start to the game. Sheffield United 0, Nottingham Forest 0.
And what's going on at the G-Tech in the third game in the Premier League that kicked off at 3? Ray Parlour and Alfie Reynolds.
Well, we've played 13 minutes, Brentford 0, Fulham 0, but Brentford have just gone closest to breaking the deadlock. Willian, for the second time in the game already, sloppily giving the ball away. Tony then played it into Mbumo down the right-hand side, and his shot was deflected onto the bar. Lewis Potter's follow-up was straight at Leno and easily saved by the Fulham goalkeeper. But Ray Parlour alongside me, great chance for Brentford.
Absolutely. Really poor play from Willian, it really was, and this is what he said there, Alfie. He's given the ball away 2 or 3 occasions in his opening 15-20 minutes, so he's got to be liven up a little bit. He's got so much experience, we know, but Tony won the ball back in a good area, and then he put in Vermo, and Bassett done really well, to be fair to him, because he showed him down on his right foot what he should do, but he just got the shot away, and he just put a little bit of deflection onto the bar. So quite a lively start, because if not, these two teams are not playing for a little bit of pride now. But certainly that was the best chance of the game. But Fulham also had their moments as well early in this game.
Yeah, a couple of chances for Fulham as well. Early sights of the goal of Sasa Lukic. He had a shot inside the box which was deflected behind, and then Iwobi on the edge of the area fired it narrowly over the bar. Half chances, I suppose you'd say, Ray, with those
half
two.
chances, couple of corners as well. They're forced to Fulham, but they've got some good players going forward. Muniz has been excellent up front for Fulham. Iwobi, we know about him. Willian can do it as well on this left-hand side. So they've got good players going forward. So it's a pretty lively game for what's at stake.
Yeah, bragging rights on the line is the main thing. Brentford are safe, Fulham 8 points above them. 15 minutes played, Brentford 0, Fulham 0.
Back to Bramall Lane, penalty, Alan Biggs.
It's a penalty to Sheffield United. This is something that Nottingham Forest cannot afford. Brereton Diaz tripped just inside the area. Looked like a clumsy challenge from a Forest defender there, and it is a penalty to Sheffield United, just inside the area. Neil Redford, I don't think there's too much doubt about the decision. The referee, Chris Kavanagh, was very well placed, and he gave it almost immediately.
Yeah, I mean, it's really rash challenge. I think it was Murillo that put the challenge in. Brilliant by Archer, came inside on his left foot, skipped one challenge and then just got brought crashing to the ground.
And here's the penalty. It's going to be taken by Ben Brereton Diaz, who's been in great form since joining Sheffield United for a loan spell. He scored 5 goals in that loan spell. There was the usual kidology of somebody else taking possession of the ball. There's a booking in there for Ryan Yates, I think, the Nottingham Forest captain, for his protest, and also I think trying to encroach for the gamesmanship of the edge of the area there. Ben Osborne took possession of the ball, but it is going to be Ben Brereton Diaz with the penalty kick. A little bit of antics on the line. Matt Sells is there awaiting this. Here he comes, charging on, and absolutely bumps it into the centre of the goal. And Sells went to his left, so already here, this is a problem for Nottingham Forest, a game that they have to look to win. What a great penalty, Neil.
Yeah, really emphatic, confidently taken by Brereton Diaz. They've looked good going forward, I have to say, Sheffield United. They've looked loose at the back for us, and it's probably what United have deserved. You know, sent the keeper the wrong way brilliantly. And it's going to be interesting how Forest react to this, because they can't afford a defeat here.
Sheffield United 1, Nottingham Forest 0.
The goals as they go in, that could be big down at the bottom of the table. It could be big for Burnley, who are goalless here at the moment with Newcastle United. Brentford 0, Fulham 0, and the other 3 o'clock kick-off earlier. Arsenal beat Bournemouth 3-0 to go 4 points clear at the top of the table. We're there live from Mikel Arteta, who's very happy. Bukayo Saka among the goals again, this time from the spot, his 20th of the season. And we get to the full times in the Championship. Birmingham 1, Norwich 0. Norwich in the playoffs, Birmingham relegated. Coventry 1, QPR 2, Ipswich 2, Huddersfield 0. Huddersfield relegated, Ipswich promoted. Leeds 1, Southampton 2, they're both in the playoffs. Leicester 0, Blackburn 2, Leicester champions, Blackburn safe. Middlesbrough 3, Watford 1, Plymouth 1, Hull 0, Plymouth safe. Rotherham 5, Cardiff 2, but Rotherham already relegated. Stoke 4, Bristol City 0, Sunderland 0, Sheffield Wednesday 2, Wednesday are safe. What a job Danny Rolls done there, by the way. Swansea 0, Millwall 1, Millwall safe before today, and West Brom 3, Preston 0, West Bromwich Albion in the playoffs. In the League 1 playoff semi-final first leg, Oxford Posh is live on talkSPORT 2 tonight. They're going to get underway very shortly in the National League North Promotion playoff final. Brackley at home to Boston. In the WSL 2 results, Everton 2, Spurs 2, and Alicia Lehmann's goal was enough for Aston Villa to win 1-0 at Brighton. In the Scottish Premiership top 6, Celtic lead Hearts by a goal to 0. That's top beating third. And in the bottom 6, Hibs have taken the lead at Ross County. Hibs finished bottom 6, but they won at St Johnstone last week to go back into the top 6. If you're not familiar with it, it will be confusing. Those are the latest scores and full times from up and down the country on talkSPORT. It's Game Day Live on talkSPORT with Now. Don't forget, with Now you can stream all the Sky Sports action like Man City Wolves live today, contract free with a Now membership. Search Now Sports.
Game Day Live on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Whatever the mission, home or away, Enterprise helps over 120,000 people every day.
Saturday. Football is upon us. Have you made your Super 6 predictions yet? It's free to play. Predict 6 correct scores and you could win £250,000. It's happened before and it can happen again. But we're about more than just jackpots. We've got weekly and monthly prizes too. There's even more to play for this season with Super 6. Download the app and enter for free by 3 p.m. Saturday. 18+, T's and C's apply.
Game Day exclusive on talkSPORT with Now. Stream all the Sky Sports action like Man City vs Wolves live today, contract free with a Now Sports membership. Search Now Sports, 18+, stream via internet, terms apply.
Game Day. The unstoppable force of live football. Game Day Live on talkSPORT.
It is talkSPORT. We know that Nottingham Forest are trailing 1-0 at Sheffield Sheffield United, and there's been a goal here at Turf Moor, Matt Jones.
There certainly has. It's Burnley 0, Newcastle 1, so a huge goal in that relegation battle. It's a lovely Newcastle move. They burst through the centre of midfield and spray the ball out to the right-hand side. The cross comes in. Isak pokes it goalwards. It's a really good finish. The keeper somehow makes a point-blank range save, but the ball pops straight out to Callum Wilson. I said earlier on he scored the goals here at Turf Moor that relegated Burnley a couple of years ago, and he makes no mistake here as he pokes home from close range into a basically open net. And that, Chris, has come out of absolutely nothing.
Well, this is why it's so important to try and get that goal when you're on top. You know, the players that Newcastle have, they've got individuals that can turn any game on its head. It's a great ball in. Isak gets the contact. It's a great save, strong hand with the right hand of Muric there as well. I've got to look at Darren O'Shea. He's got to follow Callum Wilson in all the while and just anticipate that rebound there and try and get some sort of contact to put Wilson off. It was a comfortable finish for him.
Burnley have just had a chance to get back in it with Signon, his third strike of the match, actually shooting straight at the goalkeeper. But I was going to say that Burnley's wait for a clean sheet goes on. They have not had one this side of Christmas. 18 matches, well that now ticks over to 19 without a clean sheet, and that's one of the reasons why they're still struggling to get out of the relegation zone at the moment. And against the run of play, Burnley 0, Newcastle 1.
Yeah, Burnley had started on fire. They couldn't keep it up, and Newcastle take the lead. Burnley 0, Newcastle 1, Brentford 0, Fulham 0, and Sheffield United 1, Nottingham Forest 0. It's all good news for Luton Town right now. We've got a draw live on talkSPORT last night at home to Everton. They were disappointed with it afterwards, but right now it looks like a fantastic point for the Hatters. Back to the Championship, final day. They all kicked off at 12:30. We know that Norwich lost at Birmingham, but they are in the playoffs where they'll face Leeds United. The Norwich boss, David Wagner, has been speaking with talkSPORT's Ollie Kling.
David, a loss on the final day, but you are in the playoffs, and that must be the most important thing.
Yeah, the only thing which counts today, to be fair. We are over the moon to achieve this when you consider where we come from. Last season finished 13th. Had a difficult autumn as well, where the club was not really united. But we turned it, and now this club is fully united. We are really looking forward to the playoffs. Great achievement, unbelievable what the players have done in this season, and now we are really excited about what is in front of us.
There's always a lot of talk about carrying form into the playoffs. Does it bother you at all with the loss today that you may lose a bit of momentum?
To be totally honest, no, because my experience is exactly the opposite. I was in the playoffs once in my first full season. Now this is my second full season. We are in the playoffs again, and my first experience which I had, momentum doesn't count, and it makes total sense because there's a regular season, 46 games, and then there's a postseason. And in this postseason, everyone starts with a 25% chance to be a Premier League club in the next season. And the first step is to make 50% out of it, and this is exactly our aim.
As you say, you have been there and done it as Huddersfield manager. How confident are you carrying this Norwich side into the playoffs?
I have every trust, belief, and confidence as well. And to be fair, the truth is, if you've done it before, obviously this gives you even a little bit more confidence because you know how to approach it. And I will let the players know everything what they have to know, what I know, how we can be successful.
Well, let me tell you that David Wagner's Huddersfield were successful in the playoffs. I think it was 2017, but they're the only side to ever be successful in the playoffs without actually scoring a goal. They went for an away goals against Sheffield Wednesday. That away goal was an own goal. It was 0-0 in the final against Reading. They won it on penalties. And I think Chris Willem, they'd take that again, wouldn't they?
100%. Yeah, I think it's just he's got something about him, Wagner. You know, I think he's been there, he's done it, and yeah, that experience will play a massive part. The players, you know, I think they have delivered. They've got themselves in the playoffs, albeit I think you know they are in contention for. They were in contention in one of the teams that they could get automatic. But you know what? They're coming into the playoffs in a little bit of form. They've got a manager that's been there and done it. The players have to buy into that. And just about, like you say, there's no better way to get promoted, Adrian.
Oh, you and I love it.
Yeah, they are, you know, experienced the playoff twice myself. It's just one of those things. Everything about it, the media, the hype, the fans buying into it, the players have just got to be brave enough and composed enough to play the way that they have shown that they can play this season.
Yeah, Norwich losing today to Birmingham. Despite that defeat, Birmingham relegated as Newcastle go through and possibly should, and certainly could have, had a second Matt Jones.
They certainly could. It was a really good move, actually. I'm just trying to work out who it was who had the end shot, but they worked the ball into the box. Wilson and Isak, they just keep drifting into pockets of space, and the Burnley defence aren't going with them. And I think it might have been Livramento there who was forward from defence to have the shot from the right-hand side of the area. A lovely move, and Muric just about getting to it.
Yeah, another fantastic save from Muric, but too easy at the minute. Burnley a little bit kind of rattled, aren't they? Stuck in the heels. You've just got to kind of liven up, react to going behind, try and get back in control of the game, use the ball the way they were using, but got to be switched on, take responsibility of the players, mark them, follow the runners, make the contact.
Newcastle have completely taken control of this game, by the way, since going ahead. Burnley, on the other hand, they have the absolute worst record in the Premier League when going 1-0 down. It's happened in 20 matches prior today. They've only managed 3 draws. The other 17 have all ended in defeat. It's Burnley 0, Newcastle 1.
More goals in Scotland. Celtic double their lead against Hearts. Kyogo with his second of the afternoon. Ross County have equalised at home to Hibs. Simon Murray makes it Ross County 1, Hibs 1. Now that's interesting because Livingston have fallen behind at Motherwell. I'll tell you more about the goal in a moment, but if Livingston don't match Ross County's result this afternoon, then David Martindale's Livingston will be relegated. He'll be relegated anyway. Could be confirmed this afternoon in Livingston. A goal down to Motherwell. The goal scorer, the Canadian international forward in Ottawa, Theo Bair. It's his 12th in 16 in the league since the end of December. He's on fire at the moment, the big striker. We've got another goal in the Premier League. It's another one at Bramall Lane, Neil Redfern and Alan Biggs.
It's an equaliser for Nottingham Forest. Sheffield United 1, Nottingham Forest 1. Callum Hudson-Odoi with a wonderful strike from the corner of the area across the goalkeeper into the far side of the net, following great fluent build-up that yet again involved the outstanding Morgan Gibbs-White, who's threatening every time he's on the ball. There was an earlier deflected shot produced by a run from Gibbs-White from Danilo, which was deflected away, and there's possible half chance for Chris Wood as well before the goal. But what a wonderful shape to that strike. Neil Redfern, you're a guy who's specialised in goals from near to the area.
Yeah, I'd have been proud of that, Alan. Fantastic strike. You know, it's Morgan Gibbs-White that's the instigator. It's young Arblaster that's picking him up. He just loses him. Started the game well, the young player, but just loses Morgan Gibbs-White for a split second. It's a great little crossfield pass to find him, and his touch is excellent. Hudson-Odoi comes inside, drops his shoulder, and just feels it round Fodringham into the far corner. Absolutely brilliant goal. It's come at a time when Sheffield United were just starting to get the tails up and looked like they were going to go and get another, but this has really put the cat amongst the pigeons.
A moment earlier, Sheffield United threatening a second goal. Outstanding defending from Murillo to shepherd the ball away from Cameron Archer, who's very well placed. Really exciting at Bramall Lane. There's a big Forest following away to our left. Anxious afternoon for them, but it's looking a bit better now. Sheffield United 1, Nottingham Forest 1.
Yeah, Hudson-Odoi with the goal set up by Morgan Gibbs-White, who had a loan spell at Sheffield United earlier in his career, and it seems like he's back to haunt them this afternoon. Sheffield United 1, Forest 1. Burnley a goal down here to Newcastle. It's goalless. Brentford will be there shortly, but let's hear from the Ipswich captain Sam Morsey after he led them to promotion, automatic promotion, with a 2-0 win over Huddersfield, live on talkSPORT 2 this lunchtime. And Sam Morsey has been speaking with talkSPORT Ian Danta.
Sam, many congratulations. Is this the best day of your career as a player?
Yeah, definitely. Something we've worked really hard for, and unbelievable, really. Can't really put it into words right now.
And the day couldn't have gone any better for you, could it?
I know, yeah, I know. We played really well, we scored a few, possibly could have scored more. Really good performance, so yeah, great day.
Can you put into context what this means to have achieved what you've done, back-to-back promotions?
Incredible, really. You know, back-to-back, and especially the teams we've competed with some great teams. So to get it over the line, yeah, amazing.
Well, you're the skipper. You must be so proud of this group of players that you lead.
Yeah, really proud. Yeah, phenomenal crew, phenomenal club support, and yeah, an amazing day.
One hell of a party on the way, then, I imagine.
Yeah, 100%. Everyone enjoying themselves, and rightfully so.
Well done, sir. Thank you.
There you go, Sam Morsey, the Ipswich captain. He's the kind of player, Ipswich fans love him, but everybody else hates him. You love him when he's in your team, but when he's playing against you, really don't like him at all. But he's the man who's led Ipswich on the pitch to promotion. Off the pitch, it's been Kieran McKenna, the manager of the season. No doubt about that. Similarities to Alf Ramsey as well. He started at Spurs with his coaching career, took Ipswich from third tier to top flight, as Alf Ramsey did as well. But when Ramsey got to the top flight, he won the title in his first season at that highest level. Let's see if Kieran McKenna can match that. Let's go and find out what's happening in the GTEC in the Premier League. And Alfie Reynolds.
Well, we've played half an hour. It's still Brentford 0, Fulham 0, as Flecken in the Brentford goal just to collect Muniz's header, which went straight up into the air. Fairly flat match so far, in all honesty, Adrian. The best chance was still in Bumo's for Brentford when it was deflected onto the bar. Fulham have had a few half chances. Lukic, Iwobi and Pereira has shot over, but Ray Parlour, since Bumo hit the woodwork, just lacking a bit of intensity or pace, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. You can look at the managers, they're trying to urge their players on, you know, a little bit more livelier, a bit more energy into the game, and that's what's lacking at the moment. But you'd expect that this time of the year. They're not playing for anything, they're both safe. You know, there's a couple of places they can go, they can get the win. Maybe Fulham can look at that top 10, maybe, which would be a great achievement for them. But at the moment, it just needs something to happen. And Burmo down his right side has been pretty quiet for his standards. Robinson's done well, left back. He's always a really lively player. He's got forward a couple of occasions. Just like that little bit of quality for the final delivery. But yeah, it's a little bit flat at the moment, and it needs a crowd to get something to happen to get this going, this game.
And a lot of the time in your career, you were competing for trophies and titles at this part of the campaign. But what is it like for a player when, as we say, in terms of the Premier League, both teams are safe, it's individual placings? Can you lose a bit of intensity and motivation for a game?
Well, you can, you know, you do drop off a little bit at times when you're not playing for anything, but it's still a really good buzz as well. Being on that football field, knowing the crowd are behind you, know, it's more for Brentford really, if I'm being honest, because out home and you want that crowd to get behind you, they want to finish the season well. So, yeah, it's a little bit flat, but Brentford just needs something to happen. Ivan Toney's not really been in the game enough for me either, but he's put on the left-hand side, he's in and out of the game, so they just need that little bit more consistency.
Well, as Ray says, both Thomas Frank and Marco Silva have been on the edge of their technical areas in the opening half an hour or so, demanding more from their players. At the moment, though, it's Brentford 0, Fulham 0.
Yeah, Tony's an interesting one. No goals in 9, and as Ray said, they're struggling to get into the game. Meantime, here, Callum Wilson has scored in front of the England manager Gareth Southgate. So you wonder what that lack of goal-scoring form for Ivan Toney might do with regard to the Euro squad, which will be up and coming very soon. Of course, talkSPORT will be at the Euros. And talking of European football, Trans-Europe Express, one of my very favourite radio shows on talkSPORT, Sunday nights 9 o'clock with the brilliant Danny Kelly and Euro experts Andy Brassel. They'll have the fallout from the Champions League midweek semi-finals, including Jadon Sancho's performance and his future as well. Borussia Dortmund 4-1 up at half-time in their Bundesliga game this afternoon, as well as the latest on Bayern Munich's search for a manager after talks with Ralf Rangnick didn't work out. So who is going to take over from Thomas Tuchel? Harry Kane scored again, by the way, this afternoon for Bayern Munich. They've won a piece against Stuttgart. Fantastic show, Trans-Europe Express, 9 o'clock Sunday nights on talkSPORT. Games ongoing right now in the Premier League. Brentford 0, Fulham 0, Burnley 0, Newcastle 1 here at Turf Moor. Newcastle got a corner. Sheffield United 1, Forest 1. Callum Hudson-Odoi cancelling out Ben Burton Diaz's penalty. And in the Scottish Premiership, 5 games. Celtic lead Hearts 2-0. Dundee 0, St Mirren 0. Bottom 6, Aberdeen 0, St Johnstone 0. It's Motherwell 1, Livingston 0. Ross County 1, Hibs 1. As it stands, Livingston will be relegated, but we're bringing you all the goals as they go in on talkSPORT. It's Game Day Live with Enterprise Rent-A-Car, whatever the mission, home or away. Enterprise helps over 120,000 people every day.
Game Day exclusive on talkSPORT 2 with Now. Stream all the Sky Sports action like Man City vs Wolves live today, contract free with a Now Sports membership. Search Now Sports, 18 plus, stream our internet, terms apply.
There will be 14 minutes of extra time.
With Betfair's 90-minute payout, you don't have to wait for the final whistle to celebrate, because your winning bet will be paid out in full at 90 minutes. Betfair. Applies to match odds 90 market or markets with the 90 icon. Sportsbook exclusive. Terms and conditions apply. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
Game Day live on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Enterprise has vans of all shapes and sizes, so if you've got a plan, we've got a van.
Monday night is game night. The goals are calling.
Exclusive kick-by-kick commentary of Crystal Palace versus Manchester United.
Coverage from 7, kick-off 8 p.m. on talkSPORT.
We've got another goal here at Turf Moor. Chris Llewellyn on Matt Jones.
It's all gone wrong for Burnley. Burnley 0, Newcastle 2, and this is a lovely finish from Langstaff, but it came from some really industrious play down the right by Callum Wilson. He tried to get into the box for a shot. He was shepherded away from goal. He managed to keep hold of the ball. He offloads it to Murphy, and Murphy just pulls it into the middle, where Longstaff had just drifted into space completely unnoticed by the Burnley defence, Chris.
Yeah, it was an excellent goal. I've got to say the ball from Anthony Gordon over to Wilson, outstanding, great touch, keeps the defender occupied. And it's Jakey Murphy, the little cut back into the Mather. Longstaff was weighted excellently. What a finish that is, by the way. You know, when he's coming on to goal, a lot of bodies in front. Goal doesn't move, he just finds that bottom left-hand corner. Makes it very, very difficult for Munich. It's all about the contact. Excellent finish.
It's probably been coming because since you were last with us, there have been a couple more chances for Newcastle as well. Gordon, after a rapid counter-attack, all of Burnley's own making, they went with a short corner and gave the ball away straight away from the short corner. Newcastle counter-attacked, and Gordon's shot took a flick off the defender and went just wide, and then Burn headed the resulting corner over the bar. So Newcastle have been all over Burnley, and they thoroughly deserved their advantage. Burnley 0, Newcastle 2.
Chris, I want to ask you a quick one. I mentioned before that Gareth Southgate's here. He'll have been seriously impressed so far with Anthony Gordon.
Yeah, Robbie. He's a fantastic talent. He defends, he takes that responsibility on. Going forward, he gets at his players, he can be direct, but then his distribution as well, his range of passing is outstanding. If he's adding goals to that as well, I think you look at he's got 10 Premier League goals, 9 assists. If he scores another one, it's only 2 players in Newcastle's history have actually got double figures in both goals and assists in a single campaign. So he's ticking all the right boxes, isn't he?
He is playing very well. Newcastle playing very well. And if you're thinking, look at the table, of course this was going to happen. Well, actually, Newcastle have lost 8 of their last 11 away. All season they've won only 14 points away from home. Only Sheffield United, Forest and Luton have won fewer points away from home. So their great form has been built on home form. Newcastle United, their league position built on home form, away from home, not good. So Burnley, it was there for the taking, but they're letting it get away from them. Newcastle have a free kick in an advanced position. They are already leading by 2 goals to 0. Let's get more reaction to Ipswich securing automatic promotion with a 2-0 win over Huddersfield, live on talkSPORT 2 earlier. George Edmondson, their defenders, with Ian Downter.
George, many congratulations. Listen, you've been on this journey as much as anybody as an Ipswich Town player. What does today mean to you?
Yeah, it's massive. It's something you dream of as a kid. You know, to be honest, I probably never thought I'd be a game away from the Premier League, and then obviously we've gone and won it, and now we're Premier League players. So it's just the next step now is to try and keep on the journey, keep on the train, and hopefully I can stay here for many more years.
Talk to me about these past few weeks when you and everybody around you has been sort of almost stumbling their way to get over the line. It's not been easy, has it?
No, not at all, but Championship, you know, everybody sees it every year. It's one of the hardest leagues in the world. Everybody beats everybody, everybody's got a chance of beating everybody, and that just sums up the Championship. And us getting promoted, you know, it shows that anybody can do it.
You've got your family and your friends around you here. It means a lot of times like this because they sacrifice a lot on your behalf, don't they?
Yeah, I've got my mum, dad and sister. They come every game, especially my daddy comes every game, and then my 2 mates obviously have jobs as well, but they still come all around the country and support me. So as much as today's for us and the players, it's for families as well.
What summer you're going to have? You're going to be back for those fixture lists in June, and then dreaming. Where do you want to go most?
Vegas, to be honest.
Yeah, stuff Old Trafford, right? It's all about Vegas.
Yeah, let me get Vegas out of the way, and then I'll worry about the fixtures.
Seriously, is there a ground you'd really like to visit though next season?
To be honest, I'm a City fan, so Etihad, but the one I've always wanted to play at is St James's Park. I don't know why, it's just something special about it, so hopefully the gaffer can pick me for that game.
Well, you never know, with the 39th game, Vegas might be on the agenda next season for Ipswich in the Premier League. But that's George Edmondson A promoted player with Ipswich Town who beat Huddersfield by 2-0 today. Just a reminder, Leicester champions, Ipswich promoted with them. It's Norwich Leeds in one playoff semi, West Brom Southampton in another playoff semi, and relegated Birmingham, Huddersfield and Rotherham and Burnley could be getting relegated as well. They have just gone 3-0 down. Chris Swellamo and Matt Jones.
They have imploded. It's Burnley 0, Newcastle 3. To be honest, about 20 seconds ago, Newcastle should have had a stonewall penalty for a clear push on Callum Wilson as he went up for a header. Well, Newcastle aren't protested anymore because Bruno has just took the ball into the bottom corner from near the penalty spot. It's another delightful move. Burnley just couldn't get close to them when they were making the pass. Bruno again found in space, and actually it comes from Burnley losing possession as well as they tried to play out from the back. And well, Chris, they're the architects of their own downfall.
No, they are. You know, Arsenal has had a terrible minute there. Should have been a penalty kick. Then he tries to pull it out. Falls to Anthony Gordon again. He's right decision, right time. He's driving in the box, commits his defender, and then just the way to pass into the path of Bruno, and then it's into the near corner. And Munich has no chance whatsoever. But they have to go a little bit longer sometimes, Burnley, play in the right areas, especially Newcastle just setting traps. You know, and at the minute, Burnley haven't got the quality to play through that. So what do? You play over the top with a little bit of quality. Can Lyle Foster hold the ball up, get up and play in the right areas? At the minute, it's just playing into the path of Newcastle. They're in complete control.
They are completely, and it's going to take a long way for Burnley to come back from here. It's Burnley 0, Newcastle 3.
This is as comfortable as you like for Newcastle after that early penalty shout for Burnley wasn't given. It's been all Newcastle. They lead by 3-0. What's going on at Bramall Lane? Neil Ridford and Alan Biggs.
Well, plenty. Sheffield United 1, Nottingham Forest 1 as Chris Wood has a header which is tipped against the crossbar, and Sheffield United still having to defend this. Chris Wood's header there. I think the goalkeeper, Wes Fothering, just got a fingertip on it. Certainly the ball crashed back off the crossbar. Now, that was a rare opportunity for Nottingham Forest in this game, because I tell you, no word of a lie, in the last 10 or 15 minutes, Sheffield United should have scored, or could have scored, 6 goals. Jaden Bogle with a chance deflected wide. Gus Harmer with an opportunity that was narrowly wide. Ben Brereton Diaz also had a decent attempt at goal. Murillo blocked that. Cameron Archer got away. His touch just running down. Matt Sells was out to block. And then Sells tipping over from Gus Harmer's 20-yarder. And a Cameron Archer miss. All of those things backed in. And yet at the other end, Neil, Forest almost get ahead.
Yeah, they just don't want sucker punching here. Sheffield United, they should be out of sight, Alan, to be honest with you. Like you said, 4 really good chances. You know, the front two have been excellent. Archer and Brereton Diaz. And also in midfield, they've been really dominant. And Hamer has pulled the strings all the way through. You know, he's played some great little balls through. He had one rasping shot that the keeper did well to tip over the bar. But all Sheffield United, but they do carry a threat on the break, Forest. But it's not looking good for Forest at this moment.
No, the one good thing about it is the scoreline, actually, and they'll certainly settle for this. Sheffield United 1, Nottingham Forest 1.
A goal in Scotland, Dundee 0, St Mirren 1, Alex Gogic with the goal. St Mirren in 5th place, 1 point from the last 5 games. 4th is European football next season, but that looks like Kilmarnock's to lose as it stands. Hearts about to be guaranteed to group stage European football next season in 3rd place. As well, so St Mirren's form just before the split has kind of robbed them really of any chance of getting European football next season, but they lead 1-0 at Dundee. That's 6th, taking on 5th out before the split this afternoon, and St Mirren leading by a goal to 0. Let's head back to the G-Tech. Anything happening there? Ray Parler and Alfie Reynolds.
Just a couple of minutes to go until half-time. It's still goalless. Brentford 0, Fulham 0. Lewis Potter came fairly close just a few moments ago. He was picked out by a long diagonal pass from Collins, right to left from the back, and Lewis Potter did well to work himself into the area. He chipped it over Leno, not much power on it, so Diop was able to get back and head it over the bar. It would have been on target, but Ray Parler, that kind of sums up the first half, really, and I'm looking at that and saying, well, it's one of the better chances of the game.
Yeah, absolutely, and Leno was committed, but he done really well, Lewis Potter. Just got in front of him and put it towards it, well, heading towards the goal, but Diop, like all good defenders have to do, covering his goalkeeper, and then just had to head it over the bar. But it's been a couple of chances. Norgard had an effort, right foot volley across the goal, where no one was really anticipating and running in what strikers should be doing. and up the other end of Roby. A good little 1-2, gets himself into a shooting position, but it's a really poor shot in the end, right down the keeper's neck, and very easy save in the end. But yeah, it's just been lacking a bit of quality in this game, and as I said before, not a lot to play for both sides, and you can see that in the way they're conducting themselves today.
Well, we've just had 3 minutes added on at the end of this first half. The best opportunity still Brian Mbumo's deflected effort, which hit the bar. Willian, though, 3 times in this half, Ray Parlour. We mentioned it earlier because he gave the ball away for that Mbumo effort. 3 times he has given the ball away really sloppily in that Fulham midfield.
Well, it's so easy as well to pass. You know, he's not really under pressure, and he's giving it a base. No one around him. He's just giving it straight to a Brentford shirt. So he's not had the greatest of halves. But you could argue quite a few players haven't had the greatest of halves. But it's one of them sort of games, end of season, feel to it. You can just sense the crowd as well, just going with the motions at the moment as well. So we need a goal, Alfie. I'm sure if we can get one, it might liven up a bit.
Well, Willian as well has been injured, returning to the starting 11 for Fulham this afternoon. We've had 3 minutes added on, but that's going to be extended because Christoph Ayer is down. We're going to restart with a Brentford attacking free kick fairly shortly, but for the time being, it's Brentford 0, Fulham 0.
Newcastle should have had a fourth a moment ago. Longstaff just fluffing his lines in front of goal. It stays Burnley 0. Newcastle 3 as we head up towards half-time. Don't forget, Monday, we've actually got 3 live commentaries for you. Both the League 2 playoff semi-finals, Crawley against Milton Keynes Dons at 3 o'clock on talkSPORT 2, and Crewe against Doncaster at 5:30 on talkSPORT 2. And then in the evening, Premier League action, Palace, Manchester United, live and exclusive, and only on talkSPORT.
Game day live on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Rent from the best lineup in the UK. Enterprise has 450 branches with all the vehicles your business needs.
There will be 14 minutes of extra time.
With Betfair's 90-minute payout, you don't have to wait for the final whistle to celebrate, because your winning bet will be paid out in full at 90 minutes. Betfair.
Applies to match odds 90 market or markets with the 90 icon. Sportsbook exclusive. Terms and conditions apply. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
Game day exclusive on talkSPORT with Now. Stream all the Sky Sports action like Man City vs Wolves live today, contract free with a Now Sports membership. Search Now Sports, 18 plus, free via internet, terms apply.
Game day. From the terraces to the touchline, get all the goals on your radio. Game day live on talkSPORT.
Well, talkSPORT 2's coverage of the final day of the regular championship season was absolutely brilliant, letting you know what was happening at the top and the bottom and in the playoffs in between as well. The big story, though, was at Portman Road as Ipswich secured a promotion, automatic promotion for the 2nd season running. They've gone from League 1 to Premier League in no time at all. They beat Huddersfield by 2-0. Let's hear from one of the local heroes, Harry Clark, their fullback, with talkSPORT Ian Dancer.
Harry, when your head hit the pillow last night, you and the rest of your players, you couldn't have dreamed of a better day, could you?
Well, firstly, I didn't really get to sleep, to be honest, but yeah, it's what dreams are made of. This has exceeded all my dreams. Getting this club back to back promotions to the Premier League is, beyond what any of us thought we'd do. It really is special.
And your story's really interesting because you went away, you've come back, and now you've been part of this extraordinary past couple of seasons. Put it into words what it means to you personally.
It really is a dream come true. It's so special. Having my family here as well. Obviously, my mum and dad have been in tears. I've been in tears. But it's, just to see this club back to where it belongs, and hopefully we can. It's the start of good news.
That's Harry Clark, the Ipswich fullback. Ipswich promoted to the Premier League. They were playing Lincoln last season, losing home to Lincoln last season. They'll be playing Liverpool next season. At the other end of the table, Plymouth won. In fact, everybody down there won, basically, with the exception of Huddersfield, who were virtually down already. Birmingham won, but they went down because the 3 above them won as well. One of those was Plymouth, who beat Hull 1-0. Hull themselves were fighting for a playoff place. Let's hear from Plymouth's caretaker manager, the director of football, Neil Dewsnip, with talkSPORT's John Roder.
Neil, as Plymouth Argyle fan, a long-time friend of mine, you just described that as wonderful and horrible, with wonderful just one. How would you sum up that afternoon?
Yeah, it's pretty right, isn't it? I guess I
I just get so caught up in the game itself that I probably don't share the same sort of emotions. But yeah, I can imagine it being the best thing ever, the worst thing ever.
That goal coming as it did, just before half time, you really needed that because you've been on top for the first half an hour or so, but you haven't been able to get the breakthrough.
No, I did worry about that, and we talked about it just before we did score, that really it would be fitting if we could go in with the goal up. So thankfully Joe Edwards, of all people, pops up and leapt like a salmon and scored a goal for us on the far post.
Last season, when you were promoted as champions, the then manager, Stephen Schumacher, said you were only partly into a 5-year plan.
Yeah.
Relegation would have hurt that plan big time, wouldn't it?
It would indeed. And I think for Simon and the board of directors, today is massive. It gives us the chance to keep developing the club. We have some really positive plans in the future, and I guess it would have been harder to do that from Division 1 than what it will be from the Championship. But the Championship is an amazing league. We've got to get ready to go again.
And there you go, it's Neil Dushnip in charge of overseeing Plymouth's survival this season on the final day. They beat Hull 1-0. They survived as Birmingham who were relegated with Huddersfield and with Rotherham. Another goal in Scotland. Motherwell go 2 up on Livingston. Sam Nicholson in the 47th minute. Livy look like they are heading down to the Championship this afternoon. Falkirk have gone unbeaten all season. They've already won the League One title, but at half-time they're 2-1 down at home to Alloa Athletic, who'll be in the playoffs. Falkirk will want to turn that around in the second half. We're heading up to half-time. In fact, that's the whistle just gone here at Turf Moor, and rounding up an eventful first 45 minutes. Chris Suwellamile, Matt Jones.
Eventful's one word for it. It finishes at the break. Burnley 0, Newcastle 3. But this game could have been so different had Burnley been given a penalty that we all seem to think they should have been given in the 8th minute when Asignon broke into the box. He went down under a challenge from Bruno, who I thought stood on his foot. VAR took a look at it and decided nothing should be given in terms of further punishment, and the game really completely changed from there because Newcastle have fired 3 goals home in this second half, and they have surely put the game to bed because Burnley have completely capitulated. The first, which came from Callum Wilson poking home after Isak's initial shot, was saved. About 7 minutes later, Newcastle doubled their lead. Longstaff this time was the player to find the bottom corner from Murphy's pass, and then with 5 minutes to go before the break, Bruno made it 3-0. Picked out by Jordan and swapping into the bottom corner. Muric having absolutely no chance to get anywhere near it. Burnley have at times given the ball away far too cheaply. They've not defended their 18-yard box well enough. But if that penalty shout is given, Chris, it is a different game.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's small margins, isn't it? You know, especially at this elite level, it is all about those little decisions. But after they conceded, they've not been good enough. You know, I think this was disappointed that when they were in control, they were expansive. They were making it very difficult for Newcastle to get close to them. They were very comfortable in possession. All of a sudden now they're so compact that when they're in possession of the ball, Lyle Foster's very much isolated up top. You know, he needs a little bit more support. You know, that Asignon and Odegaard on the right hand side are causing so much trouble in the first 10-15 minutes. Then all of a sudden, the last 3-4 minutes here, they've livened up a little bit. Again, they need to control the game with the ball, but be expansive, make it difficult for Newcastle. They don't need to score again. They just need to set, protect, control the game with the ball. And it's going to be a very difficult second half for Burnley.
Burnley have been at their absolute best, as you say, when Essignon's been getting forward and he's been causing trouble down that right-hand flank. He's had 2 or 3 shots, but all of them have really been straight at Dubravka. At the other end, Wilson's been terrific, Isak's been terrific, and Anthony Gordon picking holes whenever he wants.
Yeah, well, they're plugging forward. You know, you look at Newcastle with the legs they've got there as well. Longstaff just arrives at the right time all the time. And then Jacob Murphy, who's impressed me, should have tried a little dink from the 18-yard line as well. It was excellent. But it's just his distribution, his weight of pass, his vision as well. Now, Longstaff should have had a second one, the exact same kind of goal from a Jacob Murphy cross again. Anthony Gordon's living over on the left-hand side. He's going central as well. Callum Wilson, you know what you're going to get. Plays at the shoulder, he blows the ball up, he's got all the attributes. I like to celebrate from Isak. If I'm going to be overly critical with the quality he's got, I like to see him getting in the game a little bit more, having those attempts, getting in behind, using his athleticism the way that he showed time and time again this season.
Burnley were forced into a sub just before the break, by the way. Ekdal coming on for a step, who came off injured. It's a long way back for them from here. It's Burnley 0, Newcastle 3.
That's half-time in the game at Bramall Lane. Let's head there. Neil Redfern and Alan Beeks.
It's Sheffield United 1, Nottingham Forest 1. A hugely entertaining first half, and from a Forest point of view, hugely relieving, because relegated Sheffield United could and should have put them to the sword here. Quite an extraordinary opening 45 minutes, and yet it was Forest who were first to threaten and could have taken the sting out of all Sheffield United's early pressure had Chris Wood converted an opportunity, an early one, brilliantly created by Morgan Gibbs-White. But at the other end, Ben Brereton, Diaz forced a penalty, he was tripped by Gonzalo Montiel, and Brereton Diaz himself booked in the spot kick, his 6th goal on loan for the Blades. Come the highlight of the half, it was 27 minutes. Callum Hudson-Odoi with a wonderful goal for Forest, shaped and curled from one corner of the area inside the back post. Once again, though, Gibbs-White instrumental in that. I'm not going to list all the opportunities Sheffield United had following that, because we'd be here all day. There were some outstanding chances, although Chris Wood at the other end hit the bar. Not a dull moment in this, Neil Redfern.
No, I mean, it's been an excellent game, to be honest with you. Points at stake, you know, particularly for Forest. You know, but they've been totally outplayed, particularly in midfield. I think Hamer, Blaster and Brooks have been dominant in there. Forest look really loose at the back, you know, and it's given Sheffield United opportunity to get in between the lines, if you like. Diaz and Archer have been a real threat. Diaz drops in little pockets really well, and Archer's a threat running down the sides and in behind. And in Hamer, you've got somebody who's got, you know, real genuine game-winning ability. You know, he's hit a couple of shots, one from 30 yards, brilliantly saved by the keeper. It's going into the goal. And Forest have spasmodically just offered a threat every now and again. You know, in Elanga, Gibbs-White and Hudson-Odoi, they've got players of real quality. I just look at Chris Wood, he just looks lacking in confidence in front of goal. You know, a couple of times he's had sighters and not really hit the target, made the keeper work. But there's all to play for. Sheffield United have got the tails up, you know, they've got nothing to lose, they're going out, they want to win the game, you can see that. But for Forest, they need to try and up the game a little bit and tighten up at the back, because they can't give Sheffield United that many opportunities and get away with it again this half.
Thanks, Neil. Half-time, Sheffield United 1, Nottingham Forest 1.
And half-time of the G-Tech as well from Ray Parlour and Alfie Reynolds.
Half-time, Brentford 0, Fulham 0, with both sides safe. This, for the most part, has felt like an end-of-season game, lacking intensity for much of the opening 45. Brian Mbeumo had the best chance after Willian gave the ball away. Tony played in Mbeumo, and his shot was deflected onto the bar. Lewis Potter sent the follow-up straight at the keeper. And other than that, it's been all half chances really. For Fulham, they haven't particularly troubled Flecken, but Iwobi, Lukic and Pereira all shot over. Iwobi also should have done better with a tame effort straight at the Brentford keeper. And Ray Parlour, was Thomas Frank and Marco Silva, who do you think will be happy with that first half?
I think Marco Silva, because they're away from home and you expect Brentford to come out a little bit more, they're favourites to win the game. But it's just, you know, Flecken and Leno have not really had a say to make, really. It's been very, very comfortable afternoon for both keepers. They just got, someone's got up the tempo. You know, the passing's been exposed. It's like a game of chess at the moment. Everybody's getting into position and they're winning the ball back, but there's no space or no one getting behind either defence. So just lacking quality. That's an end-of-season game. Fulham are still playing for that 10th. They can get the top 10. That's been a good season from Fulham's point of view. But Brentford are probably just relieved to be in that Premier League next season. But certainly, anybody who ups the tempo, get a little bit quicker in their passing, can go on and win this game, either side.
Hoping that something injects life into the game in the second half. But at half-time, the score's Brentford 0, Fulham 0.
This is game day.
Half-time classifieds.
In the Premier League, a full-time from earlier. Live on talkSPORT, it finished Arsenal 3, Bournemouth 0. Half-times now, Brentford 0, Fulham 0, Burnley 0, Newcastle United 3, Sheffield United 1, Nottingham Forest 1. Man City Wolves is at 5:30. I'll keep you in touch during the game day phone-in. Championship full-times, Birmingham 1, Norwich 0, Norwich in the playoffs, Birmingham relegated. Coventry 1, QPR 2, Ipswich 2, Huddersfield 0, Huddersfield relegated, Ipswich promoted. Leeds 1, Southampton 2, both of them in the playoffs. Leicester 0, Blackburn 2, Leicester champions. Middlesbrough 3, Watford 1, Plymouth 1, Hull City 0, Rotherham 5, Cardiff 2, but Rotherham are already relegated. Stoke 4, Bristol City 0, Sunderland 0, Sheffield Wednesday 2, Swansea 0, Millwall 1, West Brom 3, Preston 0. West Brom in the playoffs. League One playoff semi-final first leg. Oxford Peterborough is at 7:45. It's live on talkSPORT 2 tonight. National League North promotion playoff final is currently ongoing. It kicked off at 3:30. It's Brackley Town 0, Boston 0 at St James Park. WSL results: Everton 2, Spurs 2, and Brighton 0, Aston Villa 1. In the Scottish Premiership, Celtic 2, Hearts 0, Dundee 0, St Mirren 1, Aberdeen 0, St Johnstone 0, Motherwell 2, Livingston 0, Ross County 1, Hibs 1. Scottish League 1, Cove Rangers 2, Edinburgh City 1, Falkirk 1, Alloa Athletic 2, Hamilton 2, County Hearts 1, Montrose 0, Queen of the South 2, Stirling 1, Annan Athletic 1, Scottish League 2, Bonnyrigg Rose 0, Forfar 0, East Fife 0, The Spartans 0, Elgin 0, Clyde 2, Peterhead 2, Dumbarton 0, Stranraer 1, Stenhousemuir 0, and in the Northern Ireland Cup final, the latest from a 2:30 kickoff, so into the second half there, Cliftonville 1, Linfield 1.
Game day phone-in on talkSPORT with Now. Stream all the Sky Sports action like Liverpool versus Tottenham live tomorrow, contract free with a Now Sports membership. Search Now Sports, 18 plus, stream via internet, terms apply.
There will be 14 minutes of extra time.
With Betfair's 90-minute payout, you don't have to wait for the final whistle to celebrate, because your winning bet will be paid out in full at 90 minutes.
Betfair. Applies to match odds, 90 market or markets with the 90 icon. Sportsbook exclusive. Terms and conditions apply. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
Game day live on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Whatever the mission, home or away, Enterprise helps over 120,000 people every day.
Game day. The epicenter of world-class football coverage.
He's in and scores!
Game day live
On talkSPORT.
Well, I mentioned the results from the two WSL games earlier. Everton 2, Spurs 2, Brighton 0, Villa 1. Neither have any consequence. Bristol City already relegated, and we're still waiting to find out who's going to win the title. But Emma Hayes congratulated Manchester City on winning the WSL title after Chelsea's frankly ridiculous 4-3 defeat to Liverpool Wednesday night. Let's hear from the Chelsea manager speaking at Prenton Park Wednesday night with talkSPORT's Mark Wilson.
Emma, you've had some great times in football.
Yes,
I guess this last week has probably been one of your toughest.
No, I don't think so. I think it just comes with the territory, and you have to accept losing games. So no, I don't feel downbeat about it. I just wanted to keep pushing to the end, and that's not to be.
Is that it, as far as you're concerned?
Yes, I think the title will go to City, and I think you can't concede 3 set-piece goals and 4 goals in one half and expect to win a title. So, you know, for those reasons, yes, we have a mathematical chance of doing it, but I think it's over.
It was an uncharacteristic performance tonight. Is that maybe on the back of what happened at the weekend?
Maybe, I don't know. I think there's a lot of fatigue, a lot of tiredness in the group. I thought we were sloppy and, you know, didn't... Look, it's a hard football match when you come here because it's your first and second ball game, the duels and fights. You know, they played well, Liverpool, fair play.
It's a sign of the strength of the Women's Super League. I know that's not much consolation to you now, but it's a competition that's getting tougher and tougher, isn't it?
Yes, it's great. We're glad that the league's in that position. That's good.
And for yourself, I mean, you must be proud of the team and how they've gone to the very end.
Yeah, of course, I'm proud of the team's effort over years, and I don't want to be too harsh on them. You know, the realities are we've fallen short, and, you know, that's... I would like to have brought a bit more success to the club this year, but it's not to be.
How would you sum up your time?
Incredible, absolutely incredible.
Emma Hayes speaking after Wednesday's defeat for Chelsea at Liverpool. There were terrible goals to concede, 4 in one half. They lost 4-3. And she's right, mathematically it's not over, but City at home to Arsenal tomorrow afternoon, kick-off at 2:15, and that's live on talkSPORT 2. And then in the evening, 6:45 kick-off, live on talkSPORT 2 again, Chelsea host relegated Bristol City. So 4 points will secure it for City, but they won't even need that if Chelsea slip up again. It's all covered live on talkSPORT 2 tomorrow. And if you're listening to talkSPORT, it'll be the Sunday session in the afternoon from 1:30. Sam Matchface will keep you updated with all the goals as they go in. on talkSPORT. Just a little nod to Scottish League 2, its final day of the season in Scottish League 2. There's an extraordinary scoreline at half-time. Stranraer, bottom of the table, are leading the promoted champions Stenhousemuir by a goal to nil. And they have to win, or they are in the relegation playoff against Lowland League champions East Kilbride, Stranraer. However, they are winning, but they'll still be in that playoff because Clyde are winning away at Elgin as well. So Stranraer, even though they're winning, still need other results to go their way. And just a little note on Stranraer, something I found out, that a little quirky bit of information I think that you will love. Stranraer have had the same shirt sponsor for 35 years. So fair play to Stena Line Ferries. Stranraer, of course, based on the coast, the west coast of Scotland. Now, Championship, final day, all kicked off at 12:30. It was full of drama, full of action, as you would expect. Ipswich went up with Leicester. It's Norwich, Leeds, West Brom, Southampton in the playoffs, and Birmingham, Huddersfield, and Rotherham are relegated.
So it all comes down to this one last push from Ipswich Town required to earn the result that would bring Premier League football back to Portman Road. Chaplin at the edge of the D finds Burns in space. Where's Burns? Like the blue twist paper, Ipswich Town are on their way.
It's Plymouth Argyle 1, Hull City 0. And there to meet it with a firm header was Joe Edwards. Pandemonium at Home Park amongst the home supporters.
And this is great for Sheffield Wednesday. It's Sunderland 0, Wednesday 2, and it's Josh Windass with a really well taken goal.
And it's a big goal for Birmingham City. Birmingham 1, Norwich City 0.
Sammy Smodics, the hero, the talisman for Blackburn Rovers, has got them the goal that could secure their safety. The Sheffield Wednesday live to fight another day. The Blackburn will win
Birmingham are down. Their relegation to League One is confirmed.
Well, it have been coming. Birmingham finished 17th or lower in each of the last 7 seasons, and they're in the third tier for the first time since 1995. They beat Norwich, though, who are now in the playoffs, of course. Elsewhere, just a note on some of the other games. Coventry missing out on the playoffs this year. QPR, who was 6 points off safety when Ainsworth was sacked in October. 8 points from 14 games they had then. Marty Cifuentes changed the style, kept them up, and has got to be in the conversation. Kieran McKenna is the manager of the season, but Cifuentes is one of the runners-up, no doubt about that. More from him, more from Ipswich in just a second, but Huddersfield are relegated today. Brighton Wright went in hard on Neil Warnock's pre-season regime this week, criticised the players' lack of preparation. They've only 2 of 13 under Brighton Wright. They'll be in League One next season. 5 years ago this week they were drawing with Man United in the Premier League. Next season they'll be facing Mansfield in League One. Leeds and Southampton played today. Southampton won 2-1 at Ellen Road, but they will both be in the playoffs. Could be the playoff final next season. Leeds have been in 5 lots of playoffs, haven't won a single one of them. Southampton lost the playoff semi-final on penalties in 07 to Derby. I believe that's their only experience of the playoffs. Leicester champions, but beaten at home by Blackburn today, who are safe and saved themselves with that win. 27 league goals for Sammy Smodics is beyond belief. And how he didn't win Championship Player of the Season, I do not know. Top 10 finish for Middlesbrough, who beat Watford 3-1. Emmanuel Latilath with another goal. He ended the season with 18-6. Watch out for him next season. Watford bottom half finish. New era incoming under Tom Cleverley, the new manager, though. Plymouth saved themselves after winning the title in League One last season. Hull missed out on the playoffs. There were 6 unbeaten going into the final day. Lost 1-0 at Plymouth. Rotherham relegated, but a big win for them against Cardiff, 5-2. Steve Evans in charge will try to do what he did before and get them up from League One. For Cardiff, Errol Bullock positive on contract talks. I think the fans want him to stay as well. Stoke beat Bristol City comfortably. 1 defeat in the last 8 for the season under Steve Schumacher. Bristol City top half finish, but they still haven't made the playoffs since promotion in 2015. Sunderland shambles of a season. Top 6 February. They've lost 11 home games. Unacceptable. Bottom half finish for them. They've got to seriously improve. Sheffield Wednesday, extraordinary. 12 points off safety early December. 13 wins in 27 under Danny Roll, and them winning today as well. The quirk is Sheffield Wednesday the only side who didn't get a penalty in the Championship all season. Swansea beaten at home by Millwall, who survived under Neil Harris. Pre-season incoming, and a transfer window for Luke Williams, the new Swansea manager as well. West Brom lost their last 3 but won today to secure a playoff place. They've been in the top 6 since the 3rd week of October. To drop out on the final day would have been horrible for them. Preston lost their last 5 games without scoring. Does not bode well. But let's go back to the big story. Ipswich promoted, and the scorer of their first goal, Wes Burns, one of their best players, spoke afterwards with Ian Danter.
Wes, many congratulations. I didn't expect to see you today because you went off at Coventry on Tuesday and I thought, oh, is he going to make it? But wow, never in doubt.
Yeah, Tuesday night was just, you know, I've been out for 6 weeks with a hamstring injury, so, you know, to play 3 games in a week is tough when you haven't played for that long. So Tuesday night was just a precaution, really. You know, and the physio team and the rehab team have worked brilliantly with me over the past few weeks to get me back for these last 3 games, and you know, I was never going to miss today.
Talk to me about that moment when you gave Ipswich the lead today.
Euphoria, honestly, incredible. We knew coming into the game that, you know, Huddersfield were never just going to give us the win. We knew they were going to be a tough team. They're a physical team. You know, the running stats and stuff like that back it up there. You know, they're right up there. So we knew we were in for a tough battle today. And we knew if we did everything right and we got the first goal, it would really set us on our way. And I was just delighted I could be a part of that.
How easy has it been as a squad to try and, you know, keep a lid on things, because everyone's been talking about you for different reasons, because you're different to Leeds, Leicester and Southampton?
You know what, to be fair, one of the best things this group is good at doing is blocking out the outside noise. You know we stuck to our processes like we have done all year, the same as last year. You know, it was going into every game, give it 100% and see where it takes us. And when we came into this year, the first meeting we had with the boss and the squad, once it was all settled down, was we'll give it our all for 46 games and see where we end up. And you know, as the games were rolling in and we were getting 3 points, and we come to the end, and you know, coming off the back of last year, this team delivers at crunch time. And today was another one of those.
There you go, that's Wes Burns, who scored the first goal for Ipswich today after they secure promotion to the Premier League. They'll be in the top flight next season, so you've heard already, since Ipswich won promotion, from George Edmondson, Harry Clark, Sam Morsey, Wes Burns as well. Big reactions coming from Portman Road as Ipswich beat Huddersfield 2-0 to secure that automatic promotion. A goal in the National League North promotion playoff final. Its winner goes into the National League, and Brackley lead Boston 1-0. Morgan Roberts with the goal. Brackley lost this final last season at home to Kidderminster. Kidderminster had finished 6th, which is exactly where Boston finished last season as well. Now more drama here at Turf Moor. Matt Jones.
Burnley didn't get a penalty in the first half. Newcastle have now got one in the second. It's still Burnley 0, Newcastle 3, but Burnley's defence is all at sea. It's really good play by Anthony Gordon as he gets round Brownhill. Brownhill has a little tug of the shirt. Gordon goes down, and the referee, who today is Anthony Taylor, has absolutely no hesitation in pointing to the spot.
Yeah, he's got it spot on. I've got to say, I think when Anthony Gordon, Brownhill gets up, face up, far too easy, gets round him. He tries a little tug. He's never going to put the challenge in because Anthony Gordon's got on the wrong side, inside the box. But then there is a slight clip of the heel in, and it's Anthony Gordon. There's no doubt he goes to ground. I don't think he has to go to ground, but he's gave Anthony Taylor a decision to make, and it's the right one.
I have to say, Burnley had actually started this half pretty strongly, like they did in the first half. They'd had a really good chance when Lyle Foster had wrestled his way into the penalty area. He'd held off a couple of challenges, put the shot over the bar, and this now, 5 minutes into the second half, is just what Vincent Kompany didn't want.
No, exactly. That Lyle Foster opportunity was massive, wasn't it? He had to come out and get the first goal. A couple of minutes in, he's in the 6-yard box, the ball's bouncing. He just has to get his body over it and make sure he gets the connection right. He's leaning back. It was always going to be difficult to keep it down.
It's going to be Alexander Isak to take the penalty for Newcastle. He's already been thwarted once this afternoon by Muric. He's now taking this in front of the Newcastle fans, and Muric saved. It's an absolutely terrible penalty. It lacks any kind of power or precision at all, and Muric dives to his right and manages to bundle away. And so Burnley, well, maybe there's still a slim chance they could get something out of this one, but it'll take something special to do so. It's Burnley 0, Newcastle 3.
They definitely need to get the next goal. Now, we have had a goal at Bramall Lane. Neil Redfern and Alan Biggs.
Sheffield United 1, Nottingham Forest 2. Forest have come from behind to lead here at Bramall Lane. Ryan Yates, the captain, is the scorer of the goal. Came from a free kick, poorly defended from Sheffield United's point of view. There was a head down in the end from Bolly, and Yates hammered it into the back of the net. The goal has been given. There was quite a protest from Sheffield United players who gathered around the referee, Chris Kavanagh. It was scored at the end, behind which there must be, what, 3,500 Nottingham Forest fans jubilant, and they need that really to be sure of getting anything out of what has been quite a one-sided game against them, Neil.
Yeah, I mean, Sheffield United have come out and started the better side again, but, you know, sucker punched. I mean, it's a free kick, it's an angle ball that's played across, like you said, from Gibbs White. It's knocked back across the goal, kept alive brilliantly by Willie Bolly at the far post. And it drops about penalty spot, and he comes onto it brilliantly, Yates. Gets his body over it because it's bouncing a little bit big, it's a high tariff. Gets over it and smashes it in the back of the net, and they're up against it now, the Blades.
Sheffield United 1, Nottingham Forest 2.
Right, the goals as they go in. This is Game Day Live on talkSPORT, and we're waiting for goals at the Cheetah. Ray Parler and Alfie Reynolds.
Brentford 0, Fulham 0, 53 minutes played. Couple of slight chances to start the second half. Pereira with the first of those. Edge of the box, sent it over the bar. A lot of, like most of Fulham's efforts in this game so far. And then Muniz did trouble Flecken, but it was an easy save for the Brentford keeper, straight into the ground. Ray Parler, still no sign of that breakthrough.
No, not at the moment. Iwobi, to be fair to Iwobi, he put a really good cross in. The Muniz got up, headed it, decent header, but straight to the keeper. Very, very comfortable save for Flecken. There's Castaigne's down at the moment, and he's getting a little bit of treatment. But just a little bit more urgency shown from Fulham in the second half. I think Marco Silva would have said to the players, look, they're there for the taking, Brentford. If we just up the tempo a little bit, put people forward, get people into the box, get crossing positions, and it's all about the quality then. So it's got a bit better from Fulham's point of view, but Brentford just playing on the break now and just seeing the game out. A point to be there, pretty be happy with a point, Brentford.
There was a moment at the start of this second half which I think summed up the game. Willian had the ball for Fulham and gave it away, and it has been a frustrating second half so far. At the moment it's Brentford 0, Fulham 0.
This is turning into a very bleak, black day for Burnley Football Club. They conceded again. Chris Solomon, Matt Jones.
The fans are streaming out if I look to my left, because it is now Burnley 0, Newcastle 4. We've had 3 minutes since that penalty save, about 2.5 minutes with the referee checking whether there was any encroachment. Play got back underway, and Newcastle thought, well, we'll miss the penalty, we'll make it 4 anyway. They broke down the right-hand side. Murphy has acres of space after being released by Wilson. He decides to make the pass instead of go it himself. Wilson misses the initial shot, but it falls to Isak at the back post, and he just lifts it over the keeper and into the back of the net. I mean, this Burnley defending is dreadful.
Yeah, I've got to look at Matteo there. He's got to put the challenge a lot stronger for Murphy. You know, he's got him behind. I'm thinking Murphy's going to get the shot away. He's been absolutely outstanding today. Cuts it across. Wilson leaves it, I think it may be a little bit behind Wilson, and then Isak does everything right. Just takes the first touch and hits it into the roof of the net. That's what he has to do. There's a lot of bodies in front of him there, but Newcastle certainly deserve the penalty. I think the encroachment was from Ekdal. He did then get the challenge on the rebound from the Munich shot. The penalty probably should have been taken again, in fairness.
It should have, perhaps, but Newcastle don't care whatsoever, because those fans to our right-hand side are absolutely delighted. They saw their team score 5 last week. Could they even better that this afternoon? It's Burnley 0, Newcastle 4.
It's raining hard, and it's raining goals for Newcastle. 4-0 up on Burnley after a really good run of form over the last 7 or 8 games or so. Are only looking downwards now. They are well beaten and bedraggled right now. Earlier, live on talkSPORT, Arsenal went 4 points clear at the top of the table.
The Burnley kickoffs are a crime.
Will take the punishment.
It would be a crime for Arsenal to end the season empty-handed now. Any judge knows that they've been brilliant.
Find it really difficult to quantify Bournemouth's performance, really. They've been absolutely battered.
Havertz round the goalkeeper. The goalkeeper's brought him down. Penalty. Saka to take it against Travers for 1-0 to the Arsenal. He runs up and slips it into the far corner. Beautifully, elegantly, and with calmness and composure. Arsenal's star boy hits his 20th goal of the season.
For me, Arsenal deserved to win today. I think they were better than us. They pushed us a lot in the first half, especially.
There's the second goal, there's the clinching goal. What a ball by Declan Rice. The Premier League top scorers in top form today.
Every win now it's huge, really pleased, especially the way we play the first half. Before you see the determination, the quality.
Into Rob, takes it down well, gets into the box, arrows it to the corner. Declan Rice finishes off scoreless, sends Arsenal to the top of the table with a 4-point cushion.
3 goals in a cushion in a day where we maintain the hope and the ambition to win the Premier League. We're absolutely really happy.
City will have to win, will have to respond, because Arsenal aren't being pushed around this year. It's finished here. Arsenal 3, Bournemouth 0.
So it is over to City, and let's look ahead to this evening's Premier League action with Now Sports.
Stay ahead of the game on talkSPORT with Now. Stream all the Sky Sports action like Man City vs Wolves live today, contract free with a Now Sports membership. Search Now Sports 18 plus, stream our internet service live.
Yes, Man City at home to Wolves at 5:30. Cameron Pope to the Etihad for talkSPORT. We know the equation. Arsenal keep winning, but Man City keep winning. Man City will win the title. So Arsenal are looking for Manchester City to slip up, Cameron. Can you make a case for Wolves this evening at the Etihad?
I absolutely can, and we only have to go back to September, Adrian, because we might remember Wolves served an unlikely defeat on Manchester City. It was their first of the season, actually, in the Premier League. Before that, Wolves had only picked up 4 points. It is going to be different today, though. Manchester City will be coming into this fresh after a rare week off. Pep Guardiola spoke at his press conference about mental and physical freshness that his players can be afforded now. That's the good thing of going out of the Champions League, of course. And you look to the remaining games, okay, it's a lot of games to play in a short space of time, but City very rarely bogey on the back nine, do they? It's going to be difficult for Wolves. They've got a little bit of good news, though. They've got the likes of John-Rick Bellegarde, Santiago Bueno, Pedro Neto. They should be ready to return. They haven't got Tommy Doyle, though. They've received the news that he's made his deal permanent at the end of this season, but he does still count as a City loanee, so he can't play today. Manchester City, however, we know how good they are at this point of the season. Okay, they're 4 points behind. Goal difference is weaker by 10. They've had some good personnel news as well, though. We're told that Erling Haaland should be ready to start. We'll have that confirmed in around about 10 minutes' time when the team news does come out. Edison was injured in a clash at Nottingham Forest against Willy Bolly, but he was said to be fine and back in training on Thursday. Phil Foden and Ruben Diaz have also recovered from illness. Look, this is something that Wolves can achieve, but they're up against a City side who just seem to mature as the season goes on. It's going to be a difficult task for Adrian.
It is. Cameron, a quick word on Phil Foden. I voted for Declan Rice in the Football Writers Player of the Year, and he scored a brilliant goal today. He came second in that vote. Phil Foden won it. Nobody can really complain. I think they've both been brilliant this season, but I wonder if, with them both due to meet up with England ahead of the Euros, I wonder if there will be a bit of needle there and a point to prove individually between now and the end of the season.
I wonder, but they've both had such fabulous seasons in their own right. Phil Foden, 24 goals in all competitions, and okay, he's been in and out of the side with injury and illness recently, but he's got 5 goals in his last 2 Premier League games, and so really, if that's the calibre of player you're losing out to, like you said, Adrian, I don't think there's going to be many complaints, and that's it about hungry players at this age as well, like Foden is at. Only 23 years old, they want to go out there and win things, they have that hunger and that desire, and I think, to be honest, that these national teams in a very good position going into Euros when you've got players in that kind of form. So it's an embarrassment of riches, really, but it takes a lot to battle with Foden, doesn't it?
It does. Cameron will be back with the team news very shortly. Thank you very much. That was a look at this weekend's Premier League action. Don't forget that with Now you can stream all the Sky Sports action like Man City Wolves live today, contract free, with a Now membership. Search Now Sports.
Stay ahead of the game on talkSPORT with Now. Stream all the Sky Sports action like Man City vs Wolves live today, contract free with a Now Sports membership. Search Now Sports 18 plus, stream our internet, terms apply.
And it's half-time in the National League North Promotion Playoff Final, which kicks off at 3:30, and right on half-time, Boston United have equalised. Keaton Ward, the former Mansfield youngster, has got the goal. Brackley won, Boston won. That is half-time. Into the second half in the Premier League, it's Brentford 0, Fulham 0. Here at Turf Moor, Burnley 0, Newcastle 4, and Newcastle have even missed a penalty. And it's Sheffield United 1, Nottingham Forest 2. Game day live on talkSPORT.
Game day live on talkSPORT with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Enterprise has vans of all shapes and sizes, so if you've got a plan, we've got a van.
There will be 14 minutes of extra time.
With Betfair Betfair's 90-minute payout, you don't have to wait for the final whistle to celebrate, because your winning bet will be paid out in full at 90 minutes.
Betfair. Applies to match odds 90 market or markets with the 90 icon. Sportsbook exclusive. Terms and conditions apply. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
Game day exclusive on talkSPORT 2 with Now. Stream all the Sky Sports action like Man City versus Wolves live today, contract free with a Now Sports membership. Search Now Sports, 18 plus. Stream via internet. Terms apply.
Sunday afternoon, the Women's Super League live on talkSPORT 2.
Manchester City versus Arsenal.
Oh, that's magnificent!
Coverage from 2. Kick-off 2:15.
Sunday afternoon.
Feel the glory!
On talkSPORT 2.
It's a sensational goal!
Kick it!
We've got a goal in Scotland. St Mirren get a second at Dundee. They lead 2-0. Scott Tanser with the goal. Dundee lost at Celtic since the split. They're losing this afternoon as well, but they'll be happy because they finished top 6 and they're definitely not going down. And they've got the derby back next season because Dundee United promoted as champions from the Championship. Dundee haven't beaten Dundee United in the league since May 2016. That win was when Paul Hartley was in charge of Dundee. They came from behind to win it. Injury time when Craig Whiten fired in, and that relegated Dundee United. Can you imagine being a Dundee fan? That particular game, absolutely extraordinary. But Dundee, even though they have no chance of relegation this season, they're finishing in the top 6. They're 2-0 down at home to St Mirren this afternoon. Mentioned before, we've had a lot of reaction from Portman Road, Ipswich Town. Beat Huddersfield 2-0. They are promoted to the Premier League. We've heard from George Edmondson, we've heard from Harry Clark, Sam Morsey, the skipper, Wes Burns, the goal scorer. There's a big name missing, isn't there? Kieran McKenna, the manager of talkSPORT and Dancer.
It's an incredible achievement, and look, let's get it right. It's with largely the same group of players. It was 96 points in one of the most competitive championships in history. It's not even a normal year, I don't think, in what we've done it, and we've done it in a great style as well. So, yeah, it's an incredible achievement. It doesn't happen every year, it doesn't happen every decade, and maybe beyond that. So, you know, just delighted for everyone.
You've kept a really calm exterior whilst everyone's been peppering you with questions, particularly in the past couple of months about automatic promotion. You've kept a fairly level head. Was there a moment where you believed, privately, that, okay, this could be it?
No, there has been for sure over the last couple of months. As you know, the position that we've put ourselves in, you know, by Christmas we had a record break. Well, us and Leicester both, I think, had a record break in first 20 games of the Championship or so. So we knew we put ourselves in an incredible position, but we also knew we couldn't afford to spend too much time thinking about it or dreaming about what would happen next, because it's been so relentless. And you know, we've managed to just stay focused. I know it's a bit of a cliche, but for us it isn't. We just really give everything for every game, prepare with such thoroughness for every game, and give it everything for every game. And I think that's why we've only lost 6 games out of 46 for a newly promoted team. I think that's incredible. So yeah, we knew that it was possible with the start that we had and the first half of the season we had, but I think everyone's done a fantastic job of staying level and focusing on the task ahead.
And just finally, you want to be part of that development. You know, there's noises off about, you know, people looking at you, but you want to be part of this Ipswich Premier League journey, don't you?
Yeah, there's always going to be noise. There's been noise for the last couple of years. If we've done well, if I didn't want to still be here, I wouldn't have been here, and I've been loyal over the last couple of years when things have been there, and wanted to, you know, keep going with this project, and I'm absolutely loving it. It's a fantastic football club, and you know, we can look back on a season well done now, and look forward to next season as well.
Extraordinary from Kieran McKenna, undoubtedly the manager of the year. Ipswich Town promoted. Congratulations and enjoy the party. Another goal in the Premier League at Bramall Lane. Neil Redfern and Alan Biggs.
Another for Forest. Sheffield United 1, Nottingham Forest 3. Another for Callum Hudson-Odoi, who scored for them in the first half. This one cleverly taken as well in the second, cutting in from the left-hand side, which he's been doing all afternoon, drilling a low shot inside the post, and that is a landmark goal. It's the 100th goal that Sheffield United have conceded in the Premier League this season. Not since Swindon Town in the early 1990s has a team conceded that many goals in the top flight. That levels with, I was going to say that's not a feat, but that levels with that unwanted statistic. And of those 100 goals, 54 of them, more than half, have been conceded by Sheffield United here at Bramall Lane. Neil Redfern, it's not a 3-1 game though, is it?
No, it's not. I mean, they've played the part in a good game, to be fair, Sheffield United. I have to say the defending's woeful, Alan. You know, I'm looking at trusting Ahmed Hodic. When it comes to Callum Hudson-Odoi, he's always going to come inside on his right foot.